Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me for this lovely day is Gibbs, Shogun, and Johnny. We are in the North American Regional number 3, and we are on the final day. Stage 3, top 8. The 8 teams made it out of 32. I just want to say hello to my friends today. We got 30 minutes of pre-show, and Shogun, he's back. I thought we got rid of him, Johnny.
Never.
You'll never get Johnny, especially is never getting rid of me. Okay, he is career stuck.
I'm okay with that, man. I think it's fine.
Oh, that's wholesome.
I'm all right with that.
That's
not a
He
problem.
didn't get what he wanted out of this. I'm happy. I'm happy.
I just like that you look like the bad guy there. You went for the evil, and he went for the kindness.
I can maybe make the room darker, actually. If you want to
Okay, evil Shogun.
True,
It's the
true.
dark timeline. I like it. Well, let's talk Rocket League here. Let's take a recap first before we move in today. We got enough time. Let's do this. Let's talk yesterday and take a look at what happened during stage 2. As I said, we crushed through 32 teams, made it to this. 16 were yesterday, and then only 8 Gibbs made it out.
Yep, and the top 4 of NA, they're still really good. They all played in that 2-0 round, and then obviously they all went at least 3-1, so that's what you expect. But the team like Rogue, who finished 3-1 for the first time making it to the bracket stage, that's huge for them, because at the beginning of all of this, people were comparing them to this top 4 of North America, but they haven't been showing it. So they finally get that 3-1. They make the bracket. It's going to be fun to watch them today.
Let's take a look at the points, because of course points are very important. Taking a look at the leaderboard for North American scene, they've been gathering points from the Regional 1, Regional 2, and of course this regional as well. And we have our 16 Johnny Boy locked in now for the major coming up.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. And you know that all the top teams are, kind of what we expected, but a few others sneaking in at the bottom there. Plot Twist, Ghost Gaming, Boss F Esports. That's exciting for these guys, because when we get right into that major, it's right back into that Swiss, and they can have a chance at the top teams once again.
Well, I want to do a little bit of visual recap now for these guys. We had so many matches. You saw how many teams were in these Swiss tournaments. You saw it from that graphic before. There's a lot of Rocket League going on, but we can only pick a few. So I'm going to start off with Gibbs here and just pick a match that we think everyone should go back and watch, or at least just, get recapped here.
You should watch that 2-0 round. Both those games were great. But Team Envy versus G2 Esports. This game was so much fun because it literally had everything. Like, it had the first 2 games, just the offense from both teams was out of this world. Like 8 goals combined in games 1 and then game 2 as well. And then it went into more, they started to actually play some defense, and it was some close, low-scoring games. And then on top of all that, then Atomic, we don't know what happened, but 3 different times in 3 games, he flips when it looks like he shouldn't. And so maybe his controller was messed up. We're really not sure, but that was the small difference that gave this win to G2.
Yeah, the controller issues for Atomic, or at least what we think have to be controller issues. One of them in particular was huge. That turning point game 3, the series at a tie, we're in overtime, and Atomic, it looked like a panic flip, but the fact it happened in 3 different games makes us really think it must have been like his jump button double clicking instead of a single jump, or maybe his joystick is off and the dead zone's not matching where the stick actually is. But whatever it was, I really hope they've got it fixed for today, because those kind of mistakes, whether they're within your controller or not, could be huge. They can completely turn a series around.
Oh, they make or break. It's at this level, any small mistake are going to be punished. Absolutely. I'm going to keep you talking though, Johnny, and bring us to the match you had your eye on.
Yeah, I got to talk about Space Station Gaming NRG, mainly because this was the end of NRG's series win streak. They were on an absolutely insane streak between RLCS X Regional 2 and the grids, and as well up until this series against Space Station, they hadn't been defeated. But Space Station really stepped it up with the team plays. I thought they were going to have to play like a full-on physical game, but they were playing filthy clean, Shogun and I decided. And it seemed like NRG just fell apart. As soon as Space Station stepped up the passing, NRG just completely lost their confidence. I think somehow Space Station have absorbed their energy.
Yeah, we did get to see in this series, what the difference is in NRG when that confidence goes. Justin in game 2 looked completely different to the Justin we got throughout the rest of the series. You see him missing the shot there. Earlier on in the series, we're seeing Justin at his best. He's being a little greedy. He's taking those bin boosts. He's turning around. He's saying, look, you guys are fantastic, Garrett and Squishy. but I'm me, you know? I'm going to go and do my thing. I'm going to go and sort this out. And then as the series went along, as he was making more mistakes, he started to take that step back. He picked up in the rest of the day, though. So we're going to see which version of Justin we've got.
Well, hey, Shogun, you know what? I like the highlights. Let's keep them going. Your turn.
Well, thank you very much. These ads have already spoken about those top 4 that we're expecting to see all the time. I, however, want to just highlight something that was a little bit more one-sided. KCP against Ghost Gaming, mostly just due to how quickly KCP have managed to make themselves a real threat to these top teams. We've been speaking of the Peeps. I think KCP very much in the same sort of bracket as that. Beast mode. My goodness, lads. How do you stop him? He is just so good. When he's on form, he is going for plays that nobody with his experience level should be going for, and he's nailing them.
And these guys are so good on the offensive side, but their defense, #1 out of all teams in the top 16, 1.18 goals per game. They only gave up 2 goals to a hot Ghost Gaming, who had 2 sweeps in back-to-back series right before that. Kansas City, when they were on stream, they look good. And you could say that about Beast Mode. You could say that about Rapid at times and Memory as well. All 3 players playing exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Reynolds too when we did an interview with him, said, watch out for Beast Mode. He's one of the best players in North America, if not the world. So that's why you continue to see success from these guys. But speaking of Beast Mode, honestly, I kind of want to watch some really sick plays. So, Gibbs, I think you got a top 3 for us.
Yeah, let's go over these top 3 plays because it was a wonderful day, and it's always against great opponents. That's what is so beautiful when it's in the top 16. So we're going to start off with a fake kickoff. We don't see a lot of goals coming out of fake kickoffs lately. Missed. He does it on the diagonal fake kickoff, and then he goes for the aerial dribble, hits it off the ceiling, and just beats everyone on G2. And this was one of those games where they scored 8 goals, so this goal, by the end of it, really didn't matter, but it was still pretty to watch. Moving on to number 2. When we talk about top 3 plays, First Killer's got to be on there somewhere at some point. And he received the aerial dribble, maybe not the best defense at first, but then energy, they barely make the save. But First Killer, he lands on the back wall right after the aerial dribble, comes off and scores that goal. With him not doing that, then probably Squishy makes a small clear. It's hard to tell, but First Killer, he doesn't need teammates most of the time. He does it all himself. Moving on to number 1. Beast Mode. He's got 2 of these now. 2 top plays. Beast Mode, this double tap is so absurd because look how quick it is. Look at the angle. He has to cross over his body to hit this into that bottom right corner. This is a beautiful play just because of the speed. There is no way to save this at all. Look at Joe Freshness. Like, he's in that. He's like, all right, I might have another half second, maybe full second. We'll see if they go for a flip reset and try and maybe go for that double tap again off the wall. No, Beast Mode's like, no, I'm going to drive this ball. I am going to hit this ball in the exact spot that I need it. There's no way to save this. Beast Mode, he's been on fire. He's your top play of the day.
Yeah, one of the craziest things about that double tap too is a lot of times when you go for a double tap, it's, you know, the ball ends up coming downwards a bit and you're having to read it on its downfall. That was going up. He had to meet it going up, and it's just kind of opposite you see. Yeah, just incredible amounts of speed, and that's part of the reason why his team makes it into the top 8. So let's talk about that top 8 now. I'll give you guys a bit of a glance at what we're going to experience today as we look at the bracket. Here are your teams. One's a little heavier than the other on the sides here, at least in my opinion here. But you do see KCP with Beast Mode down at the bottom against Rogue there. But Shogun, this is overall a pretty stacked lineup. I mean, you have to expect it in the top 8.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming getting the reward I think they deserve for taking down NRG yesterday, which is you get a bit of an easier side of the bracket. And they'll be looking at this saying, well, there's no reason why we shouldn't be making it to the grand finals. Much respect to United, KCP, and to Rogue. On the other side, though, that is the shark pit, and that is not waters I would ever want to be swimming in.
Of course, these guys are fighting, you know, we have our top 16 locked in, but they're fighting for more than just that. There are more points on the line for your seeding, and of course, just getting more points for the worlds down the road. And of course, the money that's on the line here, Johnny, it's 30K for the top there. That's not something to just blink your eyes and walk away from.
Yeah, that is a lot of money. You know, the prize pool for this season of RLCS is mad. It's such a massive amount of money. We're just getting started here. You know, next weekend or in a couple of weekends and the weekend after that, we're going to have even more prize money with the majors coming in. But yeah, the fact that every single one of these regionals is such a huge amount of money on the line, it must be on the players' minds while they're playing these really important matches.
Well, let's talk about some of these matches then. I want to focus on a couple teams right off the bat here. We're going to start off with the PEEPS because yesterday Gibbs made a prediction. I can't remember if he got all of it because it was a very detailed prediction. I can't remember. No, okay, I didn't think so. But one of those predictions, was having the PEEPS make the semifinals. I'm wondering if overnight you've slept on it and if that's changed at all.
No, it's gotten even easier for them.
Oh.
The prediction was PEEPS versus NRG, and that's the only way that they don't win this tournament for NRG, and the PEEPS would make it to top 4. Well, now they get a joke of a matchup. They get G2 Esports, the #1 seed. That's easy. We don't have to worry about that. It's not NRG PEEPS. They're a team that played yesterday where they didn't get a lot of practice in, and even round 1, they didn't have their full roster, so they had to play from behind a little bit. That's why they're 3-2, I think, because of no practice really on the day, but they still made it here. They are a very talented team right outside that top 4 of North America, but every time they get one of these big wins, they're going to start creeping into that conversation.
Shogun, I couldn't tell. Sorry, I just want to get Shogun's reaction. I couldn't tell what emotion that was. It was like, was that just a, well, I guess Gibbs is talking now kind of shoulder shrug?
I mean, whenever Gibbs talks, you just have to be entranced the entire time, okay? I was just living the moment there, to be completely honest with you.
Okay, that's fair.
But, you know, it's hard to tell because you look at the side of the bracket the PEEPS are in, and all conventional logic just says, all right, you good job. You made it to top 8. Fantastic. But then PEEPS logic kicks in, and you just go, well, if they were playing against a KCP or a Rogue, then I might actually see them dropping it. You put them against G2, Space Stations, your NRGs of the world, suddenly they might actually take this. It's a weird bizarro land that they tend to live in when it comes to playoffs.
Johnny, sorry, I cut you off there. I just want to see what was going on in Shogi's head for a minute. So
Fair. Likewise, but I think the PEEPS are going to get put to sleep here, to be honest. G2 after yesterday's win just looked far too impressive to me. And yeah, they're such a momentum-based team, but it's great to see them finally take their outside of RLCS regional performances. So, you know, 3-time grid champions. Now they're showing up in the regional event as well. So I'm expecting good things from G2 today. I think they make semis, at least.
Well, we're going to find out in a few hours because they will be our 4th match in the quarterfinals that we'll watch. So let's move on and talk about some other teams. Another matchup, another very juicy matchup here, and it's Envy and NRG. We got to talk about this one before we get into it because, again, that'll be our 3rd one. So I just can't wait that long to talk about this. Johnny, how's this going to go? I mean, NRG is looking like one of the best in potentially the world right now, but we know that Envy's has that potential as well.
It's all about keeping this series going their way, I guess, for NRG. I would not be surprised to see another sweep win for them, even off the back of losing to Space Station yesterday. Envy have just struggled so much. Turbo Pulsar in particular has really struggled against NRG. We were wondering who's going to take the L in that matchup, Turbo or his old teammates, Justin and Garrett. Well, it seems like Justin and Garrett do fine against Turbo in RLCS regionals, whereas Turbo really struggles against them, especially in this playoff stage. So yeah, that's really the questions for me. Can Turbo show up in this matchup finally, or will NRG just fall apart like they did yesterday as soon as one thing goes wrong? Are they going to try and extinguish that fire with sawdust again, where will they be able to find the real fire extinguisher and manage the losses a little bit better?
Now, the one issue I have is the Regional 2 Grand Finals. I did say that Energy dominated MV, but it really was actually a very close series. Sure, it was 4-0, but 2 of those are overtimes. The other 2 games, 1-goal game. So I think Envy, obviously, they can compete versus Energy. They just ran into them when they were smoking hot. Now, they've cooled down by maybe 2 degrees. Not too much. They're still boiling, but there's a chance. And I think Envy, for a best of 5, if they get out early with Mist playing how he's been playing for the past 2 months, they have a shot. And Energy, we talked to, I think it was Garrett G, and he was like, we kind of want to play Envy, so then we get off to that hot start. But it's like, I don't know, man. That's still playing with fire at the same time. These guys are very talented, and I think it can go either way.
Shogun, you're not getting away from opinions on this one either. Envy, NRG. I mean, do we think that Envy's got that fire in the takedown NRG?
It's one that I would really like to say yes to, but every time I imagine it in my head, how's this going to go down? Every result ends up being an NRG win. I don't.
There's no timeline for Envy. Not a single timeline.
I mean, to be honest, like I've had my coffees today. Like it's probably just me repeating the same timeline over and over again, thinking it's something different. Whose idea it was to put a camera on me for 30 minutes straight was interesting. I'm just sort of jumping up and down over here. But I think if NBA are going to do this, it is on Atomic. We've seen him at his best. We know how impressive that he can be, but we're not seeing it enough. You know, there's a lot of conversations about how good Atomic can be, not how good Atomic was in the last series that we saw him. And I really want to start having that conversation. But until we see it, when the chips are down, when everything is really important, it's hard to go with them.
Well, we're going to have to figure out if Atomic can pull it up later as he gets into his matches. We want to talk about the other half of that bracket real quick. Let's just take another look at the bracket in case you guys forgot what it looked like here. But that bottom half is a little more open, I would say, at least in the eyes of a team like Space Station for pushing through. But I want to mention, Gibbs, yesterday, Chief said that Rogue has the potential to move through this entire thing up into the finals. And I don't know if we had enough time to really talk about that and critique that, because I don't know if I believe that.
So everyone knows I hate Chiefs. So we're just going to talk about it right now. He is completely wrong here because he got Space Station with zero practice coming out, taking down NRG. So I don't think there's a shot, but Rogue has been pretty hot. We've seen it with Turinturo. He's looking great. When he looks great, First Killer can kind of play around him a little bit. He doesn't have to ball chase nearly as much, and then Crow can play that third man role. When that clicks for Rogue, they can be a top 3 team in NA. The problem is that's top 3. That's not 1 or 2, and Space Station's in one of those 2 spots. It depends on the day. So I think Space Station probably makes it in because of that best of 7 as well versus a Rogue. And then you can't forget about Kansas City Pioneers. They keep making these brackets. They made top 4 last time. They're a threat. They're a real threat, I think, to make that grand final.
I mean, Johnny, I also want to look at United over there too. I mean, this is a team that had some struggles here. Obviously, they moved in Tristan over Hawkster, and it's gotten some success. But do you feel like this is maybe where like success ends because they got Space Station?
Yeah, 100%. I don't see United taking this series against Space Station. They could probably get a game, but Space Station should definitely be moving on here. That's the matchup I'm most confident about. But yeah, going down, probably got G2, NRG, Space Station, and I would lean towards Rogue against KCP just because they did sweep them yesterday in stage 2, so they should be able to replicate that. Also, look at the other team that KCP lost to yesterday, Envy. Rogue were able to sweep Alpine, PEEPS, and KCP. Yeah, they're definitely hitting a good stride there. I think they're likely to make semis, but again, gotta agree, Space Station have to be the favorites on that side of the bracket.
Either way, we're going to find out how that goes. We'll have some more bracket talk in just a moment. But before that, we got to get to a fun little segment that we're calling Yay or Nay. We're taking some hot takes from the community or the folks on the desk here. They've written them down in a document for me. I'm going to take a look in a second. And we're going to get some votes on them. We're going to get your help. So in chat, you're going to be getting your hashtag yay or hashtag nays ready, what you think. And we'll look at those results after we discuss them as well. Let's just start this off and get the first topic on the board. Missed. Top 3 in NA, question mark. Hashtag yay or hashtag nay in chat. We'll look at those results in a few. I'm going to start off with Gibbs on this one. Missed top 3 in NA, question mark.
Yay. Absolutely. Mist has been popping off. And it's weird because I'm about to say, like, his support around him hasn't been that great. And that includes a 4-time world champion. But just imagine if he was on a different team, I think he would pop off even further than what he's doing right now. So I have him in my top 3 for NA.
And Shogun.
I'm going to be boring here. I'm also going to go for the yay on this. And I have to agree with Gibbs. I think if people around him were looking better, I would actually almost go away from Gibbs on that bit and say maybe he would be less obvious about how much work he is actually doing, like we get with the Space Stations, the NRGs. But because Atomic and Turbo haven't been hitting the levels that we want to see from them, Mist's brilliance shines even brighter.
Johnny.
Yeah, it's a yay for me. I think Mist top 3, probably alongside maybe Chicago and Justin. That would be my top 3 at the moment. Yeah, Space Station a bit too balanced.
No typical
to have anyone in there. Yeah, they're just too balanced. It's not a typical carry show anymore. You know, Arsenal's were playing really well. Rest is huge for that team.
And the results are in.
Wow. I'm not surprised. You know, Twitch chat's top 3. They're probably like Rizzo, Squishy, and Musty or something. They haven't got a clue what they're on about.
This was a Turing test to see if they're real. Twitch chat's not real. We already know that one. It's all bots.
You guys, he's calling you a bunch of bots, chat. You can take this. You should add him on Twitter right now. Get at him here. But yeah, it's an interesting one because top 3 is a very tight spot. So I can see why some names were thrown in there. But that drastically is impressive. But here's a fun one.
Oh yeah.
All right, chat, get ready.
Who put this in?
I don't know.
I put it in because I want to see it. I want to see the salt come out of Twitch chat.
NA better than EU? Get your yays or nays in chat.
That's it. Full statement. NA better than EU?
Is
We're not
NA
talking,
EU?
top 2. We're not talking the entire region. It's however you perceive this Twitch chat. And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to start. I'm going to say nay. And me and Johnny talked about this before, about the best team in the world way back. And I am always on the side of Europe. And I will continue to be on the side of Europe. I feel like they have the depth. And when you have depth, then it just means that the competition near the top is going to get better and better. We haven't seen them play off for a while, but I would still go Europe.
Okay, Shogun.
Wow, you've put me in a weird spot here now, Gibbs, because I want to be the contrarian. But since you've already gone for it, let's go all the way. I'm going to go for yay. Do I necessarily believe in it? No, but do I want to be opposite of Gibbs? Yeah. So I'm going to go with yay on this one.
Fair.
Easy.
That's fair. Johnny boy.
This is bizarre. So Gibbs has gone for EU, and the Shogun's gone for NA. I think yay. I think
Join me
NA
across the
better,
pond.
I think NA is better than EU right now. I mean, based on what Gibbs just said, with best team. We were talking like who's top 32 is more impressive. I'd say EU. Who's top 16 EU, but when we're talking top 8, top 5, top 1. Yeah, NA right now bit more up there in my opinion.
It's not even close. 67% say yay, NA is better than EU. You heard it. It's official on the Rocket League broadcast. NA is better than EU.
I think we have to do that on a European broadcast too to see how this balances out. But sure.
Biased. What are you talking about? We're totally not just skewing this for our benefit here. All right, that was a fun one, Gibbs. Wait, who? Okay, I'm guessing Gibbs put this next one in here.
Maybe. I'm not.
Should Leaf shave? What?
I think we could all do this one together. This is like unanimous. No question.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Nay.
What?
Whoa,
Thank you, Shogun.
what?
Shogun, thank you.
No, because we all know I'm the agent of chaos. Leaf, this is not me being on your side by any stretch of the imagination. You got to fully commit at this point. I don't want this I want it all the way.
Carpet style.
Okay.
Yeah, I want beyond findable carpet. I want to get to the point where you can like gel it and then like enter it in competitions.
You want your
I don't
That's
like
what
this
I
one.
want from you, Lee.
You want the beer
let's
to
get the
find the
results.
carpet.
No,
actually.
Chad. Come on. Do I go get my clippers right now? Do I go get my clippers right now? I don't know. I don't have a chin. I'm trying to hide it with this. I'm trying to hide it.
Just
You can have some of my shit. Please. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Let's move on to a real one. Let's talk SSG NRG Grand Finals. Are those the two teams making it to the Grand Finals? Now we're gonna get your votes in. You guys got a bit more time on this one. While you guys get your votes in, yay, is it going to be SSG and NRG, or nay, is it not going to be both of those teams in the Grand Finals? We're going to talk about how we think the bracket is going to go. So we're going to talk about our brackets. Let's take a look at the bracket graphic one more time here, just so everyone can get a lay of the land, so you guys know what's going on the board. I guess we'll start. Let's pick our Grand Finals. Let's just go down the line. I'm going to go with Gibbs first here.
Sure.
Grand Finals. Who do you think's going to make it there?
Space Station on bottom half, I think, is almost certain. Not obviously completely certain, but I'll give a good like 80%. I think they will make it out of that side. And then I'm going to go NRG. They are still really hot. They lost to Space Station yesterday, but I say it all the time, Leaf. That's a quality loss. NRG was on a huge winning streak. It's good to lose once in a while to just remember that teams can beat you. I think NRG, that is a tough side of the bracket, but I do think they make it. At the end of the day, I'm going to go NRG wins it all.
Okay, so Shogun, Gibbs is on a yay for the NRG SSG Grand Final. How about you?
I tried to justify KCP going through so many different ways in my head, and the only way I could ever say it is if KCP were taking on SSG in that best of 5 stage. But since I think they're happening on the best of 7, I just can't justify it anymore. So I will have to go with yay. I am going to go with Space Station Gaming against NRG. I think NRG are going to take that Team Envy matchup, and because of that, I think whichever team is coming out of that one is going to be looking very good on the day. So I'm going to have to take them over the top of whoever comes through from PEEPS or G2.
Well, that leaves you, Johnny Boy. Are you going to break the status quo here? Is it SSG NRG Grand Finals?
Yeah, I'm not going to break it just for the sake of breaking it. I'm a yay on this one. SSG, NRG has to be the grand final, or the most likely grand final for me. But, you know, I'm leaning a bit more towards the side of Space Station because, yeah, when NRG, when things go wrong, they tend to go really wrong from what we've seen. And now that they've just had such a recent loss to Space Station, I could see that repeating. There were quite a few wins in a row for Space Station against NRG at the start of the season. So yeah, although every other matchup seems to be okay, maybe I think Space Station might have figured that one out. We'll find out though. If NRG play up to their best possible ability, I think they still are the slightly better team. But yeah, Space Station for now, I'll lean towards them.
Let's find out what chat thought if they're going to break this one, because across the board here, we are yay. Ooh, this is close. I mean, it makes sense. There are a lot of teams out there, so which means there's a lot of fans. So it only takes one of those teams' fans to drop a nay in chat to go against this, whereas those two teams, NRG and SSG, had to fight for all those yays. So the fact they still got it means a lot of people think that the bracket is going to go this way. So yeah, NRG and SSG looking like your favorites for this entire tournament. But we're going to find out very soon. Kickoff is almost here. Let's quickly take a look at the matchup schedule. We're going from the bottom side up on that bracket, starting off with Rogue Kansas City Pioneers, and then, of course, going up there. G2 Esports versus the PEEPS will be your last match in the quarterfinals, the fourth one there before we head on to the semis. Let's talk now about this first match. Rogue versus Kansas City Pioneers. This is going to be interesting. Gibbs mentioned that, you know, Rogue, if all clicking together, have that chance to be KCP, but KCP has been on fire lately, and I feel like going against that is just not an easy decision to make. Johnny, do you think Rogue is going to be clicking today to be able to take down KCP?
I think so. You know, if we only had one sweep win for Rogue yesterday, then I would find it very hard to say that. But the fact that they swept, you know, not just KCP, but PEEPS and Alpine as well. Yeah, I'm pretty confident Rogue are on good form right now. And that is, you know, this 1 day difference. So surely they'll be able to take that into today. A repeat matchup, KCP. I expect it to be a bit closer than a sweep like we had yesterday. But yeah, still got Rogue winning this one.
Johnny, or sorry, Josh, Shogun, you guys are one and the same. Shogun, I'm not sure how you feel about, again, Achieves predicting maybe Rogue to go the whole way if they're clicking. So if they're clicking against KCP, they have to be clicking past that too, right? Is this the day for Rogue to click?
I mean, this is really the match to watch if you're a Rogue fan, just to try and gauge, you know, is this finally going to be our day? You know, Johnny was saying, oh, it's only a day difference. This is Rogue we're talking about. This could be 2 hours difference, and we could see them completely fall apart. So whenever it comes to predicting Rogue, it very much is a bit of a, I would say a coin toss, but it's more of a dice roll. You're hoping for a 6.
Yeah, my only issue with Kansas City Pioneers real quick is that when they were off stream, they had a couple questionable losses throughout this weekend, and I worried that form might show up at some point when we see them, but so far it hasn't.
It's now time for the Verizon fan vote. You guys got your fingers all warmed up in those other votes. Get them in here one last time before we head into the matches. Hashtag KCP or hashtag RGE to vote for the team you think is going to take this one. And while you guys are doing that, we're going to get our predictions in. I'm going to start off with Gibbs. Rogue versus KCP. Who takes this one, Gibbs?
There's one guarantee in this series that if we did top 3 plays for the final day, one would definitely come out of the series because it's beast mode versus first killer. But I am going to side on the side of first killer. Like, I think Rogue has been really stepping it up lately. They got over that hump. They made the playoff bracket. Now it's time for them to make top 4.
Rogue for Gibbs. Shogun, who do you got?
I think Rogue have got to be a bit annoyed at this point because there's so many teams that reach this level and make their name off of Rogue. We sort of omelette back at Beyond the Summit Summer Shuffle. You know, they came in, there should have been a Rogue versus NRG final, and then omelette ends up taking over them, now known as Ghost Gaming. I think this is the day that Rogue are going to stop that trend. They should be taking this one.
Johnny.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've got Rogue here. I think the semifinals is probably where they finish today, but this is the quarters. So yeah, they're my favorite to win it. But KCP, a great team. This should be a fantastic series.
I'm curious, Chad, if you're going to be on my side here, because again, I'm going KCP. You guys know why, but no, Rogue fans are out, and I should have expected that.
I'm actually surprised though that it is that close.
What do you mean that close? Like you thought?
As in, Rogue's got a lot of fans, so for that one, the neutrals still pulling that one towards KCP. I'm a little surprised.
Yes, but Rogue fans have known Rogue for so long that I can see them predicting against Rogue. Just because,
no one has less faith in Rogue than Rogue fans.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know, but like the Rogue fans are out there, like they're starting to rival. I feel like some of the teams like G2, like they're getting out there. But like I feel like KCP's been making a statement. Like it's hard to. Yeah. I'm surprised that there's so much confidence behind Rogue. Not that I don't think they can do it, but the fact that they're facing KCP.
Look, we've got no confidence really in this. We just got confidence it's going to be a banger series. Okay, Leaf, these are two teams that have got some fantastic names on them. I really want to see what Beast Mode has got for us today, because we're getting to see him more and more at this level. And, you know, there's two ways to go, really, once you get here. You either start to normalize your play style, you want to go for the more consistent, or he looks at what he's doing, he realizes, oh, I'm getting the plaudits for what I'm going for, and he doubles down. I don't know which one I prefer to see more, but I'm very curious which one it's actually going to be.
Yeah, for KCP then, I'm going to pick, you know, Gibbs, you had
Sure.
Rogue going through here. Well, I want you to devil's advocate for KCP then. You know, what is it if KCP are going to shut down Rogue? What's it going to be that they got to do?
Rapid needs to play exceptional. He needs to get involved on the offensive side and then begin plays with Beast Mode, with Memory. I think Rapid can do it, but, you know, once again, I'm going Rogue.
Well, we're about there. Get online. You guys got your fingers ready with all those yay, nays, and all those team votes. Get on Twitter as well and let us know your thoughts. Hashtag RLCS at RL Esports. It's now time to jump into our first match for the final stage of the North American Regional number 3 in the Verizon Skybox with Shogun and Johnny.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And here we go then. Our first quarterfinal today, our first of several matches. Everything in the first round, best of 5, before we move on to best of 7 for the semi-final onwards. And Johnny, I've got to come over to you this one, because in terms of name value, in terms of the expectations placed them coming into this season, this feels a little bit more like a needed victory for Rogue than it necessarily should have been.
Yeah, Rogue, you know, going into this season, we're being talked about as part of the top 5 teams in NA maybe, but there's no denying this has really been a season of top 4 without Rogue being a part of it. And they're trying, like we saw in the qualification for today, to get back into top 5 conversation. This is a huge chance to early turn. Turo makes it 1-0. And that's a really good outcome for Rogue from a double save. Memory and Beast Mode not quite on the same page.
Yeah, if you want to try and force the double commit, put the ball right down the middle of them. It's not much time to try and communicate it. You've just got to go, and you might get the perfect result for it. And for Rogue, this is the perfect start, as they have got themselves the 1-goal advantage. And, well, we have seen Rogue previously this week, Johnny. A multi-goal game would not exactly be out of character for them from what we've seen.
Oh yeah, they've got the explosive qualities. Good bump there by Kronovi. First killer's hit the post twice, but Turo will be uncontested. He goes off the bar. Not a bad dunk because he comes into the recovery position, but still, KCP able to get rid of the ball. I think we did actually talk about that earlier on.
Oh, rule 1 on the goal line.
Was there actually? Briefly
Rapid
there.
and first killer having a great time.
Oh wait, it's still going on. Is Rapid actually sideways? He is.
Yep,
he is parked in front of First Killer. First Killer's pushing him across the field, so we've got actually a head-on collision, or not a head-on collision, just
Has this been done before?
We've got collision in motion. Look at that First Killer pushing Rapid all the way across the field. Rapid refusing to get out of his way. It's 2v2 time. Memory trying to go for the goal. Beast Mode comes in, and Kronovi's got the save. Oh, actually, we're back to 3v3. I think there must have been a break there. First Killer.
That would be a wall.
Yeah, he collided with the back wall. That's actually caused Rapid to fall off in front of him. Yeah, like I said, never seen that before. That is probably going to be quite a long time before we see it again.
It's the first one we've ever had that had a hard and fast timer on it, because they were eventually going to get to the end of the field. But yeah, that is certainly a first, and posed a few new issues for the two teams. Rogue now trying to pull First Killer back into the play. Toro turns, doesn't want to go for the immediate challenge. Instead, takes the ball back down. Not the greatest first touch, but it's a little bit of hesitation right now from KCP. They've been happy to let Rogue come towards them, and when First Killer's got the ball, that's probably not the best decision.
You know, that really does shine light on the genius from Rapid earlier on, locking up First Killer like that, because he has to be the player that you want to get in those head-on collisions, not participating in the rotation. As soon as he gets back into it, solo goal for First Killer. Rogue ahead by 2. And wow, was it a good idea for Rogue to have First Killer out of the game there? I don't know. But at least they haven't conceded in the meantime and ended up scoring immediately afterwards.
Look, Scout's honor, always worth it, okay? There's kudos to be grabbed. By just staying locked into those as Rogue continue to put very good pressure on it for KCP. This has been a very quiet game. They have not got much of anything going for them. It's probably one of their best chances in a while, and really it is only possession that they've got a hold of. Haven't found any passing options. That's going to go for a goal, and Kronovi holds his nerve.
Yeah, you just had to hope that there wasn't going to be an attacker there. Nothing else he could do except own goal. Turanturo's off his line here. Luckily, he's deflected the ball over the KCP offense. They were all creeping up a bit too close to the play. Yeah, so far I like what I'm seeing from Rogue overall. We haven't seen any, big mistakes. That is a double commit there, but they should be able to recover fast enough to make sure that they don't concede in the aftermath. You know, that's the key with any double commit or even a triple commit. It's all about recoveries, and you could extend that even further. Rocket League right now is all about recoveries, staying relevant in the play, not being taken out of the game, even for a small amount of time. And with Rogue's mechanical ability, they're always going to be one of the best teams at pulling that off.
And for the KCP, it's just this first touch, whenever they're trying to set up that, has been letting them down a little bit. Especially when Rogue haven't been on top of them. It's like they're expecting Rogue to be challenging everything, and when they're not, that first touch is a little bit less lucrative than they would typically want it. Turantoro ends up leaving it, and this is their best chance in a while. They've got Memory on the left-hand side. Beast Mode just flicks it, though, and that is a completely wasted opportunity. Oh, wait a second. What's First Killer up to? First has just not spotted him at all.
Yeah, First Killer may have not been aware of Beast Mode's position here. The ball was straight over his head. He couldn't really see with ball cam on what was happening in front of him. But yeah, playing that one into the back corner would have made a lot more sense. Obviously, he has to put it closer to his own goal to do that. So that's why there's alarm bells going off in his head, and he's thinking, I probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, hindsight is 20/20. As you look with a bird's eye view, it's very obvious to see that playing it into the corner would have made more sense.
So now that lead is cut in half. In the best of 5, these opening games so important. The First Kill is going to try and chase down. Just wants the ball played early. Turantoro takes over. First Kill is just going to blast it. Turantoro might have been a target man, but since he was straight down the middle, he was well covered. Up again, Memory looking for First Killer. He decides to wait. Realized Turantoro wasn't going to go immediately, and gets blasted out of the air. Turantoro, make sure he gets the car if he's not going to get the ball.
Yeah, that was huge for Rogue. They were hanging on there, but luckily for them, Memory did not have enough boost to really attack that backboard pass. And Rogue escaped unscathed, still leading by 1 with a few seconds left in the game. And it has been predominantly Rogue attacking in game number 1. They've asserted their authority in the midfield.
Oh, Beast Mode forced to keep it out. Will it be a statement goal? No, it will not. KCP have got to try and keep this up. It's a good challenge. Kronovi ends up going equal to it. Turantoro already up. He's up against the challenge from Memory. Drops straight down. In comes the shot! In goes the goal!
Wow! KCP with a huge 0-second play. Memory this time does have support with a backboard pass. And it just sneaks in. That's crazy close. Beast Mode with a very low shot, but it's barely crossed the line before it touches the ground.
And here we go, our first overtime of what we hope to be many today. This could be a big one, especially for KCP. Have not looked great in this game, especially when it comes to taking their opportunities to transition, but they've still got to this point. Rapid drops it all the way down from Memory. Looks for the backboard. They're not going to be able to send down one too quickly. And that's the result. Beast Mode with a brace. KCP have snatched this game.
That's incredible. Rogue looked brilliant. They had this one under control, but one bad clear from First Killer turned it into that 1-goal game, and all of a sudden you think, okay, this is dangerous. You know, Rogue still look like the better team, but 1-goal lead is a 1-goal lead. You can't get too comfortable with those. 0-second equalizer and an overtime winner. What a win for KCP. We're not going to have another Rogue sweeping victory like we had on the stage 2 of the competition.
And for Rogue, you've just got to look at it and just go, how does this always happen? Every single time for this team, they can look so good for so long, and it just falls apart. Well played, though, by KCP. They got half opportunities, and they made sure they ended up taking them. Take a look at this one more time. right off the backboard. Follow-up shot, and that is so close to hitting the floor. Once again, the backboard used. And for Rogue, well, that backboard's going to make sure, well, you're going to have to make sure that you've got that one covered next time, because KCP definitely aiming for it.
Yeah, some brilliant synergy there between Beast Mode and Memory. I think Beast Mode, he's been getting so much praise recently, and rightfully so, for his incredible performances. But we've also got to think about Memory. He is often the silent assassin. He's the player in the shadows who's, doing real damage to his opposition without really making it very obvious, even to, the viewers or to the other team who they're playing against. But yeah, Memory was, and he used 100% goal participation there, Beast Mode as well. So any more synergy like that in this game, and Rogue could have trouble.
Certainly so, as we do get ourselves into game number 2. KCP looking for a statement win. Rapid goes up. It's actually going to drop very awkwardly. Kronovi has to keep it out. I do love that positioning from First Killer. Rogue do like to leave players around, and I do not know what is happening with this ball. Not going to go in. First Killer decides to just go for a shot that he knows he's going to sky. Turantoro now on it. He's got First Killer moving to his left, decides to go straight for net. And what was a very weird sequence looks to come to an end.
Yeah, I think Kronovi may have faked a flick there because he just jumped up once and he realized, well, if I flick this ball, I don't have any boost. It's not going to go anywhere. So I think he called off that he was just going to leave it and let Turantoro come in behind him. If they're constantly communicating to each other how much boost they've got, if Turantoro says he's got 100, then Kronovi knows he's behind him. Really smart play to just leave that ball for Turantoro after faking the flick.
KCP looking much stronger this game, at least in terms of offensive rotation, though Beast Mode had his back turned to this. Has potential to get caught out a little bit, but did recover well, and now First Killer's chasing back. What a clear from First Killer, and there is nobody prepared for it on KCP, but again, both these teams doing a great job. They're waiting for the half volleys, and they're launching it to a player on the wall. Makes it very difficult to stop. Well, that was going to be very difficult to stop if there was a follow-up from Rogue. Instead, it's not, and we stay at 0-0.
Yeah, Rogue have managed to swing this one back in their favor, but still scoreless in game 2. Will they be able to stay consistent? Will they be able to avoid those misplays, which have been plaguing them all season long? Because although Rogue were the favorites going into this based on recent form, mostly just yesterday's games, KCP have had the better season overall. And, when it gets to these really tense moments, Rogue, they do have a history of unfortunate mistakes and just unfortunate events happening around them. You've got to feel like one more game going for KCP would be a death sentence, even though this is a best of 5.
Drops down to Memory. Lovely touch to take it to the left-hand side. He didn't think the immediate attack was on. Instead, wanted the ball to roll out to Rapid, but too quick for him. Now Beast Mode brought in. What can he do to at least facilitate the rest of his team? Instead, that is a not well-made decision by him. He ended up being used to pinch the ball out with the opponent. Got to make sure that those angles are a bit better next time. Realize when there's something there for him to block and when he's just going to be used to make more power off the backboard. In comes Memory, keeps that. Now Kronovi, he went late, and Beast Mode will score over the top of him.
1-0 KCP. Kronovi had absolutely no boost. He used all of it just to get back to the goal. And I bet he wishes he saved 12, because even if he just had 12 boost in that position, he would have had the capability to jump up and at least go for a 50-50 on the goal line. It wouldn't have been a favorable 50-50, but it's better than just waiting underneath the ball and hoping that the attacker hits the crossbar. Beast Mode's not going to hit the bar from that range.
Certainly not, and Beast Mode was almost wiped out by Rogue, who are looking for their own offensive rotation. It's been a while. Kronovi again out of boost. He still sets up a Turantoro. Looks for First Killer. That's now a lot of players committed, and 0 boost on Turantoro means a late rotation back. Nobody can stop that shot from going in. And for Rogue, a bad situation has just got so much worse after them trying to go too hard on a half chance.
Kronovi's just having one of those games. He, again, had absolutely no boost as he tried to join in on that attack and as he rotated back into the Rogue half. So clearly boost management has been a bit of an issue for him, but, it is the case sometimes that every time you go for even a small boost pad in the game, it's been taken. You can get a bit unlucky about it, but, 2 goals in a row, multiple plays in a row, more than that. Kronovi completely boost starved. He's jumping into the corner, gets the 100 and Rapid demos him. Kronovi just can't get his hands on any boost, Shogun.
Oh, dearie me. That's enough to start tilting for anybody at any level, no matter how much experience you've got. And trust me, Kronovi has a lot of it.
He's still on 0.
Oh.
He's done it. He's on 0 boost again. He's off to the mid to get 100. There we go.
For the minute.
He's got 100. Right, let's see how long it lasts.
Oh,
Never mind.
Crow, stay away from the 100 boost pads, because it seems like, well, the moment you get it, you're going to lose it somehow. It's sort of the monkey's paw. We don't quite know how.
Oh, no. Poor guy. As soon as he gets his hands on that 100 boost, they concede. Now he's right back to 33. He's on the kickoff. He's going to have no boost again. Okay, there we go. Kronovi's got 100 boost, everybody.
No, that's a bad thing. That's a bad thing. We already know this.
There we go. Look at him go. He's moving quickly. He's making contact with the ball. Man, this game's so much easier when you have got boost to get moving. 3-0, though. This is reminiscent of the last time these guys played. What a save by Beast Mode. He is not just a monster in offense. Like it's saying, these guys have got the full package. Now here comes Kronovi, and he's going to hit the bar. First killer's just there, and he's, again, scored after jumping off the back wall.
Well, that's a goal that has happened. First killer, I will give you full credit. That is incredible recovery from him to try and set it up. But it might just be a consolation goal. Rogue are going to need the next one so quickly if they are even to have a chance in taking it. It goes across field. First killer looks to set up. It's not coming at a great angle for them. Torrentoro wanted first killer again, and Beast Mode, well, he saw it and decided, all right, you want first killer, you can have him, but he's elsewhere on the field now. And with 10 seconds remaining, and another goal in. That is looking like 2-0 for KCP.
And just look at the goal participation again from memory. He's had more involvement in this team's offense than Rapid, than Beast Mode. You know, we talked about him, I think it was just a couple of weeks back or a few weeks back, that he might be one of the most underrated players, or maybe even the most underrated player in North America right now. Because he is just always in the right place, always making big brain plays, and he's doing it all in the Dominus. It's like trying to make big brain plays on hard mode. Really incredible to see.
I feel like you've just got, you know, there's nothing telling me here, Johnny. You might have an issue with the Dominus. I'm not too sure. You're giving some hints.
No, not
it's just
at all.
on occasion, it feels like you get a bit bitey towards it. I might be reading a bit much into the situation.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. But hey, if nothing else, Memory, maybe most underrated player right now. Beast Mode, definitely rookie of the split. And Rapid, what a comeback he's having after getting relegated from RLCS Season 9. You know, everybody was expecting, you know, the Alpines and the Pittsburgh Knights, these kind of teams who are just fresh out of the rival series, to be the teams to watch and the rookies of the year. But yeah, what a comeback from KCP after Rapid, you know, just going down, Memory being without a team, and Beast Mode getting picked up out of nowhere. This is a huge upset. But the one thing that is, unfortunately for Rogue, very consistent between these two teams is they tend to be sweeps in this matchup. Rogue swept them yesterday in Stage 2. Yeah. Stage 2 of Regional number 2 for NA. KCP swept Rogue. So I really just see zero comeback potential for Rogue now. If the past results are anything to go by, this is just the most momentum-based matchup in the region.
And for Rogue, they'll want to start showing us something different here if they want to have any chance at that semi-finals. We go game number 3. Is it all done here for Rogue? Or can they figure something out? Because that game 1, it seems to have just crushed them mentally in terms of their momentum, at the very least, that they had for this series. Because they looked fantastic in that game. They really looked. But they'd just be able to slowly walk past KCP. And then the moment that 0-second goal went in, it has been an entirely different story. It's Torrentoro. He's going to try and show off some of his magic here. Too much other than a double tap to try and put some pressure onto the ball, but nothing beyond that. Memory off to the side. Demo on the goalkeeper. And that ball is in off the smoke screen.
Yeah, it's another great start for KCP. When you've got an intensely momentum-based matchup, like we already said, the worst thing that can happen is you lose game 1 with a 0-second goal, and not only that, an overtime loss. Crazy to see. And Rogue, they're up against even more now.
question will be, what is Rogue going to change? Are they going to start playing quicker? What is the first killer change going to be? Because he's the one that seems to adapt the most in these situations. He might get a bit more aggressive. I don't really know how that's going to look. Right now, anything will be better. First killer is going to give chase. Can't get there in time, though, as Beast Mode's going to put over the top. And back line was actually so far forward for Rogue that they've ended up giving away a possession here. And Rapid's reset doesn't really go too much further. It's one of those horrible ones where your car just goes flying away from the ball rather than towards it.
Yeah, he landed the reset slightly too much on the back of the ball rather than underneath it. You've got to find that sweet spot where you're both under the ball but also behind it so you can get the reset and then generate power on the shot. If you're too behind it and then you land on it, you end up pushing the ball away from yourself and then you can't really catch up to it again, which is what happened there with Rapid. Made worse by the fact that he didn't have the boost to correct it.
Here comes first killer yet again, looking to set up. He's done a good job. Memory's on the backboard and he can't reach that one. Kronovi powers a shot in.
And that is a very good shot, actually, by Kronovi. He had to fly almost straight up in the air here, kept a hold of that dodge. It's very tempting when you have to go straight up in the air like that to waste your second jump with a fast aerial. And then when the ball comes to you, you're kind of just floating there and it bounces off you without any power. But Kronovi just gets right up in the air, still has his dodge to generate power. And there's no answering a shot with that accuracy. Rogue needed that response, and they've got it.
Beast Mode wants to put it straight back over onto the offense, though. Hooks up. Torrentoro and first killer were both gone. Depending on how that follow-up touch was mid-air, he might have been able to continue the play onwards. Actually got an option in Rapid in this back corner. They're not going to take it. Backlines have been very far forward so far. There's been a lot of tracking backwards to try and recover the ball. KCP have got good pressure and a shot. And I think Rogue were caught out by that one.
Yeah, not quite good enough from Torrentoro. He tried to lob that ball up into the corner, but look at Memory. Absolutely wasted no time getting to that one. Huge power shot to the bottom corner, which first killer thought he had covered. But yet another thing coming. Just that angle shot from Memory was an absolute laser.
I think of just how hard that's got to be hit just to catch you on the same side of the goal that you're actually on. First killer knows exactly how it feels now, and with Rogue a goal down yet again, they are staring down the barrel of a top 8 elimination.
Oh my goodness, this guy.
Got so much worse. Memory
this
might
guy.
go from underrated to a playoff MVP if he can stay like this for the rest of the day.
He is playing so well. Memory with an unbelievable series. Every single game he showed up, 100% goal participation in game 2. He only missed out, I think, on one of the goals in the actually, maybe there was 2 in the last game, but there's so many goals, you know, just going in from all angles. It didn't really matter. And now, standout performance once again. He's intercepting Rogue clears, not with passes of his own. He's just shooting every single interception right into the net.
Beastman's going to avoid Kronovi's attempted bump. Now pass over to Memory yet again. I would not bet against him anymore. And Kronovi would know better than to give it to him. 1 minute 40 here. And you got the question now of, even if Rogue can make this comeback happen, you know, will KCP drop off the pace enough to let them get another 2?
No way. I mean, Beast Mode has been popping off all season mechanically, Rapid as well. Those guys have been styling on their opponents, and then Memory's been trying to keep it all together. He's been the brains of the operation, but in this series, he's the brains, and he's also showing up with some insane speed that I've not really seen from him before, but I could get used to this. It's fantastic to watch. Memory's been brilliant today. If he can play like this all day, very easily like an MVP of the split performance, that kind of level has to be talked about. And we didn't bring him up earlier on much, talking about top 3 NA, but I think he's going to definitely get a lot more praise after this performance.
Yeah, certainly so. We're going to want to see more and more of it. Given the current result as it is, we're going to get the opportunity to do so. Beast Mode already up, forces the challenge against Kronovi and does a great job as well to avoid the bump. That's the reason why he had to jump so early. 40 seconds. Rogue needs something. They need it soon. Kronovi looks to deliver. It's a soft first touch, and that makes Beast Mode's life a lot easier.
You know, there's definitely going to be plenty of frustrated Rogue fans and plenty Rocket League fans in general looking at this result and thinking, wow, Rogue, they've just fallen apart again. Another sweeping loss in the playoffs. This team will just never deliver. But that's not really the story of today. They were so close to winning that first game. And had they won the first game, I think they would have been the team currently, you know, steamrolling, because that's how this matchup tends to go. But, you know, such a huge swing. Memory and Beast Mode's synergy in game one was unreal. It brought KCP back into the series, and since then they just haven't looked back. That's a hat trick for Memory. What a crazy, impressive series this has been. What, you know, one of the best individual performances that we've seen all split long from any region. I will be looking into my history records after this series, John, to see how many RLCS hat tricks Memory has got to his, you know what, it's quite a long career at this point. Yeah. But it is KCP moving on through to the semifinals, and they've done it in fantastic fashion. Yeah, they really did well here. This was crazy to see, but you know, another sweep in the matchup. It seems to go back and forth as well. So, you know, Rogue fans, KCP got you today, but you know, next time if they keep switching about, it's probably going to be a Rogue sweep win against KCP. But you know, that's a really crazy series to witness. Not only do we have Rapid and Beast Mode showing up with the speed and the mechanics, but Memory as well. Yeah, I had Space Station going on to the finals easy on this side of the bracket, but I'm not so confident anymore. I said earlier on that, you know, if KCP are going to take down a Space Station, it would probably be in a best of 5. But, you know, given what we've just seen and giving that from Memory, you know, we talk about how momentum-based this team is because you look at the playstyle of the team around Memory and say it's a little bit more difficult to replicate that match after match after match. But for Memory's playstyle, he can do that. If he finds the zone for the day, he can definitely replicate that for the rest of the day. And that would just be a case of, all right, Beast Mode starts really popping off on his side. He's going to start taking his opportunities. But these will all be questions for later on in today's broadcast, because when we come back from a break, it's time for our second quarterfinal, United against Space Station Gaming.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
everyone. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf alongside me, Gibbs and Turtle, to break down that last match. Now, Turtle, I don't know where you were on that one, but everyone was against KCP on that one.
Yeah, and I mean, rightfully so in the first game, but then what happened here? It was the most insane buzzer beater goal I think we've seen it in so long, and that shifted the momentum for the rest of the series. I can't even imagine what would have happened if they had lost game one, but they carried that momentum. The mentality of Rogue was shook. And then, of course, memory starts to pop off. Later on, Beast Mode started it all, and Rapid was filling in the gaps everywhere else. That was some fantastic striking, and the team plays were just amazing.
Yeah, one of the goals I thought was classic Rogue was in game 2, Crow has a double tap opportunity, and while he's going for this double tap, he barely misses. First Killer also dove at that ball, and I think that is the issue with this team. At times, when they start tilting, First Killer will not trust his teammates anymore. They did score that goal anyway, so it didn't matter, but it's plays like that that you can see from Rogue when they tilt. Things go a little bit wrong. And obviously, this is a classic Rogue series. They sweep a team yesterday and then lose to them today. That's exactly what Rogue fans expected. That's what happened here.
Well, to talk about their victory from KCP, the man with the deepest voice in the world, Rapid, is joining us. Welcome to the show, man.
Yo, what's up?
I'm going to give you right off the bat an opportunity here to say I was the only one that sided with you. Even chat didn't side with you. Do you got any words for Gibbs and the rest of the desk, Rapid?
I didn't have a vote. I just want to clarify.
I mean, people just keep sleeping. Like, as simple as that.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. When are they going to wake Gibbs? When are you waking up?
Yeah, fact.
When are you waking up, Gibbs?
So first off, with this graphic of a battle card, we really need a Merc one for Rapid because this deep voice doesn't match this battle card picture. But Rapid, real quick, what happened yesterday when you guys played Rogue? Because obviously that didn't go your way.
Yeah, like when we played Rogue the first time, we usually, like in our early series or like warm-ups, like I feel like we're at the point right now where we're just like, we're starting to understand what we're doing to beat teams. Like we're like first, couple weeks we're at peak, and then now we're actually realizing like how to keep it. And that Rogue series is what taught us like, okay, this is what we need to do now, and this is what we'll do next.
Right. I mean, you're talking about understanding what you're doing so well to beat teams, and memory is a huge aspect of that. And I'm wondering, has that been a game plan to make him be a little bit more aggressive and more offensively minded? Because previously on other teams, he was so passive. What's the difference here, and why is memory starting to push up more?
Yeah, memory has always been an aggressive player, but he's always been the person to just come in and listen to everyone and want to be that guy who's just like, is that role player. But I know like through the offseason how good he was at striking, how good he is as an individual player. Not a lot of people see, but he's probably one of our like best strikers. Like they talk about me and Beast Mode being one of the best strikers and like being able to create, but this man does like majority of it. And he's just like one of the, in my opinion, one of the best strikers right now in NA.
All right, I got to talk about a potential next matchup here. Space Station and E United are facing off next. Who do you have taking this one, and who would you? I think I know the answers, but who would you rather face?
I think Space Station will probably win, but E United's been playing pretty well, and I do think that playing United would be fun because memory on a United, good kind of storyline. Yeah. So, but I like Space Station too, so either one's fine.
Final question for you here. When are we getting another Rapid stream, the singing and karaoke? Because I miss that.
Hey, give me a song and I'll karaoke after we win.
All right, okay. You know what? We're gonna have to pull for this one. What's he singing after? It's Rapid. Thank you so much for.
It's okay.
Well, that's weird. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll get a song in. Rapid.
Oh man.
From KCP. That's just what you get sometimes with doing online events.
That was my favorite interaction with any interviewer we've had.
It's like that. Oh man.
I tried to give him space, but yeah, he gave me space. Too much respect going on here. Anyways, let's talk about that next match.
Speaking of space.
Yeah, SSG versus United. Wow, Gibbs, you should
I'm doing your job for you.
Hey, I'm muting. I'm muting.
All right.
It's your show. Go.
Space Station versus E United. Turtle, your thoughts about this matchup?
Ooh, see, this is going to be one-sided for SSG because, while Rapid himself said E United, they're looking good. I don't know, man. SSG, they took the break off, then they come back, and I think they're going to be amazing. And then they were super flat, but then things changed against NRG, so now I feel like the script has been flipped, and we've got to just go with SSG. That's the only prediction I can make at this point.
Now, Turtle, no one cares what you think. We care what Twitch chat thinks. That is the only thing that matters. Let's get this Twitch chat vote up there because Leaf is no longer the host. We want to see who you guys want to pick. Hashtag with Space Station, hashtag EU. SSG or EU. See, Leaf, I already messed it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, I'll take it back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Get the hashtag SSG or hashtag EU in chat. And I'm not worried about my position as host anymore. But while you guys get that in there, I'm going to be getting these guys' thoughts on their predictions. Let's get them out here. Do we have SSG or United? Rapid gave some credence to United here that there's a possibility, Gibbs.
I don't think United has a shot here. Every single team they beat did not qualify for the next round. Outside of the PEEPS, who didn't play with their full roster, when they did play teams that mattered, G2 and NRG, they scored less than 1 goal per game versus those guys. And Space Station obviously is right there with those teams. I think United, maybe a little bit of a one-hit wonder to make this bracket, and I'm going to go Space Station easily here.
Turtle.
I'm going to have to go Space Station, and the one player I want to focus on is Arsenal. I'm starting to realize how much of an impact that he has on this roster. You know, you always look at Typical being the main striker and his mechanics, but Arsenal opens up so many opportunities for this team. It's unreal. And whenever he's not striking or being as aggressive with his goals per game especially, that's whenever this team starts to fail. If he's playing well, then I 100% think SSG is going to take it.
I enjoyed our moment of silence, Rapid, but I'm gonna have to go against any of the credence that you did give to United here, and I'm gonna have to say Space Station Gaming should take this one handily. I think there's, in all honesty, you'd be insane. I'd love to see United. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see this. That'd be a great story, but I really feel at this point SSG has to be a pick, and chat agrees as well. 84% in favor. Get on Twitter at RL Esports. Hashtag RLCS to get your full thoughts out there if you're just tired of using hashtags. It's now time to head into our next match over in the Verizon Skybox.
This is really the biggest match of the season, I feel like, when we can come into a playoff match and say, this is the team that should be winning this one, Johnny. For a lot of us, for you, are you looking at this one as more like a, all right, what are we getting from SSG today, more than a, can United take this?
Well, you know, it's a bit of a weird one. I think Space Station are the favorites by such a large margin that what we see from them against the United is not really an indicator of what we're going to get later on when they play against, no disrespect to United, their real competition. Because the United, like Gibbs said, we have to see from them. They have to prove to everybody that they're not a one-hit wonder, that they haven't just made it into this this bracket stage out of, you know, one good run. Are we going to see a good performance out of them? I think they've definitely got what it takes to get a game against SSG, but more than that is very hard to see.
And we are going to see what we can get out of them today. That is a little bit of a whiffed flick, but I think it was intentional. And Rettles will come in for what was basically a tap-in.
Yeah, Typical didn't have the boost. I think he was probably trying to flick that, in fairness. He went for the side flip, which indicates that you want to get the ball in the very front of your car before you flip into it to generate not only height on the ball, but also that forward acceleration. But when you don't have boost and you're going for a high-paced side flip flick, the ball does sometimes just fall off the front of your car and end up making no contact. Now, the threat was there, and that's what enabled Rettles to just come in with a free shot afterwards. Oh dear, Arsenal left uncontested, and United will have to do a lot more defensively than that. Tristan just napping in the play.
Yeah, Tristan following a few too many rules. Maybe the coaches out there trying to get people up in a few ranks will definitely like seeing that one. But at this level, you've got to be quick.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got to try and play that one as quickly as he can to keep it away from SSG. And this is, I hate to say it because we're not even a minute in, but this is already panic stations for United because they'll be coming into this one knowing that they're the underdogs. They'll want at least a good start here, not necessarily maybe winning this first one, but keeping it competitive. And if they have all the adrenaline coming into this series and they suddenly just get smashed by 4 or 5 goals, how quickly can this start turning in games 2 and 3?
Yeah, this could turn into a sweep quite quickly if Space Station can keep this up. They've come out with the right focus, and clearly they've done whatever warm-up they needed to do today to show up from the first second of the game. And that sort of confidence has been lacking from Space Station recently. You look at Regional 2, they didn't move around the field with as much conviction as they did in Regional 1, as they do now. They've clearly got a purpose. They've found their confidence once again. And E United will really struggle in the matchup. Oh, that's a great pickup, though. Hey, when you need everything you can get, a 50-50 going in your favor is more than welcome. Tristan barrels one in.
Well, you've been talking about the dominance hitbox quite a bit. One good way of using it is using the entire length for a 50-50.
The cereal box dunk right there.
Definitely a lot more solid than the cereal box, but was certainly the ideal effect for E United, and a massive challenge win up against Typical of all people. And now E United, this is what they needed. Just didn't want this first game to get out of hand too quickly, to a point where it could start spilling into the next few games. Rettles takes his time, Typical following up. This is where the real questions for United will be asked. How quickly can they spot the passing plays from SSG? How quickly can they maybe, even if they do spot them, get over to stop them?
Yeah, it's quite interesting to note that despite the fact that Typical just got dunked on directly into the space station net, that has not scared them away from dribbling out of defense at all. If anything, they're doing it even more after failing. They think, well, okay, we got that one wrong. Let's just keep doing it and not make any mistakes. And this is reminiscent of yesterday's series against NRG. NRG intercepted a few passing plays. Did that stop Space Station for going for more risky passing plays? No, they doubled down on it. They just stepped it up and made even more accurate and fast passes happen. Now they're dribbling everything out of defense. This is clearly a game plan that they've got in the matchup.
Arsenal over the top. He might be able to follow this, and he was challenged earlier on, and there was contact made onto his car. But yeah, it's a different approach that we've seen Space Station Gaming. I've seen a lot of coaches out there say, like, if you get something wrong once, do it 10 more times and get it right every single time. Otherwise, you're going back to one. Space Station do that at a competitive level. Something goes wrong for them, and they do it 10 more times and make sure it works out and they get goals from it. Just to make sure, okay, yeah, that was the one-off. We still actually have the capability of doing this.
Yeah, there again, we saw before the demo came in, that was an attempt to dribble out of defense. Space Station are just going over and over again for ball control above all else. They have decided that E United are not a threat so long as they can keep possession of the ball, so long as Space Station can keep possession of the ball for the majority of it. And this is good, though, by Tristan. Oh, he just couldn't quite get on the right side of that rebound. Would have been nice to see. Basically, at least for the neutral spectators, but here come SSG again. That's good backboard positioning by Wondermike, but he's not done the best job of clearing that ball. Ajax to the rescue. And as the final minute gets underway, E United's chances to equalize have been few and far between.
Certainly so. Wondermike over the top. He's going to try and give chase. It's a good recovery for him, actually, but his first touch just too heavy. You would have much preferred to try and play that over in the back corner. Ajax hoping that there was a few Wondermikes stacked on top of each other if he was going to try and make that one. Instead, plays the ball after the fact. 30 seconds here. And a lot of these first touches have not been good enough so far from E United. They are handing the ball straight back over to Space Station Gaming. And since Space Station Gaming aren't trying to chase after them, just waiting for the ball to come straight over, they can play it right where E United wanted to. Over to the side. That's much better from Ajax. He opens up the field. Over to Ajax once again. And Arsenal shuts it down. Tristan getting too much contact on him from the other team. Means that he couldn't go for the follow-up shot.
Yeah, that demo needed to be paired up with a quick play, not a slow-moving flip reset. That takes far too long to get to the goal in the few seconds that it is open. Will they get another shot at it? No, they won't. Space Station will get the Game 1 win. And looking good while doing it. Such a confident display of ball control, even though their only goal they conceded in this game came off a dunk on a dribble. They just kept on going for it over and over again. More dribbles out of defense and a lot of success from possession standpoint, just really limiting E United's chances.
Yeah, I think the main victory there for E United is the fact that that first minute didn't end up turning into the first game for them in terms of just how bad that momentum was and just how easily Space Station Gaming were getting those goals, because they weren't having to really work too hard for them. But they did start to figure it out in the second half of that game. But if they are going to try and take anything further here, Johnny, what do we need to start seeing from them?
Well, I think it's up to E United to adapt. They may not have expected Space Station to come in with such a possession and control-focused game plan. They probably know that Space Station are the faster team on average. They're the more mechanical team, and they may have anticipated Space Station coming in with that pace and with these heavy hits, and they've tried to fight fire with fire, or so they thought, but actually, instead of showing up to the fight with a flamethrower, Space Station brought a water gun, and now all of E United's fire that they're bringing, not really that effective. So they have to just try and switch it up a little bit. No massive adaptations to their own offense, but they just have to realize that Space Station, when they're coming at them, are more likely to be doing so more slowly. So they can just calm down a little bit. No need to rush their challenges and keep falling for Space Station tricks.
Yeah, certainly not. And we'll be looking forward to getting what we can out of them. But in terms of overall performance, it's definitely going to be something they want to try and figure out. I think for this weekend especially as well, they'll be looking at this and saying, well, you know, top 8 is fantastic from us, and this season is long. We want to see E United start to progress throughout the entire time, and that's the reason why eyes on this one are sort of more of a progression standpoint in terms of what we're after from E United, rather than a performance standpoint, because we know that that performance will grow better as this team gets, well, better themselves and they can figure it out.
And it's also great to see Tristan still showing up and making big plays in the C United squad. He is one of the newest, if not the newest player out of all the top teams in NA, because he came in after the season had already started, and everybody was talking about how will Tristan show up? Will he be able to hang in these lobbies? Will he just be able to get by? And actually, he's been making some pretty big plays. He's been the source of many a goal for this team. I love to see him succeeding. When with all the talk about him replacing Hoxer was about the fact that Hoxer was leaving, none about Tristan coming in. But yeah, he's playing some great Rocket League, and although I don't think they have many chances to get the win in this matchup, it's still really awesome to see that a new player can come in and get right into these lobbies, which are, I don't think we can stress enough just how difficult it is to play at this level when you come in with such little experience. But credit to him, he's showing up with some confidence that I definitely want to give some praise to.
Yeah, certainly so. And, this is a very difficult level to actually try and step up to as well. When you're looking across the field and you look at a team that went, I think it was 8-1 last season, that has been to Madrid, that has been to these international stages. And you've turned up, and in your first few months as a pro player, you're already at this stage playing against teams like that. So it's difficult just to get into them and not even necessarily be starstruck in a way, but getting in there, seeing these names and actually playing to that same ability, it's very, very difficult to do. As for Space Station Gaming, we're looking at them, and there will be future questions to answer. We've got to remember that we are currently in the online era of Rocket League, as is pretty much everywhere across all esports. And Space Station Gaming, they'll have their own questions to answer once we actually start getting back to the World Championships and to these LANs and everything else that we'll hopefully get to do in the future. And there's always going to be that one result that they're never going to be able to shake. No matter how many of these regionals they win, no matter how many majors they win, there will always be that Dignitas match that myself, other analysts will always look towards and say, look, until we see them playing that sort of matchup and start figuring it out, then we're not going to be able to elevate them too much higher. But that'll be a question for them at a future day, and we'll also be able to continue this match very soon. We're going to head over to a quick break, and once we are ready to go, we'll get back into it.
Just being in love. Every
Welcome back to the RLCS, and we will continue our quarterfinal right now. Thank you very much for your patience, those of you at home watching us. And yeah, we were just trying to get our players a good enough server for them to play in, and it looks like they're all happy to go here, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. You know, this can sometimes happen where, you know, the players will test a server, and I think 90, 95, 90, maybe even higher percentage of the time, the server is good for everybody to play on. But occasionally you hit a streak of just somebody can't get a good connection. And I believe it was typical. I'm not 100% sure. But out of the Space Station players, I think he's usually the one who has connection issues. But all is well. They've found one that they're going to run with for game number 2. But yeah, don't worry, everybody. I know some of you are thinking, oh, no, they're going to do breaks between every game now. Don't worry, that's not the plan. We will be rolling right through these games, one after another, so long as we get some good luck with the player connections.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those things, especially with North America. Have you ever heard of this, Johnny? But North America is a very large place.
Yeah, I heard
Rattles
is a large country.
Very large goals.
Yeah, this is a bit of a strange one. Rattles just he spotted the blue goal in the distance, and he just drove straight at it. He just went in a straight line at the goal, and nobody was able to stop him. He'll probably be a bit surprised that he had such little resistance coming out of a United, who just didn't have their challenge timing really figured out there. You know, in threes, the idea is not just to challenge with one player, but also to have a backup player. Now that's a uncontested shot. Wonder Mike's put it wide. And yeah, it was a position where Space Station had a player coming in to recover, get in the way, but got to test them. You've got to put it on target.
Yeah, and Space Station continuing to make a few mistakes on their attempts to transition out. Typical over to Rattles, but no, I don't think he quite spotted Ajax, maybe blending in with the blue behind him. Again, for E United, they've conceded early. They managed to figure it out in the second half of the last game. There was that first half where they didn't quite seem to settle. Tristan, he tests Typical. That's a good bit of angle he's added, and the recovery is even better. That was going to be past the midfield. Rattles over to Typical one more time, and that should be their way out. Typical's just going to slow play.
You know, there's a time and a place to fake a pass so that you can then, surprise the goalkeeper with a shot. But I don't think that was it. I was really hoping for a pass there from Tristan. And, how about that for a pass from Arsenal to Typical with the flip reset? Space Station make it 2. United just can't keep up.
Okay, these passing plays are getting a little bit insane. Space Station, it's that direct right down the middle. The question is, you got to try and figure out what they're going to do with it. Are they going to aerial up early, try and just tap it straight down? Are they going to go for a backboard pass? Are they going to go for a flip reset now? Apparently, we're adding into this arsenal of different plays they can go for. As a defender, you've got to figure that one out so quickly. What makes that even more difficult is that it's a decision that's not typically made until the second half of the aerials. So you can pick one thing and the attacker will just adjust accordingly. Tristan starts to move in as Typical again will get rid. And this is the midfield that Space Station Gaming have full control over. And again, the passing plays are so good. Tristan maybe goes for the bump, and he gets it underneath Rattles.
Big plays from Tristan once again. It was so close to being another Arsenal flip reset passing play resulting in a goal. But when you commit 2 players that aggressively, you do leave the other alone at the back. And if Tristan lands that flip or that air dribble bump, there is no saving it. It's one of the unstoppable shots in Rocket League, and he's got it perfectly right on this occasion. Wonder Mike's double touch is collected on the back ball by Arsenal. More composure and defense from SSG as they dribble the ball clear. They almost had an open net there. They do have an open net. Nobody's there for it. Arsenal will be wondering what little faith my team had in me centering that ball.
Oh, well,
not this time.
Had absolute faith this time around, and it's again just the delivery system is so on point. As quick as you want, and Rattles, he just has to make contact, really.
Yeah, that was they definitely paid for the delivery there. They didn't click on the free delivery option. That was, the most expensive but the fastest possible delivery. No delay at all. No chance for the defense to react. Yeah, it is going the way that we expected so far in terms of Space Station domination, but I'm still very impressed to see them controlling the ball this well. You know, in all of NRG's recent success, I don't think we saw much of this from them. It was all, you know, speed. It was all hard hits and, you know, insane passing plays. You know, the fact that Space Station can dominate while slowing the game down really shows that there are multiple play styles that you can go for at the absolute highest level and still have success.
It's something they're going to need to start adding as well, because at the highest level of Rocket League, you have to be able to adapt. You know, there's so many top teams out there now that can spot what you're good at and change what they're doing around it. BDS being a fantastic example over in Europe, where they'll just start figuring out, okay, you've made a few mistakes here and there. We'll start going to that more often.
Oh.
Ajax. That was tricky of him. Good pressure here right now. But there's nothing else going to come of it. And Tristan, well, he's just making laps right now. He's doing shuttle runs right down each side of the field, but no contact made on the ball so far. He's going to try and get up here and make sure he can keep this one out.
Space Station still in the hunt for more goals. They're not satisfied with the 2-goal lead. And, you know, having that one game advantage has really given them the confidence to just press aggressively, non-stop in this second game. Oh dear, Wondermite's got to be careful. He does well to keep that under control. Almost an own goal position, you could say. Yeah, Space Station are really showing, and also I think that little delayed touch there by Ajax on his aerial play just recently, that really shows why the modern day Rocket League can be so exciting compared to a few seasons back, which we didn't realize at the time had such limited options in comparison to what the players have now. The rising popularity of flip reset plays, they give players so much more adaptability mid-play. You know, back in the day when you commit to an aerial, that's it. You're going for that aerial. You've got to just go for the ball, get a hit on it, and that's your only option. Now, with the flip reset being a part of the game that almost all the top players can utilize, you can get the immediate hit on the ball, or you can get one touch and then another touch immediately afterwards, which is, you know, really quite crazy to think of when we look back even a year ago, a year and a half. Flip resets had never happened. Never. And now all the players are doing it. You just wonder how high the skill ceiling of this game can really be.
And it was a mechanic that we have seen slowly get introduced as you saw the players getting more and more, you know, curious about, okay, we've seen a few goals going in with this. Devo Season 3 being a fantastic example of, you know, one of the first times we started seeing it being used professionally. But then you start seeing the teams getting a little bit more curious. It's just a case of, okay, we've got the ball in our side of the field. Do I want to go for a booming clear that's handing away pressure? Or what we saw players like Bluey actually start to really specialize in, which was taking the ball up to the air, take it across the entire field. You can't challenge me whilst I'm over here. And then a flip reset at the very end just for extra distance. And from there, the entire mechanic has just grown more and more popular and more diverse in its usage. But what has also been very diverse so far is the offensive pressure and the offensive arsenal that we have seen from Space Station Gaming. Today, they've added something a little bit more secretive, a little bit more patience to their game. And if this continues on the way it is, we're going to see how that can be used against KCP in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think if we have to compare NRG to Space Station. And, you know, we're not done with this series, but I know most of you guys watching will think it is just a formality at this point that United are going to be eliminated in the quarterfinals as we expected. You know, when we look at NRG and Space Station, I think NRG had more mechanical brilliance and a little bit more speed when they dominated. And they're still, you know, kind of in that hot streak outside of their one loss. Where Space Station have a bit more of a diverse play style. They know how to slow down the game. They know how to make it awkward. They really do know how to make it physical, although NRG have been getting better at that recently as well. So that's really what impresses me most for Space Station. They have got so many different tools in the shed that they can use to score with. Whereas, you know, other top teams, they're much more tunneled on just getting one or two, maybe three things right. And just getting, you know, milking that for as much as they can. What United have to try and figure out is what is their specialty. Because I think right now, all the other top teams in North America, they've got specialities. They've got things that they're good at, and they've got things that they could be the best at. United, they haven't quite figured that out, and they've definitely got potential to do so, but they're running out of time.
And it is one of those questions going to get posed to them so many times this season. The teams with the most success so far are the ones that you know, almost at a glance, you can tell what they are solid at and what they're aiming for. United, not quite got that just yet, and that's the reason why the question starts coming up of, is this one of the only times we're going to see them in a top 8 this season? Or can they find that one thing that really starts to push them into being a much more consistent competitor? Ajax, nice musty. Comes in for Wonder Mike, and his shot not powerful enough, but a few different options being posed here from United, and that's great to see.
They're just surviving right now, which is a good start. United preventing Space Station from getting that, you know, hot streak that they got at the beginning of the last game. You know, that being said, Space Station don't look at all phased. Quite patient and quite patient and composed, sorry, is what I meant to say, that they want to wait.
They were so patient, it was worth mentioning twice.
Yeah, that's thanks for saving me on that one. It makes a lot more sense of what I was going to say, but no, they're very composed in their play style all day. They're not bothered at all by this kind of gameplay back and forth in a controlled manner. And at any moment, Space Station, they're just waiting for that opportunity to burst into action and to get that winning goal.
Here is Typical, and he wants this goal right here, right now. Over for Arsenal, he's going to put that one right low, and the follow-up should be in. It's off the post instead. Typical fakes out Ajax, demo on another player, and Wonder Mike will tap that ball over to the left-hand side. A lot went on there, Johnny, but the main thing for E United is that they haven't conceded.
Yeah, maybe after that exchange, they're thinking, okay, we've got some luck on our side as well. Let's just try and clutch a goal late on in this game. This is a very difficult matchup for United, but they're still in it. They're still in the quarterfinals. They're still in this playoff tournament. Can they find a way to swing it in their favor? You know, when it gets this late in the game, now we're in the territory where one goal for United is not easy to respond to for SSG.
Ajax will be looking for his chance here, but look at how smart that was from Space Station Gaming. They saw how far back Ajax was, realized that he's not going to just go diving in on them, although that is a great fake on one. Ajax gets his shot blocked. Space Station Gaming have had the better of the opportunities so far. They have had the better of the pressure, but still no goal for it. And it'll just take one lashing of the ball as Wonder Mike dives straight in. Bounces right out again. Ajax has got Wonder Mike up in support. He decides to go over the top of Arsenal. Now hooks it around, and Typical again gets the block. Looks for a follow-up off the backboard. Tristan and Wonder Mike both went for it. That double commit shouldn't hurt them too badly, but Wonder Mike's starting to run low on boost.
You know, you can already tell going from game 1 to right now, United have drastically improved. In game 1, they were completely caught flat-footed. A Space Station hit them on the rebounds just too quickly for United to react to. Now they're responding very well to everything Space Station are doing. They're making sure to be as proactive as possible as they challenge SSG. And, you know, they are learning here. But is it going to be possible? You know, you've figured out a way to make this matchup winnable. But can you win 3 games in a row? United 1 goal away from making this interesting.
Oh, well, Ajax looks to take it. It's Typical. Takes over, and from what I've seen, I just want to see slightly more power. Typical!
Wow.
Well, fair enough. United were valiant in game 3, but Typical is just brilliant all the time.
Yeah, you just have no idea where he's going to shoot that ball. Typical can put that in practically any part of the goal that he wants to. And although United played the best game that they've had today, right there, they kept this even all the way till the very end. The difference in class was apparent. Space Station are, I'd say, back to their best. You know, if we're just looking at what they've been capable of, what they've pulled off in this tournament run so far, they look like the real deal once again. Credit to them. They've absolutely turned it around between stage 1 and now. Because stage 1, I wasn't convinced. Now, I absolutely am. You know, we saw Kansas City Pioneers smashing Rogue to start off the day. We've just seen Space Station dispose of E United in a very, very composed and calm fashion. What a difference in style, really, between these two teams, and it makes for a fantastic semi-final later on today.
I'm going to try and get a percentage from you very quickly before we go to break. What chance do KCP have of taking over SSG?
I think I'll give them a 40. I was that impressed with memory earlier on. I think that it's going to be a close one. Could easily go to game 7, but I've got Space Station just edging it.
All right, well, I'm going to move us on very quickly here. But the reason for that is because we have got what looks to be the best quarterfinal of the bunch coming up next. It is Team Envy against NRG.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Johnny Boy, to talk about that last match there. And I think, Johnny, it went the way that most people would have expected it to.
Yeah, this one, I'm glad that it came second, so we can all be right about that, because we were all wrong about we're all wrong,
whoa,
actually, not all of us. Yeah, I was way wrong on Road KCB. Well, it was great, going great right up until the point where it wasn't. But yeah, this one was going great all the way through. Space Station playing exactly as they're supposed to play. They did what they're supposed to do, and when that happens, it doesn't really matter what United do, because up until they've not really figured it out yet. They're a team with potential, but Space Station are a team with kinetic energy.
Yeah, we talked about it before, but less than a goal per game when they played G2 and NRG for E United. They only scored 2 goals in 3 games versus Space Station. And I mean, a lot of teams, that is what's going to happen when you play the top 4 in NA. So it's kind of we knew this was going to happen. We didn't know if it was a sweep or maybe a 3-1, but we knew Space Station was going forward. No surprises here.
Let's take a look at the bracket now, just to get you guys caught up. We have 2 quarterfinals down with 2 more to go. 2 teams knocked out, of course. United and Rogue are the ones getting knocked out. Space Station, Kansas City Pioneers moving on. And then in the upper half of the quarterfinals, we have G2, the PEEPS, and then up next is going to be NRG versus Team Envy. Gibbs.
Yeah, we just had an appetizer, and now we're going to get the full meal with this top side of the bracket. We got 4 of the top 5 in points. Obviously, Space Station is that other team for the points there, but this is stacked. G2 versus PEEPS, that's a rematch that's happened before. And of course, Energy and Envy, rematch of the grand finals from Regional 2. So both these matches, I think, are pretty close to a coin flip, and anyone can take it.
Let's talk about this next matchup then, because it's almost ready. NRG versus Envy. Johnny Boy, this is a big battle, I feel like, for Envy. We've talked about and we've seen how they can pop off here, but NRG's just looked like nothing else recently.
Yeah, I think outside of final day of a regional, I would call it a coin flip as well. Because statistically that's what it's been. But when we look at regional performances, regional playoffs, NRG have just been stomping Envy in terms of game score. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the sweeps continue. We've had 2 already today. Why not a third? The tasting menu, we're that table. We're just blitzing all the food. We're not holding back and enjoying it, making the most of everything. We're so excited about that final course in the finals. We're like, right, let's just get this done with. Sweep, 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 and then we can get to those best of 7s.
It's time for the Verizon fan vote. So get your votes in chat, hashtag NRG and hashtag Envy, to choose which team you think is going to go through with this one. I feel like NRG might have a bit of the edge here, but while you guys are doing that, let's get our predictions out. How's this match going to go, Gibbs?
Johnny, I was trying to create drama, all right? I'm trying to say it's a coin flip. But yes, you are right that this is a dinner with your in-laws and you want it over as soon as possible. This is a sweep. Like NRG, they were splitting with Envy early on throughout the season, 3-3, and then Energy got hot and they beat them 3 straight times. I don't expect anything different. It's very similar to the regional final last time. Expect Energy to win. Maybe I'll give 1 game to Envy because Mist has been playing out of his mind, but that's it.
Johnny.
It's got to be all about Turbo for me. He's been really disappointed with his own performances against NRG, both the times they've matched up and been knocked out by NRG in these regional playoffs. So yeah, Turbo, he's got to figure it out. I'm sure he knows how to. He's got a reasonable track record with competitive Rocket League. So if anybody can figure it out, it would be him. But it's about Turbo for me. Yes, Mist has been just a human highlight reel. But Turbo, I think, has, at least as far as he's been saying, he's been the problem against NRG. And, hopefully for his sake and for Envy's sake, he's not going to be the problem again today.
And you think NRG is going to pull through, obviously, then?
Yes.
I'm going to have to agree with that.
Oh.
I'm going to have to agree with that. NRG has made the last 2 regional finals, winning one of them. They're going to end up in this spot again. We saw it at the beginning. We did our predictions on what the grand finals is going to be, and all of chat, all of us said NRG's there. So NRG should have this one, 86% in favor of NRG. One that you thought maybe could be close, but on a championship Sunday like this, NRG's going the whole way. So get on Twitter and cheer on your team at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's now time for our 3rd quarterfinal over in the Verizon Skybox.
Well, not a lot of faith in Team Envy in the chat and on the desk, Corelli. Everyone
for good reason
for this to be a quick one. I think that Team Envy are just fine with that. I think they'd rather it be this way, rather have everybody counting them out. That tends to be where they surprise you the most, Corelli, but I'm excited to see how this one turns out as we get game one underway.
That's all fine and dandy, Jorby, but when you look at least the history here, if you go to the Wikipedia page of Envy and you go and you see what teams Envy are having their runs ended by, it's NRG across the board, and they are all over them. The last time that they took a series off them here was back in the Brawl 10K. So for Envy, this is a series that's been very tough for them here, but to your point, this is the time to show up. They get another 0-0 score here right off the bat, see if they can get something in, and NRG already putting on the pressure.
Another shot, but ooh. Well, NRG, they're not starting off slow today at all. That work in front of the attacking third on Envy's half, they are hard to get by. Look at this, Squishy and Justin wanting to get a little tricky. Squishy's just gonna make everyone think that he's gonna go for it. And Atomic is demoed, so the first minute completely belongs to NRG. Envy have touched the ball probably twice. There's the third time by Atomic.
And to look out for on the Envy side is Mist. He came into this playoff bracket tied for the most goals here in this regional at 17, alongside AJ from the PEEPS and, of course, Sosa from Plot Twist. He's the guy who's been able to create a lot of opportunity for Envy, and he's got to look out for it as he makes a save here off a squishy soft shot.
I have a feeling you'll be seeing a lot of that with Mist, but Atomic, I think, there's some people might have some question marks on him after what happened yesterday with whatever issue he was having with his mechanics or controller. Envy really hope that doesn't happen again. Atomic especially, the first man who hopes that it never happens, especially in a match like this where they haven't been successful recently against NRG. And I mean, these first 2 minutes, I think, have shown you why. Envy are starting to grab the ball a little bit more. They're starting to grab those boost pads, but NRG just got such a strong start on the kickoff, and they were able to take a very quick advantage on boost, and that's made life difficult for Envy.
Envy certainly have gotten a foothold in this game after that early pressure, though, and they're giving it back to the NRG side. NRG doing very well to stick with the play right now. Both teams actually staying very disciplined on defense right now. No panic from either side. This is a dangerous ball, as that one actually goes off of a play. It was Atomic who's going to get credit for it. What a shot.
On the shot and turned into an own goal. So, Squishy didn't get the read he wanted to. Turbo actually did so much work there on the backboard, causing some chaos and pushing the player out. Wow. Not how I expected that one to start. That goal kind of came out of nowhere. And it's an Envy with the lead despite that early pressure from NRG.
And this is, I think, best case scenario for Envy in this matchup, especially in game one. Winning game one, I think, is so crucial when you aren't favored in a matchup and when history says you aren't favored in a matchup. And it's been very close. Here's Turbo Pulsar. Can he put this one down? He can, but a big save from Justin on the goal line, and Envy will just stay ahead by one.
But Garrett, determined to be a monster again in a playoff match, has had pretty good ball handling in this opening game. He's going to have another go at it here. Looks for Justin, on the cross. Had the save from Atomic. He's got to save it again. He'll catch it, but he gets bumped out of the way. Another shot. Turbo slammed into his net for another save. Envy retaining this lead, but here's NRG. Quick pass. Atomic read it before it even came. And now Envy can start pushing NRG back a little bit more, but that touch will keep things going. Justin wasn't able to win that touch against Turbo. Envy starting to dictate the rhythm, but quickly that can flip. The pass wasn't really in a hard spot for Turbo to catch. In fact, he handled it perfectly.
NRG not getting a lot of opportunity here. Envy doing a great job of breaking up anything that NRG start to put together. And Johnny Boy has said this multiple times, especially for this week's regional, is when things go bad for NRG, they tend to collapse. And things aren't bad for them quite yet, but they certainly aren't looking good for them. It feels like Envy are getting better and better. That's a big miss from Turbo Pulsar. It came down quick and he couldn't get to it. But NRG, even with all the pressure that they had earlier on, Still can't find the back of the net. And Envy seem to get better and better on defense. Here's Justin's shot's going to be wide. Squishy with the follow-up. Atomic with the save. And still, Envy keep a clean sheet.
And Turbo's miss might come back to haunt him. Gonna get that clear now, kill a little more time off the clock, win another 50. Turbo's starting to, get some W's behind his 50-50s. If that continues to swing his way, it will be really hard to stop Envy, and that one off the back wall. Atomic can't get enough power. He lobbed it up for Turbo Pulsa. They caught the entirety of NRG racing back towards their end, but they did keep them out. That touch actually is the best touch Atomic probably could have made there. Any other one was going to be right into NRG, but here they come again. Justin denied, that time by miss, time expiring as Turbo just sits behind the ball. Win this 50 and you win game 1. It wasn't good enough. High bounce. Good performance from Envy in this first game. It was, hot and cold at times for both teams, but Envy getting out of a really close one.
Well, it says something when you hold a team to 0 goals when they're averaging over 2.5 here in this regional. NRG just couldn't find the back of the net, and to be fair, they had quite a bit of shots here, 10 in total. Envy, though, were able to find the mark the only time here between the two teams, and I think this is the type of series that Envy will find themselves in if they're going to win it. They definitely don't want to get into a shootout with NRG, that's for sure. That's where I think NRG really shine.
I totally agree with that. I think Envy has had one of the best defenses in North America all season, and I think that that's part of the reason why they've been so consistent and stayed in that top 4 conversation. Corelli, I just feel like NRG have had their number lately in a lot of situations, but after that first goal got scored, and even a little bit before that, NRG started losing their positional advantage. They weren't winning as much boost, and it just started to trade 50-50. Like when I was switching between all the players, checking boost totals when Envy were pushing on offense, like NRG weren't really, I wouldn't say they were stretched or starved for boosts. At most, it was probably like a 60-40. So they're not feeling pressure as far as their boost tanks are concerned. So what happens with the positioning when all of a sudden they lose that midfield confidence? Here's miss to start game 2. Back to Atomic. The miss on the backboard. What's happening to NRG?
Well, a little bit cleaner first goal here from Envy, and Justin was trying to buy time, but it just lands in the lap of Mist. His team still rotating back in NRG, and Atomic comes flying through. But Justin was just trying to buy some time, and he didn't buy enough, and Envy just collapsed on the ball.
Another quick
goal
for Atomic. A laser. He reads and calls it corner pocket. Nails it.
And no one up to contest, and perfect shot from Atomic. Very tough to save from Justin's angle. And that's what happens when you leave uncontested balls to Atomic in the midfield, especially when he's got momentum behind it. He's able just to hit that ball with pace. Tough to save, and Envy, again, beautiful start here against NRG.
I mean, that was the perfect kickoff for Envy, too. Like, Atomic was in the perfect spot off that initial kickoff challenge. NRG connect on the path, but it's off the crossbar, and Atomic taking away Justin's shot opportunity. And now they're left scrambling. Envy are starting to find those passing lanes a little more, but Turbo couldn't snipe it, and Garrett G connects.
Justin is just so sneaky. You feel like he's not going to get any momentum behind this, and Turbo bites on it, thinking that Justin maybe go for a flip reset or follow it up. Instead, he doesn't get a second touch, lands on it, pinches it towards the net, and NRG get one back. And for Envy, that one's a tough one because, it felt like Justin was really going nowhere with the ball, and instead is able to develop a play for Garrett to follow up on.
I don't think Turbo can shake himself too much for that one.
Yeah.
They've looked pretty good otherwise, and right up until that passing play, they had snuffed out a lot of NRG's passes, which are becoming more telegraphed than usual. He's squishy, he's playing a close second man, but lets Justin rip it, and Turbo will have the save. NRG, they won't commit on every push. They'll test the defense on the back wall a couple of times. Garrett actually getting a good win for Justin, and then creates a path for Squishy. Squishy has Garrett waiting, but he can't connect onto the ball. And now Envy reset again. Atomic and Mist, both desperate to get that clear. They do. Envy in a tight situation on defense, get out yet again.
Clear there from Justin as well. No boost to work with here. Try to give her to Squishy, and wasn't able to. Squishy actually does get back to it. Envy doing a great job to break out right now. But NRG, you know, they like to play that back wall low off the back ball, really. And just putting it past that last defender until finally they leave the open net. Here's Squishy's shot's going to be a bit high and missed to make the save.
Another long ball for Turbo. This time Mist is there to receive it. And NRG, something they hadn't had to do a lot in game one, or at least a lot of game one, was, you know, trap the ball in the corner, carry it, and go for a quick, long clear. You stay close to it if you can, but if you can connect like Garrett G and Justin did there, well, this is what Envy have been given right back to you. Quick clears the other way, and it might come down to who's got the better counterattack. Turbo takes this away, and oof, Mist jumping a little early. And he'd just been a little more patient, maybe Envy could have got something set up.
Good pressure from Justin there to at least prevent the initial clear. But again, Envy, good support to have someone follow up. Envy trying to throw bodies at it, but immediately Envy doing such a good job of letting plays develop in front of them, letting that first challenge kind of materialize, and then all of a sudden they're able to just break down field. That's a great shot from Mist and a huge save from Justin. And NRG very much being tested here.
Everyone got stocked up on boots for NRG. Quick attack. One, it's off the crossbar. Here comes the second, but Turbo slows it down. And Atomic now can carry it out again. They pinch to force NRG the whole way back. But Garrett got a favorable roll down to Squishy, so that clear, it means only a little for Envy. This has been such a quick aerial battle. Neither team willing to stay in their own corner for too long, Corelli. You see that first man just jet down towards midfield, and they want to get as quick of a booming pass as they can to try to just beat the other team with pure speed to the other half of the field.
And I've been watching Atomic quite a bit here in this series, and especially in this game. He's been able to read a lot of the passes from NRG and cut them out in the air, is what's given Envy a lot more of the advantage moving downfield. He's done such a great job of seeing those telegraph pass sometimes from NRG, and he might just win the ball here. Is unfortunately he used all his boost going into that challenge. But I think Atomic has done a great job to disrupt that midfield for Envy and showed a lot more offense because of it.
Turbo bought some time for Envy. And now here come NRG again. Getting higher and higher on the altitude on the pushes, and Justin has to keep shading farther and farther back on these clears from Envy. Now, desperate for a clear, Atomic takes another pot shot. Garrett has this save, but now they're set up again. Atomic just gonna throw it long. Mist and Turbo were playing that one pretty safe. With this amount of time left, you understand why, but here's a passing play denied. Jumping in front was Squishy. NRG got one last chance down the pitch here in game number 2. Now, the desk, Twitch chat, everybody thought that this was going to be an easy GG for NRG, a 3-0 sweep for them, but we're looking at the complete opposite. Envy threatening to take down NRG.
It's quite surprising, and these are well-earned wins from Envy. It's not like they're sitting and playing defense for the entire game and able to counterattack. No, they've been tested on defense for sure, but it's great offense from them, especially in this game. You know, you look back at the first game, the first goal was an own goal, but in this game, Atomic really showed his stuff, and I thought he had one heck of a game here against NRG, even after his 2 goals that he put away. Did a great job to keep Envy in the game here, and I'm very excited for Envy because I think they're showing the big potential that this team has to take down teams like NRG. I think a lot of people assume that, we don't count out Envy, but you know, the history does show NRG winning this matchup. They look good here against NRG today.
NRG just haven't had the boost control to do what they did in the first half of game 1, Corelli. Like, they haven't been able to get that creative again. And when they've tried a lot of high passes in midfield to force Envy to use, like if they're going to intercept a pass, they're going to have to get the read quickly and commit a lot of boost to it. But Envy every time has nailed it, gotten the clear in the gap, and NRG just don't seem to have a response for it. So it's crunch time now for NRG. They got to find a way through this Envy defense that's proving stalwart.
And for NRG, there has been a lot of opportunity, and there's been a lot of opportunity that have gone just wide of the net. I talked about NRG not being so direct. They rather beat the first and second defenders with balls put off the backboard and quick follow-ups, but right now, Envy, they've been able to hang on, and you might have to be a bit more direct if you're NRG.
Turbo launches this next one. And, well, Envy retained possession, missed, found it on the edge of his bumper. He'll pick up a demo just as a product of inertia. And that will slow down NRG just a little bit more unless Squishy gets a solid clear out. This will stop Mist momentarily. Actually, it won't stop Mist at all. Here he just gets the read to set Envy up again. Atomic has the shot off the crossbar, and Justin next to get that ball cleared out. I see that the U is now gone, and Justin, and I don't know if that means anything for Justin. I know his slumps are different from everyone else's, but NRG are feeling sluggish right now as Atomic puts in another for Envy.
And just disaster backboard defense for NRG, and I don't think players had enough boost to get up to it, but we always talk about it, Jorby, at this level, balls that go off the center of the backboard like that is just free game for the attackers. And you see here again, NRG punished because no one can get up, and that's just credit to Envy. They whittled them down here. Good offense so far here. Again, starting off well.
No success for NRG again on that last push. Where can they find a solid win against Atomic? Now they're going to find the opposite side. They're trying to catch Envy out on their flow, hit them on the weak side. But Envy have been relaxed enough in those situations on their rotation to handle it. And Mist got a little piece of that. And that was a tough ball to get that sort of touch on. Garrett's going to receive a pass. Now they got a chance. Justin sets up quick as the second man. Mist last in back for Envy. He can't do it. Garrett G puts NRG on the board.
They finally got that last defender isolated. It was just Mist, and he just whipped around. And Garrett with the slightest flip reset off the ball to push that one past Mist, and NRG get on the board here to tie things up.
That's the jolt to the heart NRG needed. They needed a splash play. They needed some fortune. They needed Justin to almost nail that double touch. But now you see maybe off that kickoff, they've awoken the beast. Garrett G challenged by Atomic. Envy, they have to remain 100% focused against this rejuvenated team now. I mean, you just see it, right? Like, all it takes, one solid push on the kickoff for NRG, but you see the respect for Envy. They've played a lot this season. I think 10 times in total. These guys both know each other like the backs of their hands, playing so much. And it all just comes down to execution for both teams. NRG, maybe they can start to complete their execution because Envy have gotten the better of them for the most part. Garrett is doing a lot of work. That was excellent. Keeping things really disguised in the corner. I'm always impressed by Garrett. I don't really feel like the dude is ever slouching in a game.
It's very rare that you don't see, or that you see a bad game from Garrett. He is one of the most consistent players that NA has produced and has been on one of the most consistent teams for a reason. And even with the pickup of Squishy, it still feels like NRG have that same type of consistency. Obviously, Squishy, a great player in his own right, but they got some work here to do against Envy, and they haven't quite looked the most consistent here today. But like you said, Jorby, that one goal, they've shown a bit more poise down the field, and this is dangerous now. Atomic's going to have a shot. It's going to go off the back wall. Justin backflips, and nobody else from Envy there, and NRG get away with it.
I think maybe Atomic was looking for something else to develop on that play. Instead, he shuffles it past a Turbo, and Garrett gets most of it. NRG relying more and more on Garrett on defense to get them out of these tough situations. He's answered the call so far, but how many times can he be tasked? Because NRG have really felt this attack from Envy. When they get even a little bit set, they finally find Garrett again. Feeding the machine, NRG take the lead.
And Garrett, I was on Garrett's cam ears, patiently waiting to see how far Squishy was going to go with this. And a great pass out from Squishy. Give him credit to hit Garrett on the far side. Garrett cuts the pass early and beats the defender on the near post there. Great play from both Squishy and Garrett to read that one across the field. And with 45 seconds left now, the ball's in Envy's court. What do they have for us?
They got Mist and Atomic behind the ball. That's an interesting 50 as it's high off the backboard, but Atomic getting demoed on the play. is going to force Turbo the whole way back. And Turbo tried to slow it down, but Squishy knew exactly what Turbo was up to. Now Mist behind the ball. They got to pass to Turbo. He's looking for the side, but couldn't find it off the post. Atomic completes the attack, and Envy tie things up quickly.
Wow, what a bounce from the post. Turbo, great read, just wide, and Atomic there to clean things up. NRG were all bunched up in their net and let Atomic come through. Envy respond, tied up with 19 seconds.
It goes back now to the mentality for NRG. And they handle the back and forth. They've already proven to themselves in this match that we can move by this. Garrett's playing insane. Justin makes a couple sick moves, and Atomic keeps Envy out of it for now. They gotta stay resilient because this is where it gets the toughest. Off the ceiling, OT for NRG's tournament life.
A lot of pressure on NRG here. Like you said, this could be the final goal for this regional for NRG if they can't get one. Here's Atomic, he can't get the touch. For NRG, I think it really is about staying calm in this situation. You know, history is on your side with this matchup. You just got to find the back of the net. Justin might do it here with no boost. And unfortunately for them, Envy get away with it.
I think Atomic is really feeling confident today. He's been really smart on his approaches to his challenges. He's even getting key bumps in a play just to slow down NRG on the attack. He's going to need to hold the ball close here with Justin, but he sneaks under him. Missed on the challenge, actually got the ball by Squishy. Garrett's going to have the first look. And if you want anyone behind the ball right now, it's Garrett G if you're an NRG fan. Another catch here from Justin, but Envy have been reading that catch, and there's someone usually in that NRG corner waiting. Not this time, because they know they got to respect at least the flow and the weak side of the pitch. You can't cover every attacking corner, otherwise the ball, well, it sails past your entire team. But Corelli, I mean, Envy's still not really feeling too much from NRG consistently in this OT.
Yeah, a little bit of a conservative approach coming into this overtime. I think NRG know what's on the line here. Garrett, huge save on the goal line, and now Atomic didn't have a lot of boost to work with. Did pick up that corner, and he might just get back around to a flip reset from Atomic out of nowhere. And NRG scrambled to clear that one out.
NRG were scaring me when you had two players rotating back real close together. Now Mist has a breakaway, slams it off the back while Turbo is denied by Justin. But Atomic waiting close by, winning a bout against Garrett G. But Squishy's there to get one more clear and extend overtime just a little bit longer. Missed another carry, that kicked out away from him. And now Justin gets two challenges. That's pretty big for NRG. Now he's going to drop it off for Squishy. Atomic misses. Squishy's got two touches, but Envy, well, they swing to the side. Garrett slows it down. It's going to be tough to get by Mist on that play, and Mist gets them out of the next hole. Envy, now they're starting to have to play a lot of defense, but Atomic kicks one out. Oh, that miss might give Turbo a shot. Mist has to wait. Was maybe expecting to clear. He had to respect it, but Corelli, Envy, all of a sudden are knocking at the door.
Yeah, and you can see again, Mist doesn't want to overcommit. They want to take this one in a more conservative fashion, and Atomic might do it himself. He's going to do it for the 3-0 over NRG. A wide open shot for him, 2.5 minutes, and they take him down.
Atomic is an apt description because Envy went absolutely nuclear on NRG during this set. The crowd said 3-0 NRG. Envy had other things in mind. They move on to the semifinals. What a statement against NRG.
Wow. And Envy just did a lot of teams a lot of favors taking out NRG here. NRG is the demon of most teams in North America, and I think everyone, if you're competing today, are happy to see NRG go home, and Envy stuck it out here again. That was a well-fought match from Envy, and now they're moving up a rung here as contenders for taking this championship here today in this regional, because you take down NRG in this type of fashion where it's kind of this rough and tumble type of gameplay. I mean, this bodes well for Envy moving forward.
They may become some people's favorites now, aside from Space Station, because Envy, they fare a little better against the rest of the top 4 than they have lately against NRG. I'm excited to see what Envy have for us in the semifinals, but we got to figure out who that opponent is. Our last quarterfinal of the day coming up after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. When we dance again, that I've never been, that I've never been, that I've never, ever, never, ever, 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 never been. Walking on the moon.
Well, hey there again, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me Shogun and Gibbs, to talk about this last match that absolutely every single one of us and you guys at home were wrong about, Shogun.
Well, yeah, I was going to try and defend myself, and we certainly cannot. However, who certainly could defend themselves was Team Envy, coming out and smashing a team that we were all expecting it to make it into today's grand finals. Instead, Team Envy again looking for their own back-to-back grand finalists and hoping to have a bit of a better result than last time.
Emily, I'm pretty sure the death said it would be a sweep. All right, so we got something, right? I don't know. But this team, Team Envy, one, this is great for them, obviously. It's great for everyone, though, because NRG, they were the #1 in points. They go out in the quarterfinals. This happened last regional with Space Station as well. So the door is wide open for the rest of the teams in this field to catch them now.
And to talk about that absolute stomp of NRG, Mist from Envy is here to join us. And chat, man, I got to right off the bat, Mist, say we were all wrong. If you have any words you can say to all the fans out there, everything, we all had NRG.
I don't blame me. I mean, they've been playing really well recently, so like it's kind of expected, but happy with the result.
Hey, look at that. That's a good, humble approach because, again, the day's not over. There's still some more matches to go forward. I mean, what was it that clicked today? Because obviously, you know, there's been some questions of like, you know, that consistency. Something clicked, obviously.
I think we were just all like in sync. Atomic was playing really well. Like his shooting was just on point. Our defense was like, we were playing together a lot. So it really just like flowed really well.
So we were talking during the pre-show, Miss, calling you a top 3 player in all of North America. What has changed in the past few seasons? Because you went from probably like in that conversation, top 10, maybe top 5 to now, like guaranteed you were right up there with the very best. What have you worked on throughout these seasons?
I don't know if I've worked on it, but you definitely improve with like just your speed because like every season I feel like the speed just gets better. It's like more and more fast. So like that's one thing. And then like just like controlling the ball, like I feel like it's like underestimated. Like if you control the ball, like you have so many more options. And I feel like that really helps.
And obviously we know your meteoric rise from last season and just how impressive you have been. But how do you feel like the team dynamic is different on this team of Team Envy than compared to your previous one?
I think I want to focus on like the comms because I really like our comms. They're really like just like calm. Like we don't really like panic calm, I guess, a lot, and it calms down like all of us, so it helps a lot.
Now, since we're all terrible at doing our jobs and predicting up here, I'm going to get you to predict this next one here. G2 and the PEEPS. Who do you think is going to be facing you guys in that semis?
I think G2, but probably be close. I think PEEPS get like a game or two.
That's fair, and that's better than anything we could have said here. So we're just going to skip the rest of the segment because we're terrible. But Miss, thank you so much for joining us on. Congrats on that dominating win, and good luck going forward.
Thank you.
There's Mist from Envy, and just a very, very straightforward, humble approach. Gibbs, he's just like, "Yep, you know, I don't think I'm that good. You know, I'm just playing. I'm just hanging out."
Well done to those guys, though, to take down this energy squad that has been so red hot these past 2 regionals. Envy now looking to take that points lead.
Well, we do have to talk about this next match because we're almost done our quarterfinals. G2 versus the PEEPS, Shogun. I think Mist was accurate in saying that this very well could be a close one. We've seen the PEEPS rise to the occasion before.
Yeah, this is the sort of one that if I see this in the second stage, I'm thinking G2 the whole way, nice and simple. But the PEEPS name, no matter which players are on it, when we hit playoffs, you get scared. Every prediction that you should be making, you have that little question mark next to you now because you can make everything make sense in your head. This team is playing better. They've got the better players on it. You know, they've got more experience. But it's the PEEPS that are involved, and it still could completely throw all of that out the window, and they'll just win anyway. So it's scary, especially for us, considering we're coming off a bit of a loss of our own, and we've got to try and get this one right.
Well, speaking of getting it right, it's time for the Verizon fan vote, and you guys have an opportunity to right that last wrong on that NRG pick. I almost feel like as a collective conscious, chat's going to be 50-50 on this one just because they don't want to get it wrong. But while they do that, Gibbs, let's get our predictions out there. This is a tough matchup here. Do you have G2 or the PEEPS?
So we talk about inconsistency. G2 is one of those teams that's on the higher end. Obviously, they go from either number 1 to like number 4 for North America because of that defense. It comes down to the third man rotation. But I'm not wearing pajamas today, Leaf. I'm not sleeping on the Peeps. The Peeps are moving on to the semifinals. I called it versus Energy. I just got them a little bit mixed up. So it's G2 instead. It doesn't matter. Peeps all the way.
Yeah, hey, he did have the Peeps going through the semifinals, so it'd be weird if he skipped out on that right now. Gibbs calling Gibbs wrong. That'd be interesting. Shogun, who you got?
All right, I'm gonna do us all a solid right here. I'm gonna go with G2. Partially, only partially because I feel like they're the better team, but mostly so that way at least somebody is going to be correct on this desk, even if I'm right or wrong.
Thank you, Sean.
So there is my 400 IQ play of the day. I think G2 will be looking at that other result as well and thinking, well, okay, this is definitely our chance to try and see Space Station in finals.
Well, you did a 400 IQ play. I'm doing the 500 IQ play and not picking anybody. I'm leaving this one between you two. I can't be wrong if I don't pick anything. And the chat, we're going to see.
That's not even allowed.
Oh, no, they're just giving me. Okay, go nice.
Where's the return of the season 5 Gibbs?
But it's an orange
in
color.
The grand final.
It's an orange color, so he's like half on G2 side. I'm not sure.
I'm just an orange egg. I'm an orange egg.
Okay, in the crowd
watching. That's all it is. But G2, of course, dominates the polls on this one. If you expected anything other than that, you'd be crazy. The G2 fans are there. G2 Army is after you, Peeps. But we're going to find out if that actually does happen. Get online, though, at Twitter, at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS, if you think G2 is going to take this one or if the Peeps are going to go through. The question is, who's going to win into the semifinals? We find out now in the Verizon Skybox.
Now, Leaf with the 10-head play on the non-pick. You can't lose, but you also can't win, Leaf. Sorry, you can't have your cake and eat it too. The Peeps are hoping to eat pretty well, Corelli, in giving more credence to the Peeps name and why it scares so many fans and even teams in Rocket League as they hit the pitch against G2 and we're underway.
Well, I mean, look, these guys came up against each other day one in stage one. And it was a 3-2 series in favor of G2. Every single game was a 1-goal game, except for one single 2-goal game that Peeps won. So it was a very close match the last time these two guys played, which was very recently. So I'd expect another very close series, honestly. When the stakes are even higher, I feel like the Peeps rise to the occasion. I think G2 is very consistent in the way they play, no matter what tournament they're playing in, at least the way that they approach it. And I feel like we might have another 5-game series here.
There's always something to be said about the playoff gear. There are just some teams that will never bring that same consistency to the regular play, but when it comes to the stakes, and when they're as high as you can put them, this man is at the center of everything the Peeps do on offense. Gyro, an incredible banger to begin.
It does feel like Gyro is the blood that courses through the Peeps veins sometimes, and that's the type of shot, that's the type of start that a player like Gyro can give you, and it's so good to see Peeps start off on the right foot here, see how G2 responds.
Well, Jane Apps, you flick it in reverse, good luck stopping him. He got the 50 down over to Rizzo, back over to Chicago. Jane Apps will quickly take a shot, and AJ wasn't able to grab it, but nobody from G2 was expecting him to not touch it. So Peeps got away with one there. Oh, this is what we're going to see a lot from G2. Jane Apps, he didn't have a lot of boost on the play, so he was always going to give that ball up. But they go for those feints more often nowadays. They're just so in sync with each other. Being the longest standing roster in the RLCS, you certainly deserve to be able to, pull off these feint passes and these quick fakes. It's part of what makes G2 so deadly and the best counter-attacking team in North America.
A lot of people talk about the passing from G2, and that's absolutely one of the things that makes G2 G2, but it's the amount of options that the players give each other that's so powerful as well. Options that maybe aren't even used half the time, but they're so good at staying together in an attack and staying on the same page that the man on the ball has multiple options in front of him, and that just helps you. That relieves so much stress as you move down the field. And it's why G2 has had so much success, is because they make each other better by giving each other quality options on the ball.
And we're seeing them really lock down the Peeps, who are struggling to find consistent clears. They've managed to find boost when they could on defense, but for the most part, I mean, this has been G2's ball, but they're stretched. And JNAS got one save, got two saves. Get G2 out of that one. Peeps look scary for a second on that counterattack. They do retain their lead for now. G2 trying to make the Peeps show them everything that they have in the tank. And then maybe try to exploit them. Where can G2 find the Peeps exploits on defense? They've shown rarity here in the first 3 minutes. Oh, flip reset. Oh, JNAPS! Oh, comes down from the sky and pops it in your net. See you later.
And AJ is just dead in front of net there. It's so tough to read that when JNAPS comes off the ball, back to the ground, and then flicks it into the net. Tough to read as that last defender. I don't care who you are, and that's a tough one for the Peeps. They invited G2 into their half, and they've paid the price.
It was like where he got the bounce on his car when he landed on the ground, gave it enough forward momentum. Like usually, like when you're seeing JNAPS there, you're thinking, oh, that's gonna pop off the top of his hood. So you expect a higher ball, not nearly as much velocity. Instead, JNAPS got the best of both worlds. Just enough velocity and just enough height to get the perfect shot with that, you know, awkward area he had the ball bounce on his car. The small things. A game of pixels! And indeed, Chicago needed every pixel to score this next one.
Oh, it's such a tough touch from AJ. Goes straight out to Chicago. He takes it away. And then a bit of bullying in the net from Rizzo opens up the shot. G2 just like that, back in the lead.
The Peeps have really quieted down since that gyro splash play to start. And now he's behind the ball, but he hasn't had a lot of space to carry anything. And that's another double commit. Illusion on both of them last time, and G2 are just getting free looks. Couldn't get anything on target there. But there's a couple nice 50 wins for the Peeps. Illusion sends it up high, and
what a bump.
We'll put it in. The Peeps respond quickly with a little bit of
Gyro.
physicality.
It happened so fast, I didn't see which Peep player it was, but it was Gyro, or excuse me, AJ, who came through, and what a play from the Peeps to put that one away. Tie it up, you bump the last man out of place. And we talked about it yesterday, Jory, when the Peeps played Alpine. They didn't put up as many goals as you would have expected. They only put 6 in total in that series. It felt like a very slow and maybe more meticulous approach, but not the most fruitful approach from the Peeps. They need to put away goals against a team like G2 because you know G2 will break you down. They have a couple times, and the Peeps have to find the back of the net a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's something I think still to be said about matchups in Rocket League, and I do think that Rocket League is so much a matchup dependent game. You'll just see some teams, they'll always play differently when it comes to a G2 or a space station, and I just think that's because they force you to be faster, and if you're not capable of being faster, they'll crush you. And that's been a difficulty for the Peeps in the back half of game 1, is that G2 have just taken away their options. The Peeps haven't been able to clear the ball. It's been a lot of that, sometimes a little fancier than that, but G2 for the most part, midfield in the second half of this game has been theirs.
10 shots from G2 to the 5 of the Peeps. G2 certainly getting the better of the Peeps right now. The defense has held strong for the most part, but you definitely don't want to find yourself sitting on the goal line for the majority of an overtime.
Nice block to keep Rizzo away from that ball. That was another dangerous G2 ball, but Chicago delivers another, and Rizzo can't get to before Illusion knocks it away. Now AJ caught by Illusion. They got to get right over Chicago. Maybe not the perfect touch he wanted. Ooh, AJ had Gyro waiting for a quick pass. That would have been maybe not the play though, because the first man from G2 was waiting. And maybe you see them pull off on a couple more of those passes because they're aware of how G2 are positioned. You don't want to just pass the ball for the sake of passing it. If a guy's there ready to intercept, you can put your third man in a really tough position that way. And that's the other part about G2 that's definitely frustrating right now, is when to take those chances, when to take those risks. Risk management, something that separates the good from the great in Rocket League.
Yeah, sometimes, especially a G2 fall victim to this, they sometimes get a bit too cute with the passing and sometimes ruin the attempt that they had if they had just maybe taken the shot earlier. But you have to be smart on the ball. You know, at this point, especially a pass-oriented team, players are so fast and so good at positioning that you really can't telegraph what you want to do with it. It just has to be so snappy as you move downfield. Here's Gyro looking for a second touch. The PEEPS, pressure's on. Illusion's shot goes high, and they remind G2 about what they can do on offense.
Another challenge will break G2's rotation. JNAP's forced to reset. The PEEPS slowly gaining the ball more and more. And AJ sneaking closer and closer to the net. Illusion over to AJ, sneaks it through. The PEEPS take the first.
Well, it's 13 shots from G2, but 8 from the PEEPS finally break the defense of G2. JNAP's just too slow to the ball. It's a great pass out from Illusion to AJ, and game 1 goes to the PEEPS.
And that was definitely as, you know, coin flippy as it got, Corelli. The first half, you're like, oh yeah, G2, this is vintage G2. They got the passes, the speed, the crazy touches. And then the PEEPS come back with, you know, a methodical attack. AJ getting a couple of key 50s, touches to put pressure on. But Illusion, I thought, in that final 30 seconds of OT, Corelli was putting in those key touches that actually forced G2 to respond and wasn't just something they were already expecting. And that's what helped that last push and to find that last opening against G2 and OT.
And I think, you know, with players like Gyro and AJ on the PEEPS side of things, Illusion hasn't had his praises sung enough through this first split even for the PEEPS. He has brought a great presence to this team, and it's becoming kind of his thing for this team, is these passing plays to set up his teammates for success. Surely he can hit the ball just as good as anyone else, but he has just been so good to keep the attack on for the PEEPS, to create dangerous chances, set his teammates up for success. It's why the PEEPS are so good. You have great weapons like AJ, but Illusion does a great job to keep things going.
Yeah, Illusion typically is the PEEPS' most consistent player, and I do think he's underrated in that fact. But he's been prone to a couple of, or he's been a little jumpy rather, in midfield and on defense at times. And maybe he's already gotten it squared away in this game. But, you know, you have to, for the PEEPS, you have to have Illusion playing like Illusion. He seems like he's fine for now, so maybe just a blip on the radar.
Oh,
Chicago will pitch the ball in somehow, some way. If Chicago and a 50-50 are in the opponent's box, 9 times out of 10,
oh man,
he just wins it and it's a goal.
I didn't think he had much of a chance at this, but he contorts himself perfectly to at least have the possibility of a second touch off that wall. JNAP's going to get one off the kickoff. He cuts the first man, and in 40 seconds, G2 on top by 2.
This is usually how it goes for G2. When they score, they do it in bunches, and it's because of that quick, speedy kickoff game. JNAP's just in the right spot, and the perfect kill on the kickoff as well from Chicago. So Chicago, big factor in both goals. Ooh, Gyro trying to kick him in front. And the PEEPS would love a quick response to this. You don't want to let this 2-0 lead sit and stew for a while. Otherwise, it starts to get into your head. But with 3 goals, it all for a shorty is taking up tons of rent in the brain space of the PEEPS.
And Gyro, just with no boost, just picked up the full canister, but couldn't get back in time. And I think picking up that boost is what got him so close. So it was the right play from him. I don't think he could have got back any faster. But the PEEPS just caught out. And now a 3-goal lead opens up for G2, and that's terrifying for any team.
Starts to feel like every time they're behind the ball, they're about to score again. JNAP's catches it, and, well, he can't get through, but you don't need to if you can keep the ball up. But Illusion finally gets a clear. And this is where the PEEPS have to stop the blood gouge that's pouring out of their, or the oil, we'll say oil that's pouring out of their cars right now. There's a giant leak on the PEEPS vehicles. And Chicago hitting a nice pass, forced in an own goal. You know, Chicago, king of getting the best own goals out of his opponents. This one, very nice.
And, you know, I don't blame Illusion going up for that one because there was a G2 player right behind him coming for the shot, but unfortunately not the clear. I think he won it, obviously. and 4 goals up is G2.
It's exactly what we expected, I think. The desk expected, maybe. You expected the PEEPS to fight, but I don't think you expected G2 to put 12 shots on net and only come away with 2 goals, even against the PEEPS, who historically, they don't have the greatest defense when in comparison to the field around them. But for G2's offense, this is exactly what you expect from them against almost any team that they play. Because it doesn't matter on the day, on the match, on the game, G2 find a way to score. And that's why they're one of the best teams in North America.
And G2 just create so many open nets for themselves. Rizzo got the demo on the player rotating from the left side. And unfortunately for the PEEPS, they're going to have to endure a very rough game here against G2. Things have just fallen apart. G2 again threatening. JNAP's doing whatever he wants. And for the PEEPS, they've really got to go back to the drawing board. I know they got half a game left, but it just feels like G2 are all over them.
I don't know. Can they find a way back when JNAP's is looking this clean? Such a all-around threat for G2 and the demo from Chicago. And even there, where Gyro actually gets a pick in midfield, everyone else in the PEEPS were low on boost. Illusion just picked that up in midfield. AJ had to sit the whole way back. So when you're feeling that starvation and you're basically giving G2 the entire length of the pitch, it's going to be really tough to do anything. So you're looking at game 3 and asking yourself what went well in game 1 and how things got off the rails so quickly, because in the first minute of this game were 3 G2 goals, and that just can't happen. You know, that kickoff goal is something that the PEEPS can't let happen, to let G2 score in bunches. And, you know, all the credit to G2 for sure. And we've given them all the credit. They've created these opportunities, but the PEEPS are every bit as capable of being competitive in this set. I think it just shows to the strength of G2 with this particular game, because I feel like they do this more often than most teams, where they just come out with a stomp, Corelli.
And I think for the PEEPS, when you talk about the issues here in this game, it's a little mix of everything, right? You go back to some of the goals where Gyro rotating around with no boost, so tough positioning, they got caught out, not enough boost to work with. You go back to some of the open goals. You can even work backwards from what we've seen the last few goals, where G2 have opened up space with demos. And again, might be because of low boost. Players aren't getting away from demos as easily. So for the PEEPS, things have clearly fallen apart. You had a kickoff goal. You had a great shot from Chicago, a double tap, which I think you can give all the credit to. So for the PEEPS, it is a mixed bag of issues here. And it's just, honestly, I think it's just a bad game for them. I think they're looking forward. I saw Gyro on a kickoff jump and flip upside down. So I think he's ready to just move on to the next game, and I don't blame them. You know, sometimes they're gonna have a bad game. Unfortunate it comes against a team like G2, but this was clearly issue after issue for the PEEPS. I think they look to go to a clean slate here in this next game.
And I might go out on a slight limb to say that if you told a team that they were going to lose a game, if it was close where, you know, you're at 100% focus the whole time as the Brazil comes into effect, and you're, you know, going full bore the whole time. You're trying to make sure every single read is perfect. You're aware of everything on the pitch, and that takes up a lot of mental energy. But if you end up losing the game anyway, getting smacked like this at least gives you about 2 extra minutes to think about how to get through this next time. Use this time in comms as an advantage to be like, look, this is where they're being successful against us. They're beating us on these quick passes, or JNAPS is just carrying the ball, and we don't have the boost to deal with it. So like, he gets to fall onto the ground in front of our own box and then just pop the ball up. And then the rest of G2 had plenty of time to get set. So it always starts with the boost game in Rocket League. So if they can start from there and be like, we just need better, you know, we need a better punch off of our kickoff. We need better positioning in that regard, and then maybe we can actually win that boost game a little more consistently. Because I do think if they get the boost a little more consistently, then they'll be more consistent and offensive against G2. But they weren't here, and basically for the PEEPS, I think it's better for them mentally now to just reset. You know, the expectation was already the loss, and maybe game 4 can be a different outcome.
I mean, It really can't get much worse than this, Jorby. I'm not going to lie, for any team here for the Peeps. And I think we've really said it all here for them. It really does come down to getting to the next game. I think G2 got off to a quick start as well. This is an emotional team from the Peeps. We know that they are in a lot of these series and a lot of these games. And when you go down 2-3 quick goals like that, you really do get frustrated. This is a team that does get frustrated. So here they go. Okay, you got it out of your system. You got absolutely smacked here in this game 8-1, although I think probably the latter half of the 8 goals were Peeps just trying to move on. But you get to the next game. You have an opportunity now to really turn things around and really make a name for yourself, especially after that game 1 performance. I mean, that was a quality game from the Peeps in game 1. This one just got away from them. I think they got a bit demoralized. I think emotions got into it. People were frustrated. Here you go. You get a fresh game.
Yeah, if they're not stuck on defense the whole time, maybe they can find a way to get AJ more involved on offense. He did get 1 goal, but it came in garbage time. And, you know, I think that when the Peeps look the most dangerous, AJ is usually a big reason why. And it really shows you why this has to be a full team effort against G2. One player can't be feeling slack, can't be off their game against this team, because G2, they just exploit that. You have to be a three-player unit, everyone at 100%, and the Peeps looked for 100% in game 4. They got slapped. No easy way to say it, but here's a quick pass to start.
There you go.
Slowing it down off the crossbar, and that's been the enemy of AJ today. That's the 2nd or 3rd time now in his last few shots where he's hit the crossbar. Great demo.
Give some space for Gyro here, and all of a sudden Peeps are playing a lot faster. It's Gyro to put the first goal away. You get it out of your system in game 2, come alive in game 3.
Yep, JNAPS was demoed on the play. Rizzo was playing second man, so he had to turn tail, try to run. Chicago was still recovering from the last challenge, had no boost. So 1 demo is all it takes to throw the entire rotation out of whack. And just the relief that the Peeps needed to start. But this is the trouble with G2. If you can break that pass up like Illusion just did, then you're going to be feeling a little more comfortable when they start barreling down the pitch.
And G2 have to know that this is going to be a different Peeps than what they saw in that previous game. Peeps already coming out with the speed, already putting on a few shots. For G2, they got to be a bit more creative, got to step it up a little bit. They were able to kind of play around the last game. This is for real again. The Peeps are here to play.
This time letting it roll back to them. Gyro kicks it high. He actually gets a favorable touch. AJ demo and turns around onto it. Illusion was following him closely. He'll delay the advance, but he was sitting pretty close, and that's going to put some pressure now on the Peeps to get a few solid touches. But all Illusion needed was 1 challenge for AJ to put it in the back. G2 missed the read on the backboard.
And he had full boost as well going up for this, and it's a tough read, and it was a bit ahead of him as well. And he just barely misses the touch from Chicago there, and now 2 up go the Peeps.
You know, in that situation, you could even be asking yourself, well, he could have maybe slowed down just a little bit, but you think of the lack of information if you're not sure about how much boost AJ has, and you know AJ was barreling down the field already, you feel like you're in a race. But JNAPS, well, they cut a little closer to the Peeps with a quick goal. A little bit of physicality of their own.
And AJ got spun out by Rizzo, which is why that near post was wide open. It almost looked like everyone from the Peeps just left the net, but unfortunately, AJ literally got spun out so hard, he goes up the wall and back towards his own corner. That's how hard Rizzo had hit him.
Expect G2 to pull out all the stops if they need to get back in front of this one. They're definitely one of the more resilient teams in all of the RLCS, Europe or otherwise, or North America or otherwise, excuse me. They're always going to try to trip you up. Chicago back over to JNAPS, and AJ ready off the backboard. Can't grab it against Rizzo. Wants to keep the press, but G2 losing some of the midfield on the boosts. JNAPS has been really tough to get by. Rizzo making it more awkward, and the shot for JNAPS is denied. AJ, well, on offense, while he hasn't had as much, although he is, the owner of a goal here off of Chicago's miss, On defense, he's been solid. Another 3 saves. He had 3 last game, but Chicago, well, the only time they could get through is when AJ's not there to save it, and G2 tie it up.
And another wide rotation here from Gyro. Again, picks up that pad or that canister as it spawns. Couldn't get back to the near post. That was a good shot from Chicago to put it up and over him. But G2 have forced 6 saves out of the Peeps here so far in this game. They've started to heat up with their shooting and being a lot more dangerous on offense.
Ooh. So for G2, Corelli, you know, if it continues just to be this tick-tock back and forth score once for each team, where do G2 start to target a specific area of the Peeps game? Is it a specific play, or is it something that the Peeps haven't really been the most consistent on? Illusion having to help AJ out on the backboard here. A lot of their passes have been thwarted, but what else can G2 do? We've seen the physical game be successful as well.
Yeah, the physical game has been very strong for them, but I think we've already seen a big bump here from Gyro. We've already seen what G2 have done or has done to break down the defense of the Peeps. It's been that boost game. The Peeps have struggled, and you're seeing a lot of players go up for the same ball that uses everyone's boost at the same time. G2 is relentless on the attack. You're seeing here again. One shot comes from the left side. Here comes Rizzo from the right side, and he makes it quite dangerous as well. And everyone from the Peeps is scrambling, and you can see G2 just waiting to see where Peeps are going to go for it. There's not even someone challenging Gyro initially, and G2 are there to swallow it up.
Chicago picks it right back up. Janehouse was ready for a pass if he wanted it, and he comes back in, but he had to avoid that demo. It made it tough for him to cut in on that last touch. AJ completely cut out the option. Now he takes the ball, but no, can't stay behind it, and Gyro's going to have to make up for lost time. So the Peeps, the push died in midfield. AJ blocked one attempt. Rizzo keeps it close. Rizzo is flying all over the pitch right now for G2 in this final minute. Really trying to stretch the Peeps laterally. Here he is again. Swips by, and Gyro dives forward, but not before Chicago could get there. Janehouse, one touch. Janehouse, no, it's blocked by Illusion. And Gyro coming in to keep the ball away. But AJ needs another, and he gets it. Time running out, and G2 continue to press. Here's one touch. Janehouse has another, keeps it against Chicago, and the goal is good for G2! They press and finally crack the Peeps defense.
And it's exactly what G2 wants, slowly stretching out the defense and putting them in awkward situations. Gyro is nowhere to be found because he initially had gone so far before. And so it's just Illusion and AJ back, and G2 are just all over them with 10 seconds left, looking to carry out this Game 3 win.
Illusion had a look, he took a shot quickly, and it was saved. AJ, one more chance at it, and it's knocked down. And if a loss hurts, it definitely hurts the Peeps here. That's the kind of loss that is hard to come back from, but they have to, otherwise their tournament life is over.
And again, that last goal is the epitome of G2 for any defense. It's so hard to defend against that relentless type of pressure. When a team can put on so many shots and continue to keep possession, continue to make you awkward and put you in tough spots to defend and slowly whittle away that boost, that is a sign of a great offense. And that's exactly what G2 did, especially with that last goal.
I thought so many key touches did come from Rizzo in stopping a lot of Peeps counterattacks that would have put G2 in tough counterattack defense situations. But Rizzo, even if it was just to buy time in the attacking corners, it always felt unexpected by the Peeps. Like if you're looking at the Peeps cam, Rizzo flies in and the second man's like, oh no, I did not think he was going to challenge that right there. And so I think the Peeps are getting shocked by G2 on that final push that they had that ended up being so aggressive. So I don't know what the answer is for the Peeps right now. Some physical plays have worked for them, Corelli, but it's tough to get those bumps and demos, especially against a team like G2 that are so field aware, like one of the most consistently field aware teams out there. And catching them not looking is, you can't rely on it. Peeps need more creativity and more boosts to make it work.
Well, it's tough too when you don't have boosts. And I kind of alluded to it in that last game. We talked about it even earlier than that. But the Peeps have been boost starved, especially on defense. When multiple shots start coming through, multiple players from the Peeps jump up after it. So it has to be a little bit more of a disciplined defense from the Peeps here in this game if they want to win.
You know, G2 get the ball out past midfield, and the Peeps are going for a lot of hard clears. They have mixed it up sometimes, but it does seem like they are favoring that hard clear out. They see G2 and that first man pushing forward a little bit, and you know the idea is if you can put a lot of pressure on the first man and not completely. Oh no! JNAP's a little too much juice on the center, and that was a massive opportunity to catch the Peeps out.
Yeah, and he beat the Peeps. There was no one there. Here's Chicago's shot. Gyro has to turn it away. That's a huge miss from JNAPS. That's not the easiest shot to score there, but still, he had the opportunity to do it.
And now the Peeps are starting to feel urgency. On the last push, all three members were hanging around the midfield line. Aleutian constantly wanting to get out of defense. The Peeps are so tired of playing on the blue half. They gotta be aware. You don't want to get caught creeping too far forward. Otherwise, you're gonna have a couple more acrobatic defensive stops. Gyro and Aleutian, and another double like you talked about, Corelli. You give your team no chance for a follow-up against this team that is so good on the press. Even right there, AJ is forced onto the wall, but he's got Gyro on the wing, and the Peeps almost snuck it through, but Rizzo dove back for a quick save.
This is a great take from Gyro. Here comes Chicago to immediately put some more pressure on the Peeps. Teams trading blows still all knotted up here. No one's been able to break through in a much lower shooting game for both teams. 2 on the Peep side, 2 for G2, and now a third for Aleutian, and almost able to put it away. Rizzo and JNAPS have to turn this one away. Very close call for G2.
With a Peeps player, like, sitting there with the flamethrower, about to ignite them on the pitch, but both Rizzo and JNAPS avoid it, and they're sitting right in front of each other. Stoicism on defense for G2. AJ looking for Gyro, but G2 are just faster. JNAPS, high ball to Chicago. The shot's on target. Almost put in, but Illusion had the save. Gyro bodies one player out of the way, but Rizzo stole the ball. Whew, little too much height for Chicago. And the Peeps are really starting to feel the stretch. Gyro's clear here is some much needed respite, as short as it will be.
Well, Illusion was sitting on that goal line with no boost that entire time. Even when he had made that save, he had 8 boost going up for that one. And he was very happy to see JNAPS, I think it was, pinch that one across the net. He was going to be in a very tough situation. That's what we're talking about. That last man not having enough boost makes things so difficult for the Peeps. G2 have been able to expose them so many times in this game.
But despite that, there's really only been one chance, though, Corelli, that G2 failed on. And that was that JNAP's attempted pass in front of the box. Just too much juice in front of it, and Gyro activates bulldozer mode and says, forget it, I'm taking over.
Chicago just didn't get the read, and he actually, I think, own goals that one. It did come off it and puts it inside the net on the goal line, and unfortunately for him,
the bulldozer has collateral damage. We take it.
The Peeps will take it with them coming up on a minute left. They've been able to finally break the defense, no matter how pretty or beautiful it is, and here they are again.
Oh, AJ found the pass to Aleutian. Before that last goal, I was going to say, despite, the Peeps being in a lot of low boost situations, they've managed well. Before this stint, they limited G2 to only 3 shots on net. And now they've forced G2 to stretch here if they want to win this match now and not go to a game 5. Something G2 fans are quite familiar with. Another shot. Oh, there it is. JNAPS on fire today and just keeps getting hotter.
It's a great pass from Chicago. Back out towards JNAPS. Look how much space he has to pick his shot. Saw the left side was open with that challenger from Aleutian on his right. And a free shot for JNAPS to put on target. 30 seconds left and G2 back in it.
Gyro in front again. He's been trying to get creative behind the ball when he's had it, but G2 almost snuck that lead in. But AJ had to stay screening across. Oh the diving stop by AJ again. He's been a defensive monster for the Peeps. Alusha can't grab the ball. Now he's got to get it out to the corner. G2 ready to end this right now. Pass from Chicago to Rizzo, denied. But here comes J-Naps, shoots it too wide. Gyro trying to keep it alive. Overtime. Oh my goodness, the Peeps.
And I think the Peeps are happy to see this one go back to a kickoff after experiencing a flurry of shots. But Rizzo, he could end it all by himself. AJ clears it away, and G2 still poised to put on some good offense.
Oh, J-Naps tried to slow it down. And G2 start right where they left off on the kickoff. AJ attempted carry and Aleutian. Well, the Peeps just can't keep the ball away from J-Naps. He had a chance to get that. Rizzo forces Gyro to stretch, takes out a player. That leaves the lane open, but Chicago shot with Rizzo. And G2 take down the Peeps.
Great demo from Rizzo, and then just recycles himself into the box. Saw the shot was going to go wide. The Peeps just didn't react in time. And Rizzo puts the Peeps to sleep here. My goodness, G2. What a way to do it as well. There's some huge score lines in this series, and they get to move on.
G2 ain't sleeping, especially Rizzo, who, you know, if he got the dirty work done on the pitch in the challenges in the last game, you know, he was definitely the hero on defense. And then at the last, helping Chicago shovel that ball into the net. Chicago had some misses. He had like 2 really bad misses. And other than that, I mean, G2 were so clean. I don't think J-Naps had a single misplay. And the dude's nuts, Corelli. They're all nuts. They're so fun to watch. And I mean, who else other than G2 to go play Envy for a spot in the grand finals yet again? 9 times out of 10, we seem to get at least 3 out of 4 of these top teams in North America. But I'm excited to watch that semi for sure.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be a great matchup. Space Station and KCP later on as well. So very high quality top 4 teams here in North America. Excited to see how it pans out.
Well, the Pioneers made waves a couple of weeks ago by running through the gauntlet of the top of North America. They're tasked with Space Station Gaming yet again. Can they continue their gauntlet run? Find out after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf. Alongside me is still Gibbs and Wave. Well, maybe not Wave. Okay.
Wave's just fed
Wave
up.
gave up on us.
Yeah. See, Wave, he was like, I'm going with Gibbs. I'm going with the Peeps. And then he sees what happens. Never pick with me when G2's on the line here. Peeps versus G2, man. G2, this is what you want to see from G2 every single time. They had double the boost steals of Peeps. They were on the offensive half 41% of the time compared to the Peeps 30%. Peeps had to play a ton of defense. And when you have to do that versus a team like G2, that is never a good sign. They couldn't get onto the offensive half. And then G2 will do what they love to do and just sit on your field and play offense all day.
Yeah, no, I mean that's G2. We talked about it at the beginning. It's like G2 is like that. I think months ago it was that whole glass cannon kind of situation. They had a really good plan, but sometimes it didn't execute. And now it seems like they're executing on that plan a lot more, where they fixed up any of those holes in the, you know, what used to be the defense. They're making sure the whole field is just well rounded. And Wave Punk, you're finally back. I guess he couldn't get out. He was contractually obligated to hang out with us. He actually signed it. So
I tried to run.
You tried
so fast, and they didn't let me escape. But yeah, no, man, JNAPS, I felt like was living up to that esports player of the year nominee that he got this week. Like, the shots that guy was hitting, some of them maybe a little bit calculated, but just as flashy as we've ever expected from him. G2 looking strong right now.
Yes, they are. But let's just take a look at the lay of the land here. I mean, we've got our quarterfinals done. Everything's, those matches are out of the way. We have 4 teams left. We started with 32 at the beginning of this week, whittled down to 8, and now we're down to 4, eventually down to 1, but there's a few more matches before that. G2 and Envy in the upper side there. Well, I guess they're all upper. Space Station and KCP on the bottom half there. And that'll be our next matchup. So this is going to get juicier, Gibbs, with the SSG Kansas City one.
G2, though, they finally did make it to the top 4, so congrats to them. And Team Envy as well. They're the only team in all of NA to make the top 4 for 3 straight regionals. So that's a fantastic look for them. Now we go on to the bottom side, where Space Station Gaming, obviously Regional 2, did not go their way. While Kansas City Pioneers, that's where they really began this momentum of being a top team. So it's going to be very interesting to see Space Station with very little practice because of the move, but they look in form versus this Kansas City Pioneers team who looks like they're just prime time. They love the stream. They love this spotlight, and they are looking so good.
Actually, Wave, I just want to get your thoughts here, because we didn't obviously have you for pre-show or anything or desk segments before. When you started the day, who did you have your grand finals? Don't lie to us here if they're already out.
I mean, it was NRG, I think.
Yeah.
They looked like on a different caliber yesterday. And then Envy, the fact that Envy is the team that knocks them out almost makes sense with the way we saw Envy playing yesterday when they qualified up against, I think it was Rogue, or might have been the Pioneers. I forget which team it was. It was crazy. The reverse sweep on them.
Yeah.
But man, when you bring it back to this match here with the Space Station versus Pioneers, we're going into best of 7s now. I feel like, Gibbs, that the best of 7 actually favors Space Station, gives them more room to get like locked back into the series. Yes, they're coming off of a weird week, a move week. This isn't something teams do that often. The new hungry energy of Pioneers is strong, but I think that the format favors Space Station.
Yeah, so there's been 2 times that this team of the Pioneers has beaten Space Station. It's actually been the last 2 times they played. Both of those were game 5, and it was a best of 5. So in those series, like if they go 7, like I think Space Station has a shot, obviously, to bring that back. Space Station, you always look at the better team on paper will prevail when the series goes longer and longer. So for Space Station, this is a great site. They obviously have more practice in best of 7s because every grid they're going, top 4 or to the finals. So it's a little bit of more of a tall order for the Pioneers, but like if there's any team that's going to ride momentum right now, Beast Mode, Rapid, and Memory, they could do it.
Yeah, this is honestly could go either way, and I'm curious what you guys think. It's time for the Verizon fan vote in the chat. Get those hashtags out, because between Space Station, obviously, I think we all. This is why I asked you, Wave, with Space Station, because I feel like we all had Space Station for those finals alongside an NRG here. But KCP, the way they've been looking lately, in all honesty, would not surprise me if they took down Space Station. We've seen them falter a bit. Now 2 of them are together, and they said that's working really well for them. But it would not surprise me at all. And I'm curious now. We may as well get them out there while we're waiting for these votes to come in. Let's get predictions. I'm going to start with you, Wave.
I wouldn't be surprised either, and I'm not going to lie, I would hope for it at this point. That would be such an exciting finals, but I did say I think the format favors Space Station, so I'm going with Space Station.
Gibbs.
Space Station, for sure.
Okay, I might get ejected out of my house here because I am gonna have to pick Space Station myself. I'm gonna have to abandon the KCP on this one. I think I expected them to make it to the semis. This is
this is all of us. You've ruined us. Now this is gonna happen.
I'm actually a double agent. Take them down, and of course Space Station winning. Good job, chat. Taking that one, KCP 31%. So we're gonna have to find out how it goes. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But now for our first semifinals of this day number 4 of this long weekend, it's time for the Verizon Skybox for your next match.
Here we are at the semifinals. The quarterfinals pretty one-sided in every single matchup. And by the sounds of it, sounds like the desk thinks this will be one-sided as well, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup that dates back all the way to regional event number 2 in stage 1, where these guys played each other, and that's what got the Pioneers on our radar, because the Pioneers won in game 5 against SSG. I mean, they could match the result with how Memory has been playing. I highlighted him earlier when I was on the desk after their matchup, but right away, Beast Mode is the one who's going to come to our names with that big pop-up. That's what I like to see. Beast Mode stepping up instead of Memory, and we're actually going to mention him first.
And you saw that was a tough read for Arsenal. 9 seconds in, already a goal for the Pioneers. They must have been listening to the predictions and taking offense.
You heard me talking about Memory too much and just got a little bit overwhelmed, okay? Beast Mode, he's actually insane as well. I mean, even in stage 1, I believe it might have been the SSG series where he hit this incredible read off the backboard. So his mechanics are something you have to be scared of too.
And there was a Reynolds interview where he talked up Beast Mode. So the respect is there. Reynolds taps it over to Sipical, touching downfield. Sipical again trying to get the ball away, but Memory with a good clear downfield. Arsenal, that light touch second follow-up, gets it past Beast Mode, and out the center. Arsenal stays with it, goes for the late pass to Sipical. Everybody commits from SSG, but they still get the goal.
Oh, I love Arsenal right here, keeping it close, then pre-flipping into the ball to get the second touch. Memory had already pre-jumped, and he didn't think Arsenal would have another hit or couldn't catch up to the ball, but it's because of that pre-flip that he got it out in the midfield. Arsenal has been a beast of passing. That's what won them in game 3 against E United, was the pass from Arsenal. He does it here again in the first game.
And that was an all-in play from Space Station. You saw Reynolds had jumped because he was covering that first pass angle from Arsenal. If that gets blocked or 50'd, the counterattack would have been good.
Yeah. Well, they're never scared to do that. I mean, SSG are an aggressive team, and they have so much confidence in the recovery from every player. They're fully willing to just throw everyone at the ball.
Rapid off the sidewall will be blocked by Reynolds. Arsenal going for the double. Great double. Gets the clear. Arsenal playing very well. Rapid with the challenge. Memory in the SSG corner tried to tap it around, but Reynolds with the air dribble didn't go the best, but still ended up going right to Arsenal. Easily cleared. Some back and forth. SSG having to play defense from their own back wall. We'll see how they get out of this situation. Sipical off the ceiling. Going for the air dribble. He's stopped by Rapid. Beast Mode will come in, help out, and gets the boost steal. Beast Mode, after getting that full boost, was able to rotate back in quickly. Tries to get the pass. And the Pioneers keeping SSG locked down in their own half for quite a bit.
Right, and this is looking really good for the Pioneers in terms of just possession. I mean, yes, they haven't gotten a great opportunity, but it's going to come because Memory off the backboard. The double tap. We were waiting for it. They had all the pressure, winning every challenge, and Memory steps up.
He thwacked that ball on the first touch. Such a hard hit that no one was going to stop that backward bounce. That was the double tap that you'll see if you look it up in the textbooks. That is right there.
Thwack. That was perfect, James. I gotta applaud you for that one. That's exactly how I imagined. The power
Memory was the one who did it.
To get that clear.
It was an inspiration.
Well. My goodness.
And Memory, he was talked up by Rapid on the interview, saying, me and Beast Mode get a lot of credit, but Memory, he's really the one you should be looking at. And that is certainly true after seeing that play.
Yeah, I mean, even his stats in the previous game we saw for KCP, 1.67 goals per game, 1.67 assists per game, and 4 shots also per game for Memory. They're all across the board. He's getting involved. It's not just the shooting.
Typical going for the backboard play. Rapid misses. Reynolds will leave it for Arsenal. Arsenal's second effort. Little touch around. Ooh, Arsenal doing some work. Memory finally coming out of that scrum with the ball, dribbling it downfield. Going for the pass down. And you saw what Memory was trying to do. He almost pulled it off.
Yeah. And that's what I like about KCP, though, is they're still staying aggressive against a team that, when you go up against SSG, a lot of times you'll kind of pull back a bit and you expect that you're not able to match that offense. But look at the speed out of everyone on KCP. Now Memory getting involved with the demos, the aggression, almost too much for SSG, which is a rare sight.
We've seen the Pioneers keep this ball in Space Station's half for probably 65% of the game. Memory going for another play. Beast Mode testing net, and we've got
another Rule 1.
It's rear bumper to front bumper as well. So this is a rare one.
New one. I don't think I've seen this type of Rule 1 yet, but I'm all for it.
And the Rule 1 plays involving Typical have caused them before in these events. I don't know what Typical's thinking.
I don't know either. I remember this happened against the Knights, and we interviewed Gyro asking him about the Rule 1, and they were about to pull off it. Yeah, who is it? They said it's Typical, and it's like, okay, stay on the Rule 1. So this could be another good play in favor of the Pioneers.
Oh, my. Beast Mode. Gonna go for the test. Arsenal with a bit of space. We'll see how this bounces. Straight down, and the Pioneers take the win. And in a questionable Rule 1 by Typical in his own corner.
That's what happened before, too. In the Rule 1, it was Typical getting stuck, and then SSG ended up not winning that game. And I think it's a play in that situation. If it wasn't Typical, maybe I could understand. But Typical has such an impact that if you take him out, it could change the tide of the entire game. And that's what happened here against KC Pioneers. Maybe we would have seen a buzzer beater. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, even before the Rule 1 happened, the Pioneers looking so good with their offense.
I think the Pioneers were still, like you said, Turtle, I agree with you 100%. They were looking good this game. You wouldn't believe that the Pioneers would play that good after looking at all the predictions. But they don't really care. They're here to win. The Pioneers looked deadly in that first game, especially Memory. That double tap was dirty.
Oh, yeah. Well, normally with the Pioneers, too, against Rogue, I think Johnny Boy and Shogun said it best when it was the boost starvation that the Pioneers were adding to their rotation that helped a lot with keeping the pressure. So we saw them, stay in the SSG corner, and whenever they rotate out, they're always taking a boost. Even the pads, Memory now looking to get a full boost in the corner. I don't know if anybody saw him, but he is being very annoying on offense, taking that boost and maintaining the pressure.
And that has been an issue for Space Station. Struggling to get boost. You can even see Rapid going and stealing the corner boost. Going for a bump right now. Multiple players committing. This is tough for Space Station. Typical doing heavy lifting to get the ball downfield. And that has gotten Space Station some space. Reynolds lining up. It's got Typical in support in the middle, but opts for the first touch himself. Beast Mode will clear it to safety. Ball now out to Rapid. He'll lob it towards net. Force Reynolds to go up and make the touch.
Ooh, nice little bump there from the Pioneers, crashing the net. Arsenal just got a bump earlier, but it seems like whenever the physical plays happen, you have to be so fast to put a shot on net. Otherwise, it's almost wasted. Here's a 450 from Beast Mode. Arsenal maybe the double tap. It saved out the read from Beast Mode. Was nuts, James.
Yeah, Beast Mode had all the angles covered. You could tell on his jump that he was playing to have as many options as possible depending on where that ball was going, and he did that so well. And that is a difficult thing to do. And now Rapid will get this off Beast Mode's pass. What a series the Pioneers are having so far.
Reynolds is trying to half flip out of here, and then he almost got a touch as the ball was going towards the backboard, and SSG didn't react in time. I'm not sure if they thought the striker was flying in as fast as he was, but they were very stagnant on defense, too slow to get a touch, and the Pioneers will take almost what looks like a free goal.
Chance for Reynolds. It was just out of his reach. Beast Mode air dribbling, setting up for the 50. Arsenal hits it straight down. Memory clearing it to the corner. Sipical on the wall, trying to drop it down. Memory stops it. And Space Station, we've seen them in this situation so much, where they're fighting to get out of their own corner.
Right.
Multiple players on the goal line. Haven't seen many opportunities for them at this point. Arsenal with a dribble. Rare opportunity. Now Arsenal again going to be in a position, but he gets challenged. Memory with great speed gets it out to Beast Mode. Taps it to the wall. Going for the pass down. Rapid was a bit too close. Now Reynolds, flip reset perhaps. Missed it, and Rapid was able to clear that to safety.
Oh, and Arsenal was going for a bump to that play. I don't think Arsenal got any contact. So Pioneers, not only are they holding up on defense, they're dodging the demos as well from Arsenal, which seems to be so difficult for every team because SSG, they have so many bump plays that result in goals, but we haven't even seen one yet this series.
That was a quality save from Reynolds. Tough read off the elbow, or the arc of the ceiling rather. Bouncing down and out, still was able to do it. But Space Station caught back again. Arsenal, that flick stopped by Rapid. And another great challenge from the Pioneers will send this back to Space Station's half. That demo might open up a chance. Typical shoots towards net, but Beast Mode was there.
That's what I'm talking about with the demos. One of them happens, and then we have a great recovery from whoever is rotating back on the Pioneers, and maybe they're having more tight rotations because they realize that physical play could come out. So they have a safety net of always having somebody rotate back as early as possible, maybe even ignore the boost, and it's denying the physical game from working for SSG.
And they certainly are trying. But still, Space Station can't seem to find the answer. Under a minute left to go. Perhaps this is it. Arsenal, the flick. And Rapid will pop an eye. Rebound is typical. And Arsenal had the bump on Rapid. Space Station tie it up.
It finally works. This was maybe the third or fourth bump attempt. Arsenal gets the flick and just drives straight into Rapid. Beast Mode this time wasn't fast enough on the rotation. We've got a tied up game. And I mean, it's better late than never for SSG.
Perhaps that could be the tide shifting. Beast Mode has an aerial opportunity. Light first touch, goes for the 50. Now Rapid has it over him. Reynolds, quality challenge, but Beast Mode so quick to the ball, will pop it off the ceiling. Sipical down, Rapid. Oh, pops it, beautiful first touch now into an air dribble. But that was shut down by Arsenal. Typical upfield. Reynolds, can he get to it? He's slow playing it. It's bouncing around everybody. Light touch, but Memory will be there. Up to Rapid. Counterattack. Arsenal, can he get the save? Off the backboard again. Beast mode. The deflection from Reynolds. That was a heart-stopping moment. But Reynolds gets the much-needed save for Space Station, and we're into overtime.
Oh my goodness, that was so difficult too because Arsenal could have gotten the read, but he missed completely. And thankfully, Reynolds was there. Now the demo play. Oh, it's revenge. It's revenge for the Pioneers.
Rapid takes out Sipical, takes out Arsenal.
Oh no.
Beast Mode, an easy goal for him.
Wow. The Pioneers, thankful that Rapid is being as aggressive to get a double demo. That's a rare sighting for the first play, or in the first place, excuse me. But now he's so aggressive to just go take the corner boost, rotate out, get two demos. Why not? That's something that we think SSG are going to do. It happened earlier with the bump from Arsenal, and the Pioneers No, it's not Memory this time with a double tap. It's just Rapid taking everyone out of the field.
And it certainly seems like the Pioneers know what they're doing right to beat these teams, because they continue to do it over and over again. The boost starving, the demos, the aggression, passing, communication, all there for the Pioneers. It took that really quality bump from Arsenal to get that only goal for Space Station, but Pioneers have been smothering Space Station at every other point.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, SSG have been trying so hard. They've had a couple of great attempts, even some bumps earlier on, but the defensive rotations for the Pioneers have been too solid. They don't take too long to recover. Once they go into the SSG half-take boost, they don't stay there for too long and linger. They get the boost, get a bump if they can, and leave immediately. No wasting time, and Sypical's not wasting any time now in this next game.
And this was filthy from Sypical. Perfectly timed jump off the ceiling, off the backboard, and in. That is a world-class goal from Sypical.
Yeah, you see Sypical up. He's getting multiple hits off the ceiling, off the backboard. You don't even know when he's going to take the shot.
Just playing keep away until he can take the shot he wants. Memory will hit it downfield now. Going to try to challenge Sypical. Does get the 50 rebound out to Rapid, and Rapid shot saved by Reddles. Reddles has made a few high-octane saves for Space Station. Reddles again, gonna have to make a play. Instead, leaves it. That's gonna put Space Station in an awkward spot. Almost double tapped it in his own net. Who was that? Arsenal? Scary from Space Station, and almost another opportunity. Space Station, despite that one chance where they almost double tapped it into their own net, they are looking in control in game 3.
This is a completely different offense from Space Station and defense. They are still getting starved out. I've been watching Rapid's perspective, who's taken multiple corner boosts, but the dribbles from Arsenal, like there in the midfield, he baits out one defender, and now Sypical can do whatever he wants. We saw him earlier. What happens when you give him space, he'll make you pay. And that's the tactic they're going for. It's working out so far in this new game.
Oh, beast mode there in time. Rapid had gone all the way to get the corner boost. I didn't think Beast Mode could even get back in time. Beast Mode and all of the Pioneers really playing very clean Rocket League. Reddles, what will he do here? Taps to himself. Beast Mode quickly off the back wall with almost no boost. Stop that attack.
Flip reset.
Arsenal. Beast Mode tapping it around him. Now over to Rapid. Hard hit off the ceiling. Reddles want to take this to the corner. Memory too slow to the ball. Arsenal trying to take it down the sideline. Stopped by Rapid, and Rapid will get a touch on the challenge from Sypical as well. Now upfield, Rapid has the ball hit away from him by Reddles. Arsenal backwards. He'll backflip into that ball. Awkward situation for the Space Station defense. Now gonna have to scramble a bit. Pass up to Memory. The shot down. Memory so fast. And he'll tie it for the Pioneers.
Emery has been so patient. I've been watching his perspective as the third man back. He is so picky about which shot he goes up for. That pass from Beast Mode was so high up. Memory had the time to get above the ball, smack it under the defender. And it's still fantastic shooting from Memory. We haven't seen him miss really any shots so far that he needs to make. The clutch opportunities that Pioneers get, Memory is sinking all of them.
And I know firsthand how good Memory's shooting can be. I watched him play in the Universal Open. And in twos, you have a lot more space to work with. And Memory, even then, was hitting every shot, it seemed like.
Right.
And he's only gotten better with time.
Well, it's the dominance, too. I think that as the third man back, or whoever is coming in for most of the shots, the dominance helps you get so many different angles for the ball. So to see Memory have swapped up, I know he used to play the Octane a couple of times. So I think that's actually what's helping him a lot, too, with those tight angles.
Arsenal got a piece of that challenge. Sypical up to Reddles. Reddles took his time a bit too long. Rapid able to break up the play. Beast Mode with the speed as well. Gets it over to Rapid. Rapid airborne. Goes for the 50 out to Beast Mode. Backboard pass. Now Memory in a tough situation. Gonna have to hold off this attack. The chip shot, crossbar down, Sypical with the right amount of touch to sail it over Memory.
Oh, and I just talked about Memory being in positions for the ball and timing when to crash the net and get that final shot perfectly, but now he's stuck in no man's land. He doesn't know where to go. He was about to push up for the shot, but instead decided to back up. But the clear was too strong. You need to make a decision either to go back earlier or to go for the shot. Memory just stuck.
And that was a situation that Memory found himself in after Rapid and Beast Mode committed pretty hard on that play.
Yeah.
And you knew as soon as that happened, it's going to be a tough defensive situation for Memory. And Sypical, you know, it was not a gimme shot. Memory is a great defender. Sypical had a very narrow window, put it right over his head. Perfect amount of power.
Well, he needed to make sure that it had the height as well, because Memory, he was in the worst position possible. The shot, so long as it was good enough, it was an open net, and Sypical, he's not going to miss it.
To get it over Memory's head with enough power to outpace Memory on his way back, very difficult. But Sypical, one of those players who can make difficult things look very easy. We already saw him open up the scoring with a phenomenal goal this game. Seems like his effort might be enough to get Space Station the win in Game 3. 10 seconds left. The Pioneers down by 1. It's a good bounce. Memory will have a shot at this one. Passes down to Rapid. The bounce. It's in. Memory. This one shocks the defense. It shocks us as well. Turtle, do you believe this?
It wasn't even a shot. Memory was trying to get it down to Rapid. There is no way he intended to put that one in the back of the net. He dropped it down for Rapid, who, I mean, granted, it might have been a fake. Who knows what Rapid was thinking? Those type of plays we expect out of him, and it just bounces perfectly into the top corner.
And that will take the wind out of your solar sails if you're Space Station Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Now down off the ceiling, Sypical, backward pass to Arsenal. Rapid will clear it down. Beast Mode gets the mid boost. Hard hit. That one testing the goalie. Memory back up to Beast Mode. Beast Mode over to Rapid. Rapid gets demoed. Memory last back. Beast Mode trying to break up this play. Pinch sends it to Sypical. Rapid will hit it high from his own half over to Memory in the Space Station corner. Beast Mode loses out on the challenge. Now to the midfield. Rapid will tap it up. Beast Mode off the ceiling. Rapid racing in, gets one demo, but not before the pass to Reddles. Back down to Sypical and the block. Now a 1v1 situation. Rapid going for the air dribble. Rebound out. Memory shooting opportunity. He's out of boost, and the rebound will come out. And Space Station, they get away with one there. You think if Memory had any boost in that situation, that ball is hitting the back of the net.
Right, and even Rapid in the 1v1 situation forced a 50 instead of going for the outplay, which was a good decision because it gave Memory an easier shot. Now the defense getting tested. Beast Mode barely gets a save. It's so scary, James, when you're the last man back because both these teams love the demo.
Yeah, we saw Reddles a few millimeters away from getting that bump on Beast Mode. If he lands that bump, that's game. Beast Mode so good on defense, as all the Pioneers have been. Pioneers tied this game up with 1 second left on the clock. Space Station feels like a must-win game for them. Ceiling pass. Memory takes his time. The control. The flick is high. Backward bounce. Sypical flailing. Reynolds misses as well. Everyone's not able to get a hit on the ball. That one perplexing every single player on the field.
Oh, we even saw Rapid. Again, I've been watching his perspective. He had to rotate in after the miss from Sypical. He's still keeping possession, but now Sypical, what's he going to do in the air? We saw him with an insane read before. He bumps Beast Mode, I believe, a little bit. Reynolds now going for the 50. So many different attempts on each other's nets, and yet nothing is slipping in the defense from both teams. So strong in these final moments.
Reynolds ground pinch. Look at that one. Almost scores it. That would have been something. Sypical off the ceiling. Rapid. Awkward ball. Goes for the second attempt. Memory will pop it. Low boost for Beast Mode. Corner doesn't spawn. Pioneers in a tough spot. Beast Mode gets the boost. Clears it. Now trying to slow it down. Buying time. Demo from Reynolds on Memory. but Typical gets bumped as well. Arsenal down to himself. Went for the pass, but Memory had the angle covered all the way. Net's open. Typical shot. It rolls off the lip and in. Where was the Pioneer defense?
I'm looking at beast mode. He went for the boost. He had the save. If he had just stayed in net, he thought maybe a little bit more time would have been stalled out. He turned around. He was far post. That small window of time is all SSG needed. And they're not facing match point now. They have a little bit of breathing room going into the next few games. That was so fun to watch. Every single team right now, every single player exchanging multiple shots. The demos left and right, 50s in the midfield could go either way at this point. And Typical had 11 shots. 11 shots for Typical. What even is that number? How is that possible?
I mean, you remember how the game started. It was the off the ceiling, off the backboard.
Yeah.
Goal from Typical. Typical was the offense. He was the offense for Space Station. He is keeping them in this series right now. And the Pioneers, their defense is holding up quite nicely, especially Beast Mode. They are so good. All of the Pioneers really so good at dodging the bumps that Space Station has been throwing at them because they've been going for him, but Beast Mode has managed to elude him.
Well, and that's the one time that things have slipped up. Normally, a team's defense will break down. They don't have as much stamina now as we see from the Pioneers. And that was the one instance where Beast Mode didn't get demoed, but he was needing boost, decided to opt for that risky decision, and that's what cost them the game.
Ball down. Memory missed the ball. Follow up from Reynolds. It goes behind Rapid. The defense breaking down early again for the Pioneers.
Yep, and it's Typical leading the way yet again with the speed to get over that first defender, drop it down. He forces Memory in a very panicked situation. And now we're starting to see the Pioneers slip up a little bit. The defense breaking down. We see a couple of cracks where SSG can kind of slot the ball through. And maybe this is a sign that SSG are here and ready to play. We're not going to see the same performance that was so dominant from the Pioneers earlier on.
Do see a demo from Beast Mode. Rapid. The reset. Rebound out to Memory. Off the backboard. Double commit from Space Station. Beast Mode will try to drop it down. Memory with the half rotation. Rapid has 0 boost. Now Typical. The air dribble. 50. Kicks off the backboard. Rapid gets a touch. Beast Mode flies by it. Reynolds, can he score on this one? Goes for the 50. It's on the goal line. Beast Mode will clear it out.
Oh, I love that play from Reynolds, too. He kept it close, then went for the dunk because he assumed somebody from SSG would crash that in a bit earlier, and he even stayed in reverse to try and bump the goalkeeper. That would have been a lovely play had SSG rotated in. Still, that second striker was just a little bit too far away, but if you repeat that play, Arsenal is sure to get the next goal.
And Rapid saw that passing lane. Arsenal was doing very well to keep possession, and now this one over Beast Mode's head, off the backboard, and he will get back in time to get the save, but Space Station looks like a different team now. That game was a recovery. The reset from Rapid, saved from Typical. Might have hit the post anyway.
This is scary. I mean, Typical had to dodge the demo from Beast Mode, who's trying to hunt him out the air. I mean, I love when two teams play this this style where it's just pure aggression. Demos as much as you can, even hunt somebody out of the air if you have to make the play.
Great speed. Arsenal has it bounced to Reynolds. Reynolds back to Arsenal. Arsenal, the bounce in the middle. That could kickstart a counter, but fortunately for Arsenal, flying through the air, was able to hit that again and stop the counter. And that game 3, Turtle, you feel like that was it. If Space Station loses that, giving up that last second goal, you know that probably would have been it for him.
Yeah, I feel like we would have been facing just a full-on 4-0 sweep for the Pioneers. And they were close. It was back and forth the entire overtime. But now coming into the next game, it seems like SSG have carried on that momentum, and Pioneers have been kind of running away from a couple of challenges, not being able to match the speed. Look at Reynolds even winning that 50 that he normally would have lost in the first few games.
And what a time to reach your max potential. If Space Station can continue to hold out and take down this red hot Pioneers team, you feel like they might be the favorite. Reynolds, hard hit off the backboard and gets the demo. That's the space station we know. Whether you love them or not, probably depends on who you're a fan of.
Yeah.
Reynolds, air dribble. Challenge will kick back. Beast Mode using up a lot of boost, but will get the corner boost to refill his tank. It's going to stay with it. Centers it. Arsenal ready for it. Puts it off the ceiling down. Memory clears it upfield. Beast Mode got that mid boost. He'll be a force. Double commit from Space Station. Memory first touch. Second is a flip reset. The pass deflected, and it will go wide.
Oh, but the demo from Beast Mode could have opened more, but the 50 from, I believe it was Reddles now, that is huge. The defensive clears out of SSG have been so much more powerful, in the first few games. I think Arsenal was dribbling a bit more, and now they're just going for 50s, trying to clear this one all the way to the other side because they realize the Pioneers push up just a little bit too much. You think back to that Memory goal where he was far too forward as the third man back. SSG realized that those big clears can catch him off guard.
Space Station flipping the script. Now Arsenal, the double tap. Arsenal flexes over the Pioneers defense.
Oh, Reddles opened that shot up too beautifully for Arsenal, who had the dribble. Oh my goodness, you saw Reddles was just being patient under the ball. He didn't even want to go for anything else, just tried to set it up for Arsenal. So selfless, and he's going to hit that every time because Arsenal is one of the best dribblers right now on the field. And I like how he decides not to go for it in the defensive area, but instead waits for that opportunity right in front of the net.
And I think Arsenal, perhaps one of, if not the best players when it comes to possessing after that first touch. He is always getting a first touch that gives him space and allows him to stay in the play. Almost able to dribble that one in. Space Station, they do more than just stabilize. They tie up the series, and they're carrying all the momentum. They look very good.
They were so tenacious too with their attempts on the net. It was winning challenges so much more frequently, and also for Arsenal, I like how, like I said, he's not dribbling from his defensive end as much because it was the big clears that caught Pioneers off guard the entire time. That's what they focused on. And they might have even told Arsenal to stop dribbling as much unless you're on the offensive half, because that let them have so much more pressure. We saw a couple of really close attempts, typical there, getting the save, and flip resets, all over the place for the Pioneers, yet nothing was breaking the defense.
Arsenal, though, he broke the defense there. Pioneers, it seems like Space Station's finally figuring out what the Pioneers are doing to him, because in those first two games, we saw Space Station locked down in their own net, in their own half so much, struggling to get boosts. Rapid was doing a great job stealing boosts, getting demos. But Space Station, they're looking good now. That game 3 so critical. I think we're going to point back to that one. If Space Station ends up winning it, that was really the telling moment. Memory, perhaps he was trying to hit Rapid upfield, the pass too far away. Memory on 0 boost, stays in the play to go for the challenge. Beast Mode, first challenge, Arsenal, taps it around the demo, giving Arsenal space. Arsenal getting stopped by Memory. Being cold-blooded there.
Oh, and that's turning into a really good duo in the front of the offensive half for SSG, where Reddles gets a bump or is physical. And even in the overtime, or not the overtime, in the final few seconds of the last game, it was just being patient, forcing a 50. And then Arsenal will come through with a dribble. And that's what we've been seeing. Mostly those plays develop, and then Typical will go for a solo one. So it's not necessarily as much a 3-man team game for SSG as it is the duo, and then letting Typical do what he wants alone.
And Typical, he was incredible. That game 3, the hat trick, 11 shots. The success Space Station had was due to him, at least offensively. But since then, all team members stepping up, making plays.
Oh, do we have another Rule 1? I think we do. Oh, it got called off. It got called off. Okay. We almost saw another one, and I think it was typical still. I don't know how he gets involved with so many Rule 1s.
I think Coach Crum probably stepped in there.
Yeah.
Says enough.
I would have called that off right away. I'm like, dude, we keep losing when this happens. Stop. You got to get out of it.
Rapid gets demoed. Reddles stuffed by Memory. Memory's second effort. Won't get there in time. Arsenal hit it upfield. Beast mode. Gonna stay in the play. Zero boost. Memory. The finesse. Demo. And that was enough to get the defensive stop.
Oh, the flick out from Arsenal then. And man, I'm thinking back to that demo attempt from Reddles. That would have been a goal surely because Memory got it flicked past one. And the follow-up, I think it was Beast Mode who had the shot. It was wide open. Reddles just in time gets the bump. And now we've still got a 0-0 game. Almost 1-0 for SSG. Had that shot been more accurate. Still in the offensive half for SSG and things looking good.
Low boost here. The Pioneers, Memory on empty, gets the corner boost. Off the backboard, Beast Mode goes quickly. Didn't know whether a Space Station player was coming. Reddles. Quality control. Arsenal testing the backboard. Rapid will hit it over to Beast Mode. Now off the wall to Memory. The Pioneers working together as a team to get that clear. Space Station now on their own backboard. Reddles blocked by Rapid. Sipical pass to himself, but Memory is able to get it off the side. Arsenal, good control. Passes down, and Beast Mode will go for the dribble, the flick. Sipical stuffs it back in his face now. In the Pioneer corner, we're still scoreless.
We're seeing good pressure out of SSG. I'm not sure how they haven't put one in yet because demos left and right from Reddles. Now we just need a finishing pass from Arsenal out to the middle, but it doesn't come out. It's a little bit too far forward. That's been their only mistake, the accuracy of that pass to set up maybe Reddles or Sipical waiting from Arsenal.
Arsenal will hit it off the side. Memory in the corner. The 50, it's a beautiful play. Beast Mode tried to get around it. You could see him using his handbrake. Knew that net was open, but it was a tough ball for him to deal with. Backboard bounce, Reddles needed help from Sipical. Beast Mode will slow it down. Sipical going for net. If that one was on net, maybe it would have went in. Memory, the midfield. Sipical, good patience. Air dribbling. Flip reset, didn't make contact. Rapid flicks it high, gets bumped out of the play. Memory, low boost. We'll slow it down. Beast Mode also low boost. The corner spawns. Can't get the challenge.
Oh.
Memory racing to it. Good 50. This could be a chance for the Pioneers. Beast Mode has Rapid to the side. He goes for the pass. Rapid off the wall. The shot saved from Sipical. Memory has Beast Mode now in the middle. Beast Mode off the backboard. Memory airborne. The double tap won't be enough, and we've got a 0-0 overtime. One team going to be moving to match point.
I think I'm most scared right now for the Pioneers, though, for SSG. And then as I say that, okay, from the kickoff, there's nothing that SSG can do about this because of Beast Mode. He fakes the flip reset and then passes it out to Rapid. I don't think Sipical had a chance at getting a touch on the ball.
And we go the full game, 0-0, and they score 6 seconds into overtime. A kickoff goal for the Pioneers, Beast Mode, getting that assist.
I can't believe it. We were in the half of the Pioneers almost that entire game. And that's why I thought SSG were 100% going to take it away. You know, the Pioneers, eventually the boost starvation or the pressure from SSG would make them break down. We saw that happen and whenever they were about to win into their third game. And all of a sudden, the demos would open up the opportunity for SSG. That doesn't happen this game. It's off the kickoff. Maybe they just had to get to overtime to refresh their mind state. And that play from Beast Mode was so lovely.
And when you get that flip back, that's what flip resets are so important. Such a big part of the game now because it forces the defenders to think about all of the options that are available to you.
Yeah.
They can freeze the defense. Beast mode doing so well there. Almost scored it by himself on that play, but did enough to at least ensure the rebound goal. The Pioneers, even in those final seconds, you could tell they were starting to surge. This has been a tug of war, and it has been going back and forth, back and forth. This is two well-matched teams putting it all on the field.
We just need better passing. Simply put, for SSG. Whenever they have all that pressure, I've noticed 3 or 4 times Arsenal has a midfield pass waiting. The option is there, but instead he'll just hit it too far to the net, or he'll go for a solo play. If he focuses and prioritizes getting the pass out much faster and much more well placed for his teammate, that could be the difference maker for SSG.
Battles. Tough defensive spot. Arsenal with the save. Sipical dribbling. Low boost for Rapid. Low 50 from Sipical. Gets the corner boost as well. The pinch pass to the middle. Arsenal will hit it off to the side. And this is match point. And the deflection from Rapid. Let's take another look at this one.
Oh my goodness. Rapid takes the mid boost, and then Memory gets the flick out. Rapid hits the brakes with the backwards flick on the ball to the bottom left corner. It's placed beautifully. Pioneers looking too good. Again, it's from the kickoff.
Keeping them guessing. And a big bump. That clears space for Memory. First touch control. Flip reset from Memory. Sipical will clear it all off. But now Rapid trying to drop this down. Back pass to Memory. Memory will clear it to the corner. The Pioneers, you can tell they're feeling it. Space Station. They took a strong shot to the jaw. You see them wavering.
Exactly. It was all just an illusion. Literally, that's what the Pioneers are trying to set up. Trying to fake out SSG, but they're not faking out a save because it's wide open as SSG respond. It is a tug-of-war match, James.
And that demo, that slowed Memory down. Rapid, lackadaisical getting back. And that's enough for Space Station. So they stand straight up. They deliver a blow themselves. Now we're all tied up. Pioneers, Space Station. Will we see a Game 7? Memory keeping this ball in the corner. Reddles poking it around, but can't get it past Beast Mode. Arsenal taps it off the backboard. We'll stay with it. Reddles, the demo. Sipical. It's a 2v1 situation. Sipical. Oh, Beast Mode off the respawn. Space Station took a bit too long developing that play. Rapid will make a rigged play, bumping his own teammate off the ball so he can go for the air dribble.
I was watching his perspective, and I was like, Rapid, why are you going to where Beast Mode is? And he bumped him in.
Literally
maybe it was a plan. Yeah, maybe it was a pool shot plan. But still, they've maintained pressure after that bump play still happened. Taking the boost. Pioneers, they're not on defense nearly as much as they were in the previous game. Still all tied up here as SSG still too linear. I want to see more passes out of them that go into the midfield. I think that could change everything for them.
We'll see what they do. Beast Mode taps it out. Memory. I thought that pass was a bit too heavy-handed. But still, the Pioneers managed to get it out of their own half. Ball pinches out to the middle. Sipical. Around one. Beast Mode turning. Goes for the shot. And Reddles will get that epic save. Beast Mode preventing the clear. Now this looks more like what we saw from games 1 and 2. The Pioneers so fast that Space Station cannot get the ball out of their own half.
Exactly. That's the difference for the Pioneers is whenever they go up for the 50s. In the previous game, that's what helped SSG. They were so much faster in the midfield, winning out the challenges. And then now you can see he's the third man back. Beast Mode just won that challenge. He gets a bump. He can keep the pressure going against SSG, who seem to be breaking down left and right. There's no boost for them to take. Beast Mode keeps coming back and winning 50s. And the Pioneers are looking like they're going to find their second goal.
Typical. He dodged a demo. That was what allowed him to go for this play. Bounces it off the backboard. Seems like so much of the breakout chances for either team is measured by how well they can dodge the bumps and demos.
Oh, Sypical missed that opportunity. It bounced perfectly for him off the corner. SSG, the one open net, maybe even open shot opportunity, but he's got another chance here. He passes out to Reddles, who gets the pre-flip into the ball. It's not enough. SSG more dominant on offense. This one's still broken up, and the save comes out. Pioneers, it looks like they're on their last life, but this is what I thought SSG were gonna do whenever they were on defense. I thought they weren't gonna survive, but now it's Pioneers.
Oh, and Typical getting it around defenders. Arsenal dives in. Memory is able to still get the stop.
Speed.
Final minute, tied up, one apiece. Reddles the shot. Memory will deflect it to the side. Space Station need to get this win. Pioneers, if they can score, their grand finals dreams will be realized. Space Station, the heavy favorite going into this one. Chat and all of the desk predicting that they would get the win.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. But then you look at the Pioneers, their breakout performance started with SSG in regional event number 2. It's only right that their grand finalist run starts against SSG in the semifinals.
Last attempt. Beast mode with a big 50. Perhaps they can win it in regulation. Still floating. Sypical keeps it alive. The flick past one. Rapid will go for the clear. Reddles is there. Pass to Sypical. Sypical off the ceiling. Second effort stopped by Memory. And we have overtime.
Whew, you've got to prepare for so many different shots. You see Sypical up. You know he can take that off the backboard. We saw him even go off the ceiling and then off the backboard. Memory was the one who got that clutch clear. And it's a team that has all the offense. You know, you assume they're going to get a goal. It never happens. And I think it's just going to come down to how well you can time your counterattacks because both defense is too strong.
Or maybe we'll see that key demo come through.
Yeah.
And there's a demo on Rapid. Reddles is going to have to make a good stop. Beast mode, the rebound opportunity off the backboard. Memory shot blocked by Sypical. You could tell Space Station saw their life flashing before their eyes on that play, but still.
No way.
They made it out.
Oh my goodness, Beast Mode just got a bump in the air and stayed boosting. Almost got a touch on it. Creativity coming out for the Pioneers, and they're still looking for that overtime goal as SSG are breaking out.
Beast mode gonna slow down the play. Rapid got a full boost in the corner. 50 from Memory. Rebound out. Hard hit off the backboard. Reddles will touch it downfield. Memory a bit slow. The corner pass. Nobody was there for Space Station. Memory has Rapid.
One more.
Goes for the play himself. Rapid with a bump. Corner pass. Memory shot. Sypical can't make the save. Memory with the overtime winner. And the Pioneers are going to the grand finals.
I would have never guessed it if you had asked me about this in regional event number 1. The Pioneers have come out of nowhere and ultimately landed in the grand finals. What a performance, and it's Memory to find the final shot. Rapid, his teammate in the interview, was complimenting Memory, saying he was one of the best strikers, so underrated, but I don't think he's underrated anymore, James.
No, the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
You know, Memory, he showed us what he is made of in this series. Really, all of the Pioneers proving that it is not a mistake. The results that they've had recently are not a fluke. Rapid said it in the interview. They know what to do now. Before they were having success, they didn't really know how to pinpoint what exactly it was to get consistency, but we are seeing consistency out of them now. They played phenomenal Rocket League.
Yeah, and I think it's narrowing down where your strengths are with certain players. And you can see Memory is slotting into the best position of being the third man striker, coming in for the final shot. Beast mode being aggressive, and Rapid also following it up as that second man back to follow up Beast mode's aggression. They're figuring out when to go for demos. All the pieces are there for the Pioneers, and they finally put them together.
So we have our first team make it through to the grand finals. It's the Kansas City Pioneers. They took down Space Station. We have one more semifinal to go before the grand finals. G2 and Envy coming up after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Wanna
welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me is Achieves and Gibbs. And talk about this last match here. We all had Achieves, we all had SSG, and that's not the way it went.
You know, I would have had SSG too, but to be honest, you got to give a lot of credit to how the Pioneers. Yeah,
Typical.
don't
Stop
forget
doing
that
it.
again. But anyway, you got to give a lot of credit to how SSG handled the early part of that series. The ability to win overtimes quickly because they had great kickoffs in them, and of course, Memory early on in the series shooting incredibly well.
Man, Memory, what a performance from him. Like, he's been in the RLCS forever, and then beast mode right there with the flip reset, and we're not sure if it's a wave dash or a down air. It didn't matter. What a fantastic goal there. But Memory, like, he's been here for a while, and he's always just been like a middle of the road player, you know, just getting by. And we were waiting for him to pop off, and right now he is playing the best we've ever seen him play before. And on top of that, Rapid and Beast Mode, obviously, they're doing crazy things. Rapid with double demos at times and bumping players out. Beast Mode, we all know what he can do. This team is solid, and it is no surprise they have made this grand finals.
Absolutely. And speaking of the grand finals, let's take a look at the bracket now so you understand just what's going on. Only 3 teams remain. KCP now in the grand finals with G2 and Envy waiting to find out who goes there, Gibbs.
Yeah, it's very important that these 3 teams, none of them have won a regional yet. So all 3 regionals, we will have a different winner, and these points are going to get close going into that major. But Kansas City Pioneers, they've now caught up to the PEEPS in points, and they're looking to do even better.
Well, I want to ask you about that, Gibbs, because you talked earlier about, remember we did the NA better than EU, and you mentioned the depth being a big part of it. Well, with different winners every time, is that not speaking to the depth of North America?
I mean, near the top, it's deep. I'm just saying,
Okay,
when we're
fair.
like on Thursday and Friday, we're sitting there like, all right, let's just get these days over with most of the time outside the 2-2 round, because we already know who's advancing, generally speaking.
That's fair enough. Let's talk about this next semifinal, because only one of these teams gets to go to the grand finals. G2 versus Envy.
And quite an interesting one as well. Very different routes to get here. 3-0 for Envy, 3-1 for G2. But Envy, I mean, they kind of put the screws to NRG. Obviously, it tightened up in games 2 and 3 with 2 one-goal games. But overall, I mean, didn't really feel like NRG got to do too much in those as well. And G2 opened up swinging early on in that series. But of course, I mean, PEEPS brought it back as well. But I felt like Envy were the ones who had to play a real solid game to just straight sweep NRG. So I am curious to see if they keep that going.
And I'm curious to see Atomic, did he get a new controller or not? He scored all the goals in that first series versus NRG. But yesterday, 3 times he flipped at the wrong time, and G2 won that series when they played Envy. So a little bit of a rematch here.
Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Last time we did this, Envy didn't have much support in the chat from you guys because they were going up against NRG, but now they're going up against G2, and we know that those fans like to come out en masse. So this is going to be an interesting one as well. But while you guys get that in chat with those hashtags, we're going to get our predictions out here. Let's do this one. Who else is going to grand finals? I'm going to start with you, Gibbs, G2 or Envy?
I like Atomic. He's my impact player on this team, and that doesn't mean necessarily he's the best. It just means his performance can sway a lot. And I think Atomic is playing extremely well today, so I'm going to give it to Team Envy.
Okay, Achieves.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad here because I feel like we should split it, but I'm also leaning Envy as well. I feel like Atomic has enough support behind him to also be able to play aggressively and match some of that crazy passing capability and mechanical ability that G2 has as well. So I think the anchors behind Atomic are strong enough to deal with whatever G2 can throw at him, and they're playing well. So I got Envy.
You guys just gave me all the power in the world. I just did this to Space Station by picking them. I cursed them. Do I do it to Envy as well? Or, well, you know, for the G2 fans out there, I'm going to pick Envy.
There we go, big brain.
I do think, yeah, Envy, I doubted them against NRG before, and so did everyone else. So that was clearly not the case. They seem like they have it together today, and sometimes it comes down to what is happening on that day. And today it looks like Envy's playing good. The fans don't think so, as it does go in favor.
I mean, it's not like G2's playing bad. It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
like,
of course.
I like the Envy matchup today, you know?
That's fair. But yeah, no, it is interesting. G2 and Envy, one of them's looking to get to the grand finals. Get online and let us know who you think it's going to be on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS. But it's now time to head over to the Verizon Skybox for our last semifinal.
Space Station and Pioneers, that was a treat. But now we've got G2 and Envy in this semifinal, Turtle. So this is another fantastic matchup. And I really look forward to getting into this one.
We are lucky indeed. This is going to be another nail biter. You know, if you watch the last series, you're probably already on the edge of your seat. And you're going to get into this one. It's going to be the same exact thing because both teams looking so good coming into this semifinals matchup. I think G2, I mentioned it in the on the first day, when I was on the pre-show, that if they had performed well and won in the quarterfinals, I could see them going on to win the whole thing. I still believe that because the momentum is there. They've never gotten past the quarterfinals before. Now I'm guessing the energy, the comms, everything has been extended that much more.
Already early pressure coming out from G2. But Envy, Turtle, Envy was the team that took down the red hot NRG.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was all through Atomic. Atomic got every single goal in that series. And, you know, normally it's missed, but now JNaps with the flip reset fake could have gotten past one. Rizzo comes in for the demo, still keeping pressure. We've already got some close attempts on net. And this is what we expect, James.
First minute will come and go. Chicago attacking backboard. Rizzo will pinch it. Chicago in the right spot, the right time. And the top right corner, Chicago will get G2 the lead.
Oh, who was in net here? Somebody was rotating out. It was Turbo who had to dodge the demo. There we go, and Atomic had creeped into the corner, maybe for the shadow defensive play to get a better clear. Oh, that's all thanks to the demo. Last series was demo intensive. We're probably going to see the same one here, or the same style, mostly from G2, who love to get that demo play involved.
Oh, but that was a beautiful flick pass from Mist. You want Atomic to be able to do more with that.
Yeah.
Hard backboard bounce. JNaps doesn't make contact. Chicago will set things up himself. Now Atomic again, shooting opportunity. He'll go for the pass off the arc of the ceiling. Doesn't pan out. Chicago lobbing it up for Rizzo. Rizzo gets a piece of it. Back to Chicago. Chicago controls it. Tried to drop it down, but got demoed from Atomic. JNaps off the ceiling. Ground pinch will be cleared by Mist.
Oh, I'm getting scared for the MV defense because we're seeing 1v1 attempt after 1v1 attempt for G2. Saw a good ground pitch from JNaps, then the dribble from Chicago to keep it close. Once they start incorporating the midfield passing, that's what could break down the defense, as all three players from Team Envy can be found in the net at sometimes. It's a little bit risky.
Chicago dropping it down to his own corner. Atomic has Mist in the middle. It's a nice pop. JNaps will clear it out to Chicago. Rizzo gets a demo on Atomic and now goes for the backboard. Atomic will help him out. Again, staying on the play. Flicks it towards net. Chicago, easy clear to the corner. JNaps off the ceiling and down. Mist beats Chicago to the ball. Atomic beats speed. Rizzo. Now it's bouncing straight down. And JNaps with a nice little touch to get the ball out of harm's way. The follow-up is saved. Turbo couldn't get it around. Chicago with a massive save.
The defense from both Chicago and JNaps, those were tough angles to get the read. And in those instances, you will usually find an own goal because it's so difficult for them to come across and scoop the ball to the net on the goal line. Both of them succeeding here and keeping the lead.
Only 2 shots from Envy. Both of them saved by Chicago. Tap up. Atomic off the corner now to Mist. Mist shot saved by Rizzo. Turbo over to Mist. Mist off the ceiling. Chicago awkward ball needs help from Rizzo, who does well with it in the corner. Atomic will dunk him. Turbo. It's a good bounce for him. Hit it hard for the backboard. JNaps will slow things down. Envy's had good
nice
pressure. Will they get a goal from it?
We saw Mist in the corner too, getting a 50. Almost bounced out perfectly for somebody on Team Envy that was actually waiting for the clear, and this is the offense from Envy. What I wanted to consider was, Atomic had a stellar performance against NRG. Mist has been a monster so far in the regional event, almost in every series. If they combine forces against G2, it could be catastrophic for that defense.
So far, G2, their defense holding strong. Missed off his own back wall. Ball pinches out to Rizzo. Got a piece of it. Second effort towards net. Turbo with the save. Rebound out to JNaps. JNaps the center. Forces Turbo and Mist to jump. Atomic going to turn on this one. No one back for G2. Turbo gets the goal.
Oh, and check the communication too. Atomic saw that Turbo could follow it up, so he decides to turn around, get a bump on Rizzo, who probably would have gotten the save. It's really difficult to tell in that situation, but Rizzo was about to land, and he would reset his flip so he could instantly backflip, at least trying to get a touch on the ball. But since Atomic bumped him, he was that much more delayed to hit all four wheels and get that extra flip.
Chicago refilling his boost tank in the corner, stopped out by Turbo. Good pass. Mist will slow it down, but it's right to Rizzo. Rizzo going for net. Atomic will get the save. Turbo racing to it, but can't keep it alive, and we've got overtime.
The pressure was bound to make the G2 defense break. I mean, we've seen Envy so dominant in the corners now, getting aggressive with the bumps. That's what worked with Atomic on Rizzo. Let's see if a midfield pass works out as Atomic decides to keep this one close. Teammates lurking on the other side. The G2 defense, maybe one counterattack as this one slots in. I think the defender might have assumed Atomic was going to get an earlier touch.
Oh, Chicago was trying to pass it over to JNaps,
man.
But it was a bit scrambly, and Atomic will make the most of that.
That's painful. That is painful. You saw JNaps assume maybe Atomic was getting a first touch, and he just grazed by the ball. He could have easily outpaced Atomic had he been more aware that he was farther back behind the ball, and it's one mistake like that that results in a loss for the first game.
And G2, it looked like they played good enough to win it, but that was not the case. Envy with goals, or a goal near the end with 18 seconds left. Turbo scoring that.
Yeah, and I want to look at this. Okay, first of all, that save. We got to talk about the save. That was such a difficult angle from Chicago and JNaps. Yeah, back to back. But look at this bump attempt. Rizzo, there could have been a chance. It would have been difficult. If he had all four wheels planted and the bump hadn't happened, he might have been able to spam the jump button real quickly, get the backflip, and save it. So huge bump from Atomic. He's not just scoring all the goals in the previous series, but now he's getting physical and getting the bumps.
And it's just doing what you have to get the wins. Envy showing us how it's done. Stealing game one against G2. Atomic going across field. And you feel bad for Chicago and JNaps. That misplay from them, they quickly make up for it. Chicago will get the assist to JNaps quickly into game two.
Yep, we're not feeling bad for Chicago and JNaps anymore because they start out strong. Missed pre-jump trying to get a touch. Assumed maybe Chicago was going for a shot on net, and they were just caught out of position. Good little passing play from G2 as the duo works out again.
See if they can hold on to the lead this time. Rizzo off the sidewall. JNaps a low shot. Chicago banking it off the wall. Atomic low boost will flick it around JNaps, but got hung up on him. Now a chance for Chicago off the backboard. Atomic didn't have the boost, still struggling to get to it. Could see not the greatest touch. JNaps taking it up off the ceiling and missed with a hard hit. Turbo, some good speed. Chicago will turn. Gets demoed by Turbo, and that'll relieve tons of pressure for Envy.
Yeah, that's huge. Eliminating that player from G2 coming into the midfield. He would have kept all the pressure. Now you can go for a counterattack as Mist looked for something special, but Atomic was caught out of position, and he could have gotten back or maybe a touch. He was too slow. G2, it's a free shot all the way from midfield.
And that bounce, you could tell no one was expecting it. Nobody on Envy, at least. Chicago will pick up his second assist. And that was a hard bounce. Atomic was expecting that he'd be able to get up to it, but he was low on boost. That was such a high bounce. He had no shot.
I don't think anybody expected it, especially with these 50s. A lot of times when both players are coming in so fast, you try to predict where it's going to go, especially as third man. That prediction element is so important to keep the pressure in. If you miscalculate, it could be a counterattack just like we saw where a free net is given to whoever gets up first.
You need to be good at risk assessment as that third man.
Yeah.
Turbo blocked by Chicago. Atomic, tough ball. G2 smothering Envy so far. Almost get another one off the corner. Rizzo going for the pass. Turbo clears Chicago back in. First 2 minutes, all G2. 7 shots to none for Envy. Now shooting opportunity for Mist. Went for the double tap, but it didn't work out. Demo now. Open space for JNaps. Flicked it over Turbo. What a flick from JNaps.
Oh, he recognized all the space was given to him. So he takes it up past midfield, turns his car ever so slightly to the left to get the power on the flick. JNaps, not a notable 1v1 player, but he's got the skill to become one. And look at how flashy that goal was.
Lovely flick from JNaps, showing us how it's done. G2, if you had a question about how they'd respond to that tough loss, well, I think this answers it. Now 4-0 for G2.
And it seems like they're trying to shoot a bit earlier. Rizzo gets a nice little flick out as Atomic goes for the back pass. It's risk assessment that we talked about, James, before, where you have to evaluate your options. And a back pass in that situation where it's a little bit too predictable, that's frustrating. And that was just given away to G2.
Rizzo tried to slow play Turbo. It didn't work out. Chicago with a dunk. Missed. Will catch it now. 50 sends it off the ceiling. Turbo has it sent all the way back to his own corner. Atomic fakes out Chicago. Will stay dribbling. Gets the corner boost steal. Missed. Preventing Rizzo from clearing. Now passes over to Turbo. Turbo back to Mist, but Mist was rotating out.
Oh, that could have been a good attempt for Turbo to go off the backboard. The pass obviously wasn't intended, at least for Mist, to get another reception from the cross hit into the corner. And Turbo, there was so much space. Nobody from G2 wanted to go to the backboard. Maybe go for some more solo plays from Envy. I'm trying to figure out what would help them against G2, but it just seems like they are not an even match with the speed.
This game, it seems that way at least. The first shot for Envy goes in. Turbo, with 1:24 left on the clock, gets the lead down to 3 for G2.
Yeah, there's a chance. And you saw Atomic there, got the 50 to force it into the corner. Turbo just shot it right at the goalkeeper. It was too fast to even react. 1:24, Envy. I mean, they've got Atomic and Mist. The pop-off potential is definitely there, James.
Turbo trying to pop off, goes for the dish. That one, a bit too much mustard on it. If it was hit a little bit lighter, perhaps Envy could have got there in time. That ball rolled all the way across the goal line. JNaps against Turbo. Hard 50, skips off the wall, missed, gets demoed. Chicago will put it in. And G2, no way, they lose this one. Now 4 goals separating them from Envy.
It kind of reminds me of that series for G2 against the PEEPS, where the PEEPS won the first one, and then G2 respond back. I think it was 5-1, 6-1, similar scoreline here. Physical plays always working out for G2. Haven't seen too much of the midfield passing, but that's a good sign, because once they start incorporating that, that could be a good way to adapt if Envy somehow respond with a better defense of their own.
G2, they have that offensive firepower. And if Chicago and JNaps are working together well, it's difficult enough. Final 30 seconds. Envy trying to make this one a bit more respectable. We'll see if G2 can keep running up the scoreline. They have been scoring quite a bit today. Atomic will hit one.
Ooh, and it's from the midfield. from a nice little team pass play as Turbo pinches it into Miz. Then it goes in the middle for Atomic. You can't blame anybody on G2 for not predicting that one, but getting a goal even in the final few seconds is important going on to the next one, just to at least try to alleviate some of the mental stress of not playing well in this game. And you talked about it yourself, the pop-off potential from G2 has always been there, and that's why you see them have a struggle in the first game, but then come out here and just dominate against Envy.
Envy showing some life near the end. Ooh. Another one at 0 seconds from Mist. So despite Envy taking the loss here, near the end, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, and this is a notable thing for the mentality of G2. Now the win, you know, you still get a solid one in game 2, but as you go into game 3, you're doubting yourself just a little bit. You don't have the same momentum. The play style was breaking down a bit. Envy, they're going to start out strong in the next one.
They ended strong, but still, G2 had run up the scoreline so much at that point. It was a bit too far out of reach. Yeah. But just like the Space Station Pioneers series, it looks like both of these teams coming here to win. Both of them showing that they're playing well enough to get the win. So I would not be surprised to see that if this one goes the distance, Turtle. G2, however, started off so well this game. They were so fast out to that lead that it was too far for Envy to catch up from.
Right, it was the dynamic duo, and I actually just said that we didn't see too many midfield passes, but the second goal, I totally forgot, was a fantastic midfield pass where it was just given off almost like a handoff into the player who shot from the midfield. And that's a routine play for G2. They'll have one player up in the corner, forces a 50. A guy is shadowing that 50. The ball rolls back to him. The guy who's receiving the 50 then hits it into the midfield for the striker, who's usually Rizzo. And that's something that you got to watch out for Team Envy. So I would recommend maybe after Miss, Turbo, or Atomic goes for the 50, have somebody else instantly follow it up and be ready for the midfield pass from G2.
Already it's getting aggressive. Mist demoing Chicago. It's a good bounce. Not the greatest touch from Mist. Backboard pass, Turbo there to clean up, and Mist gets the demo on Chicago, who had stolen that corner boost. Turbo, backboard pass, Mist was running on pads, didn't want to go up for it. It's too risky. Atomic to Turbo. Turbo missed contact.
Those are the plays you need to hit against G2, especially when the counterattacks are given to you. G2 gets so aggressive that you have got to put those in, or at least put a shot on net. Oh, but there's a good play from Mist. Look at it. 2 players out of the play. Let's see what he does now. Forces a 50, something that G2 do a lot. And it's kicked out by JNAP's strong defense.
And Mist. We've been talking him up recently. Oh, Turbo, the 50 and the shot from Mist. Save Atomic follow-up. Almost goes in. JNAP pitches it out. The low shot from Mist. Throws a change up and gets it around G2.
Oh, this has got to be a highlight shot. It looks so funny, but it is so calculated. Mist jumps up for that. It's a panic situation for G2's defense, and Mist recognizes that completely and just sneezes on the ball. It drops down a little bit and rolls in. What a play from Envy.
And Mist had a great start. You saw him in the corner in a situation, 3v1, got it around pretty much every player. He forced that 50 on the last one, but that bought so much time. It let his team get downfield and ultimately set up that play. See if G2 can bring back some of that offense that they showed in game 2. Atomic to Mist. Mist going for the air dribble. JNAPs will get the clear. Turbo as Atomic across field. High pass to him. Double tap attempt. Didn't really go well. Atomic hit that arc and it bounced down. Now Atomic gonna have to buy time.
That was a risky play too from Turbo and Mist. They were in the defensive area. Double commit. And I'm getting scared because G2 now they're starting to break out. Once one double commit happens, you start panicking even more. Mist also jumping for that shot, so the defense a little bit out of rotation. Communication has been breaking down.
Clear attempt. Rizzo will drop it down. Turbo was standing right there, however. Takes over. Dribbles from Turbo. Now a pinch up the sidewall. Rizzo up the ceiling. Stopped by Atomic. Chicago now down to JNAPs. And JNAPs caught a bit out now. Missed. Will pass it, but Chicago breaks up the play. G2 handled that well. Rizzo. 50'd by Turbo. G2 still retaining possession. This one's going to pop straight up. Low boost for Atomic.
That's 50.
Turbo comes in, boots it, and then backflips so he could keep his positioning on the field.
It was a decent play. He tried to catch JNAPS off guard because he could have gone for a dribble. I'm not sure if it was the best choice. Now missed the ground pinch. A lot of creative plays now from Team Envy. We saw the earlier light touch from Mist, maybe the backflip shot from Turbo, now ground pinches. And Rizzo could get a demo on Turbo, who has to jump. He can't get the save because he was forced to dodge the demo attempt. G2 tied up.
Chicago, the perfect hit to JNAPS. Rizzo flipping right there. You could see him harassing Turbo.
That was a good attempt, though. He saved his flip and could have pinched it with the ground with the back of his car, but just milliseconds off.
And you saw with Rizzo jumping early there, he cut off Turbo's approach to the ball. Rizzo looked like he might have wanted to go for another demo there on Mist.
Oh, no.
And chaos in front of net. Rebound out to Rizzo. Rizzo, hard shot. Atomic will get the save. I can't believe it. Atomic. That could have been it.
I don't even know what just happened the past 10 seconds. Mist had flipped, and while he was flipping on the defensive side, Turbo was too slow to get to the clear, so Mist touched it. Almost an own goal. Then it bounces off the post as Atomic gets that save. It's still tied up here for what looks like should have been a G2 goal to lead things.
Atomic and Mist both jump for this. Mist in his own corner. Now going to get challenged by Chicago. A good bounce for Rizzo. Rizzo stopped by Turbo. Chicago will miss that as well. Turbo with the midfield boost. Perfect pass to Atomic. The shot saved by JNAPS. Missed. Perhaps wanted to center it, but it was too far away from his teammates. Rizzo going for the 50. Atomic will pick it back to his own corner.
Turbo the bump.
Trying to stay on the field. Turbo wanted to get a bump of his own. Rizzo racing to this one. JNAPS taps to himself. Goes for the 50 off the ceiling, down to Chicago. Chicago's shot around Atomic, who had no boost on the goal line. He was falling and flailing, and Chicago took his opportunity.
Oh, that is such rough timing for Atomic. You said it, he had no boost on the backboard from his perspective. He saw the ball coming down from the ceiling and thought, now's my chance to get back in net. I don't have any boost. I want to get in a better position just in case I can save this shot. But as he's jumping down, Chicago hits the shot.
And we saw a strategic kickoff play there for Envy, but it did not pan out. G2, they make up for that first game that they let go by stealing that game 3 in those final moments.
That was so scary. And I was watching Atomic's perspective. I was panicking just from seeing his perspective. That's a situation you never want to be in. You have 0 boost. It was smart for him to go on the backboard in case the 50 had bounced up, so maybe you could get it clear. It was the best possible situation, but the timing was just so unfortunate. Things started out well for Envy with the shot from Mist. That was so creative. And then the bump attempts from Rizzo. He was being annoying in the backfield. It was too much for Envy to handle.
Rizzo, credit to him. He was playing an important role in this game. That bump attempt on Turbo, that was a key moment. Huge. Rizzo, such an annoying player when it comes to those bumps and demos, continues to show us why. Week in and week out. Now G2, they snag the lead.
If we follow along with the script, I mean, we're going to get a response from Envy. I'm not sure what it is going to be. We had some creative plays last game. It didn't work out. Maybe some bumps of their own to counter G2. I'm not sure.
Missed. Almost found an opportunity all on his own. JNAPS will have Rizzo in support. Rizzo bails on this one. Lets Mist take the first hit. Bouncing back to the middle. JNAPS with the pop. Atomic. Follow up. Now Turbo. Gonna go for the air dribble play, or perhaps now goes for the backboard. JNAPS, hard hit up to Rizzo. Rizzo gets the bump on Atomic out of the air, but it was after Atomic already made contact. Tap up from Turbo. Ceiling pass down. Chicago and Rizzo both jump, but JNAPS will get a nice clear. Missed, stretches for that. Didn't want to let that one bounce across the middle of the net. Everyone missing for G2.
Oh, no.
Wide open net for Turbo. And Envy, they'll take advantage of this miss from both Chicago and JNaps.
And that started with Chicago. That hit from him is so important. JNaps had an idea. I think the communication for Chicago having a B, or he probably said it was awkward. And then JNaps could have gone forward. But after Chicago missed and didn't get a touch, Envy, they're too fast. They're not going to let that one slide. Rizzo was just rotating in. That's the best way to start for Envy now. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. We haven't seen the best offense from G2, but of course they're going to bounce back. It's just how things work. Maybe a couple demos. Envy's got to hold on.
Chicago. Get some help from Rizzo. JNaps. That was a great 50 from Atomic. Hard hit off the backboard. Awkward ball for Chicago. He misses, but JNaps will clear it downfield. JNaps pass miss. Chicago trying to weave it through. Rebound out to Rizzo. It's saved. Rebound out to JNaps, and Atomic gets in the way yet again.
Oh, that was just a huge stop from Atomic, getting in front of the shot, and then another 50 to stop G2 from moving forward like a brick wall. Then the bumps from Rizzo. He is so annoying to deal with. He's rotating in your half. He's taking your boost, and then he's going to bump you out of the way.
Turbo had no idea. He had no idea Rizzo was coming.
He's like a snake. He gets into your half, and he's just taking all the boost. You don't even see him. How are you going to dodge him if he's behind you?
You can't. Rizzo making it work for G2. Turbo tapping it upfield, missed. Lost out on his 50. Now Chicago going for a pass down. It'll kick up in front of net. Turbo airborne, pass down to missed. It's the right idea, but G2 sniffed it out. Turbo testing JNaps, rebound to missed. Missed the low corner shot. Turbo also streaking in front of net, making it tough for G2 to read where this was going to come from.
Yeah, and both these goals for Envy have almost been like G2's playing themselves. It's a bad hit there to just toss it out to the striker. G2, earlier on, it was a big miss from Chicago. Uncharacteristic defensive performance. It's inconsistent for G2 as they look now to fight against a lead for Envy.
Chicago clears it hard downfield. Atomic sends it right back. Ceiling bounce, missed up. Rizzo wins the race. Chicago beat by Atomic. Some ping pong. The net's wide open. Turbo, can he get there in time? Yes, he can. Envy extend their lead.
Oh, who was the one who got that clear? Was that Turbo? Whoever got the clear in the corner from Envy, that was massive. It didn't hit the ceiling, and JNaps thought it was going to. So we got a poor touch, and nobody is home for G2 because JNaps couldn't stall at any time, and it all was based off that massive clear from Envy.
Envy looking good here in game 4. And Turtle, I think you called it. You said now's the time in the script when Envy gets one back, playing out exactly as planned.
And we expected it too, with how even the last series was crazy. But I mean, there's still time for G2. I don't want to finish off the script because maybe that's also written in there. And we saw what happened for Envy as the time was running down. They almost came back from, what was it, a 5-1 deficit? So things could go either way, but the defense from Envy solid, the clear's massive, and they're always ready to exploit when G2 have a miss on defense or can't get a solid clear.
Miss. Down to the corner. Atomic. Now Rizzo with some space will chip it right at Turbo. Turbo with the pre-flip. Drop down from Chicago. And now Rizzo off the arc of the ceiling, and Atomic will get the clear out. G2 putting on some pressure in these final moments. Rizzo gets demoed. Turbo getting some revenge from that bump play that Rizzo had earlier.
That felt personal. That felt real personal. And that was one where Rizzo couldn't have controlled it either. Wasted even more time. G2, it doesn't look like they're going to battle back. Maybe get one for the road. Still, if they can put one in here, from JNaps. It's not going to go in. Atomic, of course, a massive clear, like I said. It's working out. And this is what happens. When your clear against G2 is strong, they have to run all the way back, and that's where you can counterattack.
Rizzo misreading that one. Atomic will put one more in for good measure. Envy with a strong response. JNaps pass up to Chicago. Backboard bounce denied by Mist. Atomic down to Mist. Envy want to get one more.
Well, maybe they could. Nope. I lied. It's Team Envy, of course. The flip, or the script, of course, it says it goes the other way. Envy. That's a brilliant response. They didn't do anything crazy. I don't think we saw them break down in rotations besides when they got bumped, which is out of their control. Super clean and solid performance, and I think they were just waiting on the mistakes of G2, James.
It seems, too, that G2 is a bit too predictable. You can even see the number of saves. 7 saves for Envy. They're letting G2 get these weak hits in towards them, and then getting these counterattacks, getting these 50-50s. It is working in favor of them right now. Envy had G2 figured out in game 4, and we're all tied up at 2 games apiece. And this one, Turtle, still feels like anyone's series.
Yeah, that was a slower game as well. I mean, a lot of these goals, the ball is just stuck on the ground. So I don't know if that's a tactic from Envy to keep the ball lower against G2, maybe force out some more 50s where you're grounded and go for solo plays. That could be something that's very possible because G2 seem to thrive the most when the ball is just going crazy because Chicago is a beast when he's on the offensive half, setting up JNaps from the top of the corners.
Now we've got game 5. G2 didn't really seem to have any answers for Envy. JNaps slow playing it. Chicago comes in to help with the 50. Now Rizzo misses that hit. Turbo with a bit of space will flick it over to Atomic, but JNaps was in the passing lane ready for that play. Oh, and the net wide open. The skip off the hood for Atomic, and that was exactly what Envy needed in that situation. Expedited that delivery.
And there was a demo for both teams, except Atomic's was so much more well-timed. He got the player who would have maybe intercepted the clear. Another wide open net, and this is what I was talking about. It seems like Envy aren't trying to create something out of thin air. Instead, they're just wasting all of G2's boost and then forcing them to make the mistake instead of having some crazy play from Mist or Atomic.
Mist was looking for Atomic. JNaps, the quick turn. Skips to the middle. Rizzo off the backboard. Mist did well, but Rizzo still keeping the pressure on. Pass over to Chicago off the backboard, and G2 respond. We're all tied up.
We got some more bumps, too, to look at. Rizzo gets that nice little pop-up. JNaps knows Chicago is going to go for the shot. And imagine had somebody gotten the clear. This is the offense from G2. It is basically a coin flip. Had that not gone their way and Envy got the clear, all 3 players would have been pushed up. You have to make sure you strike well if you're G2. That time it works out.
Rizzo testing Mist, but it was an easy block. Missed again, going for the block. Rebound out to JNaps. It's a high shot, but it was easy for Atomic to clear to the corner. Turbo helping out. JNaps sets up his first touch, second touch. Going for backboard, but Atomic again clears it out. Chicago perhaps wanted to find JNaps. 50 from Mist. Chicago will have this go back. Chicago gets the bump, and then Atomic was bumped by Chicago into Rizzo. We are seeing this be a physical game.
Yeah. Well, look at how the ball doesn't seem to want to go up. If it's going to get pushed in the air, it's usually from G2, who want to force this ball into the corners, maybe get some clears. And Envy are fine with just taking challenges like this from Atomic, where you're keeping it low in the corner, waiting for a 50, because G2 have been struggling with winning those challenges and pushing forward. Rizzo now going for a dribble, and yet it's Mist there to face him.
Approaching the halfway point. It's a tie game, tied up in this series as well. Couldn't have asked for a more closely matched semifinal. G2 and Envy, two top teams in North America, battling it out to try to make it to the grand finals. But the Kansas City Pioneers are waiting. Turbo testing the sideline defense of G2.
Oh my God, Atomic bumped JNabs into the hit, and then he doubled it off the ceiling. That play almost worked out for them as Rizzo can't get the save, missed. I'm not sure what happened here. There were two players from G2 in the net. I did not expect this one to go all the way across.
Rizzo perhaps thinking that JNabs was gonna hit it for a split second. That indecision, whatever it was, a mistake, doesn't matter. Turbo will come in and punch that one through on the goal line. An easy goal for Turbo.
That looks so weird, too, from JNab's perspective. It was like he was mind gaming on the goal line to fake out whoever was crashing the net. And now Rizzo backflips. I think he could have gotten a piece of this. He had boost in the tank. So many weird plays as G2's defense just breaking down left and right.
Yeah, it was a backflip from Rizzo, and he had the line, had the boost. So a couple of mistakes from G2 back-to-back on defense, and that costs them back-to-back goals. Now down by 2, but off kickoff, JNabs will get one back.
Oh, you love to see an instant response if you're a G2 fan. 50 from missed over to Atomic, and JNabs recognizes where Atomic is, knows he can get in front of him. Nice little shot. They've only got one goal to score to tie things up, 1:40. Plenty of time on the clock. You just can't be making those mistakes on defense.
Rizzo, he made that backflip mistake, but it was his challenge that got that over to JNabs. So a good recovery from Rizzo. Turbo, a light shot, easily saved. Atomic, he's looked good so far. Has Turbo in the middle. Rizzo will end any chance there. Chicago off the ceiling, Rizzo upfield. JNabs with the light bump on miss gives Chicago space. Chicago the dribble, the flick, backboard bounce, and now Turbo
1v1
shooting, trying to get it past Rizzo. Rizzo will save it off his own backboard. Atomic going for the double, no. It's a bit too far behind him. It's just a backboard pass that didn't pan out.
Almost one of those usual situations where G2 overextend, booming clear from Envy. The counterattack was lurking. Rizzo still alone on defense. Envy don't want to push up too many players. They are literally just being patient on offense, trying to keep this one back. You see Atomic going for the back pass. Turbo now keeping it close. They don't want to risk anything.
Chicago down to Rizzo. Rizzo, light touch, goes for the 50. Missed out on it, but Chicago helps him out. Atomic 0 boost on the back wall, does get the corner. Shot comes in, double commit from Envy on the goal line. Final 10 seconds. JNabs, the pre-flip, it's bouncing in front of net. Turbo will clear to the corner. And now downfield, Chicago keeps it airborne. JNabs is up. Drops it back down. Turbo gets 50 by Rizzo. It's a good corner bounce, no boost for mid. Chicago taps it, but doesn't go for the shot. And Envy will squeak away in those final moments and get the win.
Oh my, I wish I knew Chicago's thought process there. I don't know if he thought somebody from his team was on the other side waiting for the hit. I saw the buzzer beater. It could have happened had Chicago known there was going to be a miss in the corner. He just tapped it over to the side. Nobody was waiting from G2. Envy seemed to have them figured out, though, and the defense, they know when the midfield passes are coming out from G2. They get in front of them. Even if you can't intercept it, just get a 50 instead of giving G2 all those shots that they love taking.
Yeah, and this one, even at the beginning of the game, was back and forth.
Yeah.
But we saw some key mistakes out of Rizzo on defense. And that miscommunication from Rizzo and JNabs, that really cost them. G2 just making those mistakes that was the difference in that game.
It's simple-ish mistakes. Obviously, the offensive pressure of Envy is difficult to deal with, but we're not seeing anything crazy out of them. Usually we'll see unreal shots from missed, from angles that nobody expects him to shoot from. Atomic also is a destructive monster on offense whenever he starts getting warmed up. We're not seeing too much of that. It's just G2 breaking down a little bit. Envy are there to fill in the gaps, and they have the perfect timing with their shots.
JNaps off the ceiling. Will send Atomic scrambling. Chicago with the challenge. This is it for G2. Their tournament life at stake.
Yeah.
Envy with a win here can move on to play the Pioneers in the grand finals. Turbo, light shot. Rizzo with the save. It bounces up. Chicago, good speed. Hard clear downfield to the corner. Now it bounces out to the middle. Chicago towards net. Turbo, easy save. But a miss. Perhaps G2 will gain some footing here. Rizzo with some space will let that bounce. Leaves it to Chicago. Passes upfield, missed. Didn't really get the touch he was
nice
looking
pass.
for. Now a chance. Rizzo bounces it off the backboard. Envy scrambling a bit. Missed, will recover nicely. Now pressure from Envy. Missed, or Atomic jumps very early and got to that ball quickly.
Oh, there
Now
we go.
G2 on the
Huge
counter.
passing. That's what we need from G2 is unpredictable passing where you're going to your own teammate to get this clear out. Because you said it, James, earlier. Envy, it's very predictable games to read against G2. You know where they're going to pass. And then, speaking of the pass, look at Turbo dishing this out to Atomic, the striker in the midfield. That's not off a mistake from G2. They make their own opportunity.
And this was a pre-jump from Atomic. He was so confident that Turbo was going to pass it down at that angle. Atomic and Turbo on the same wavelength, and Envy will take the lead. The pool shot! JNaps can't save it! A pool shot! What a play from Envy!
Mist was cheating so close to the ball. Atomic was still in the 50 after the kickoff, and Mist doesn't even care about the positioning of his teammate. He just flies forward. I'm not sure if it was calculated, but it looked so goofy. And that is so much confidence now on the side of Envy. 2 goals right away, 3 minutes. You're on match point. The Pioneers are waiting for their opponent, and it looks like it's going to be Envy.
That was an excellent kickoff goal. One of the more entertaining ones that you'll ever see. G2, do they have the grit to get back in this game? We're approaching that halfway point, down by 2. Envy, will they get another one here? I think so. It's bouncing all the way back.
Oh my goodness. It's Rizzo looking for the pass in midfield as he creeps up a little bit too much. This is the classic mistake from G2 where they constantly expect a midfield pass that should come out, granted. But Rizzo was just too aggressive, too hopeful for that pass. And they're looking for a goal. They have to be risky now with their plays. 3 goals down. More aggression is going to come out from G2, but that just gives Envy even more opportunities for counterattacks and big clears.
Today seems like Envy's day. They took down that red-hot NRG squad that were the favorites to win it all. And now, toe-to-toe with G2, looking like the better team.
Oh, and the reads. Look at the defensive speed from Atomic. He easily knew where Rizzo was trying to go with that ball. Got up so fast. The striker didn't even have a chance to touch it, and it's a massive clear where they relieve pressure. Everybody can grab boost and recover and reset.
G2, though, they can't afford too many resets. Time melting off the clock. Chicago to JNaps. JNaps off the ceiling, missed up early to shut it down. Rizzo over to the corner and Atomic. Beautiful pass. Turbo, the shot's going to be wide. But again, Envy threatened.
Yeah, on the 50 from Mist. Defensive clears too strong. That is the name of the game for Envy. I've also seen so many pre-jumps on defense where Mist or Atomic know exactly where G2 are trying to go with the ball. They get a nice clear out. Turbo has a turn here in midfield, wasting more time. Rizzo can't get the best touch. Time is winding down for G2. They've got to make a move right here, right now if they want a chance.
Booming clear. Rizzo off his own backboard. It's a good bounce for Envy. Turbo going for the double tap. Can end it here, and it's saved. Turbo even throwing in the faking quick chat. Almost a double tap from Atomic. Envy keeping G2 on lockdown as these final moments tick away.
Yeah, they don't want to give G2 a key to get out right now. 30 seconds left. I don't think there's a chance. Atomic going for a bump. Not the best pass out to Rizzo, who misses the hit. It is not G2's day, but Envy, in contrast, are looking so lethal on offense. We saw creative plays, the kickoff goal, the pool shot, fakes from Turbo, now Atomic. It is too fun to watch, James.
Oh, my. And you said the plays. Here's another one.
Oh, yeah.
The fake.
That's not.
Atomic adding insult to injury. Team Envy. This one was back and forth at the beginning, but in the home stretch, Envy pulls away.
The Pioneers, they know what they're up against. They're seeing this Envy offense, the defense as well, that has worked so effortlessly against G2. Free jumps all over. Booming clears, man. I mean, this is where Team Envy thrive. I think this grand finals is going to be one of the best we've seen, James, and I can't wait to watch it.
Team Envy taking the semifinal over G2 Esports, and they're moving on to the grand finals. Envy, they looked good. They looked pretty good at the start, but near the end, they looked very good. So seeing how they're playing and how the Pioneers played against Space Station, I think this is going to be a very competitive grand final.
And they were able to play both sides of the game, you know, on defense. When they were stuck in their own half, they didn't panic at all. We barely saw any double commits, and they were able to move forward, punish the mistakes of G2, and also get some crazy little dribble plays. I think Atomic in the end with the fake, that represents what they can bring to the table. They're going to be very difficult going to the grand finals for the Pioneers. But then on the other side, SSG versus the Pioneers, if you watch that series, that was a very fast-paced one. Pioneers weren't making nearly as many mistakes. We're going to get a close series.
Man, that was a fun one. I thought G2 was going to be able to make it close near the end, but that just wasn't in the cards.
Yeah.
Atomic, Mist, Turbo, all playing excellent Rocket League. And Turbo, can you ever doubt the 4-time? I don't think you can.
No, don't doubt him. He's too clutch. He's too clutch, man.
So that was quite the series from Envy, taking down NRG, taking down G2, and now they have their eyes set on the Pioneers. The grand finals, Envy versus the Pioneers, coming up right after the break.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
dancing in their line, past that we can never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances, still we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their line, past that we can never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, the future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. It's coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Shogun, for a final death statement before the grand finals. Before we talk about that, though, let's talk about this last match. Shogun finally got something right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I gotta be looking at this one now and just go, all right, so whenever we do these pre-show builder brackets or whatever, really, you know, we have to vote with our heads on that one. But if I was voting for my heart, this is the grand finals I would have gone for. Team Envy, I've been behind them ever since they sort of formed. KCP, one of the most exciting possible rosters. But this one was all about Team Envy, and this is all about them finally putting the pieces together, Gibbs. We finally got to see all three members stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, Turbo playing well. When he plays well, guess what? He wins world championships. This might not be a world championship, but very likely could win this regional. And that's that last piece of the puzzle that Team Envy needed. But this team's been so consistent. The only team to make all top fours. Now they're on to another grand final. They lost it last time in regional 2, but can they prevail now?
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because we have only 2 teams remaining. We started with 32 4 days ago. We narrowed it down to 8 at the beginning of today, and only 2 remain for the finals. KCP and Envy, and these are their journeys, Gibbs.
So it's very hard for us on the desk now to predict things, because there are so many matches played between the grid and all these Swisses that you almost have to always go by history. But at this point, we're seeing a lot of upsets. Like this bracket is definitely turned over. No one at KC or Team Envy for their grand finals. The Pioneers taking down Space Station, a huge upset there. Like even if Space Station wasn't practicing that much, they were obviously in form because of the top 16 result. And then Team Envy, they had to take down NRG, who's been the hottest team throughout all of North America. And then a G2 that finally got over that curse of the quarterfinals. We thought maybe that was their time, but Team Envy's here again. But Kansas City Pioneers. So there's been 10 tournaments throughout the 2 regionals and then 8 grid weeks where the top 4 from North America have all participated. There was 1 grid week where Space Station didn't participate. And the grand finals has always been a top 4 team outside of 1 week. And that was when the Pioneers actually made a grand final. I think it was week 8 of the grid, I think it was, where they played Energy, and I think they got swept. They're in the grand finals again. The only team outside of these top 4 to make a grand finals in any of these events. Can they do it now? I think it might be their time, Leaf.
Well, let's take a look at the prize pool, because it's more than just the regional right here, right now. They're fighting for a bit of bank on the line, and of course, the points, Shogun, that spread across the entire season.
Yeah, and I think, it feels so strange to me that I'm going to turn around here and say that the points are actually going to be probably more important than the prize money, but that's actually what I'm going to go ahead and say here, because you look at a team like Envy, they're up there with that top 4. You expect them by the end of the season to be looking in for the bigger chances, the world championships, getting towards the end of these majors when these opportunities get starting to squeeze closer and closer and there's less spots for it. But for a KCP, winning this one gives them so much breathing room for the rest of the season to get those opportunities that you would expect to go to other teams.
I think that's a really good point to make too, because, it's a lot of teams, we've seen it so many times. They go on a hot streak. It happened to SSG, even NRG, and then obviously that changed today. Eventually, you're going to have a bit of a speed bump. So that's what we kept thinking with KCP. It's got to end sometime, right? But getting these points now is so crucial, because if that speed bump does come along and teams figure them out and start to counter them, at least they have a bit of that cushion and that pillow behind them. But speaking of the points, Gibbs, let's take a look at just overall the top 16. We have our spots in the major figured out here. It was just about seeding and extra points here going into that.
Yeah, so Envy, they're playing for 101 points. So if they do get it, they will leapfrog over 2 teams and be the #1 team right now. But if they lose, they will sit in third, obviously, by 1 point, because of Space Station, they have won one of these regionals. While the Pioneers, they can't move anywhere, but they can increase that gap, and that is so important once again. So 101 points for them will make them have that huge lead over PEEPS, and then, of course, G2 Esports as well, which is one of those teams you expect to be there at the end.
Well, that's enough talking about everybody else. Let's talk about these 2 teams sitting here in our grand finals for North American Regional number 3. It's KCP and Envy. Shogun, this is, you mentioned it, this is the one that, if we had to predict with our hearts, is the one that we would have liked to see, and we have it now.
Yeah, I kind of regret saying it now, because whoever ended up predicting it's just going to prove that, I kind of love that team a little bit more. But, don't take it too personal to the team that I don't go with. I'm sure they won't end up caring anyway. But, this is massive right now. We came into this tournament. Heck, one of the first things we talked about is, is NRG versus Space Station Gaming inevitable? Turns out neither of them are here. So this is an opportunity both for KCP to set themselves up as one of those potential challengers, and for Team Envy to start saying, well, stop forgetting about us. We are one of those top teams as well.
Well, we need your help. One final time, guys. We've had you at it all day, but the Verizon fan vote is coming at you at one last time. Get your votes in the chat, hashtag KCP or hashtag Envy. I really think, Gibbs, this is it has to be a close one.
Yeah. So back throughout the offseason, I kind of joked about who do you sign early? And I compared Turbopulsa and then Memory. And I was like, you sign players like Turbopulsa as soon as you can in the offseason. Memory is one of those players that you can wait on. And I'm going to take that back right now, because Memory has been playing out of his mind. And for that reason, I'm going to go Kansas City Pioneers.
Okay, Kansas City Pioneers in the grand finals here, going with this up and up. Shogun, are you going to agree with this one?
I love hearing that from Gibbs, because as broadcast talent, there's nothing we want to do more than to take back previous statements. We don't want to be the people out there that are sort of piling on players. It's just like, it feels so good to say, hey, you've proven us wrong. Fantastic. Yeah. I'm going to go with Gibbs here. Kansas City Pioneers.
Oh, God, don't put me in the spot, because I want to...
Join us, Leaf.
We did this on purpose.
I was going to vote for KCP, but I feel like I'm going to jinx them if I do this, but I think they have it under okay, they're just I'm voting KCP, but they're putting this just in case. Oh, no, change it. You're gonna jinx them.
Everything's breaking.
All right. Well, we're jinxing them. We're going with it. KCP. I have to at this point. How are you gonna doubt them? And there it is. 51%. I called it being close. I didn't think it'd be that close. In all honesty, You guys are good. Good counting, chat. 51 to 49, basically 50%. What else can you ask for in a grand finals, guys? But that's literally it. Get on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS for your final thoughts before the grand finals of the North American Regional number 3. But without further ado, it's time to head to the Verizon Skybox for the grand finals.
We are here, the final match. Get up, get loud. It's game day, and we've got a grand finals to go through in this last regional event for North America. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Achieves, and we've got a new contender on the field, Achieves.
Yeah, it's been a while. Gibbs was right. It was week 8 of the grid. The Kansas City Pioneers made a grand final at long last. They did get swept out, but now the stakes are a lot bigger, and Envy playing well also, so this should be a good one. But they're right. They're not wrong to be voting for KCP. They're playing well, out of their minds, but it's going to be tough. It's just another giant for them to take down, and they got to show everyone that they deserve to be in that discussion to be at the top of North America.
Both of these teams have only dropped 2 games today. We'll see how they go in this best of 7. For the finals, a block from Turbo Pulse and Net will deny Beast Mode the first goal. Memory and Rapid now trying to tag team this one, nearly getting into the upper 90, and Atomic will get the carry to midfield. He's got one player in front of him, now 2. As the rotation happens. Back in front of the box, Atomic maybe, because no, Rapid got the save. And now Memory. Long clear to Rapid to the backboard. Is Beast Mode anywhere home? He looks for the shot, was just under the ball.
He was definitely home, a difficult read to make, as Atomic showing some early control with the ball. Trying to work Envy out of some tough defensive jams, and it'll be curious to see if Kansas City Pioneers, like they have all day today, come out strong here early on in the series, and as their opponents figure them out, have to figure out a new way to succeed. And right now, they're definitely putting a lot of good pressure on Envy. Turbo gonna have to use a lot of boost. Not sure if they'll even be able to stay with this.
That was an important recovery from Turbo Pulses. The touch from his teammate lofted the ball dangerously in front of the MV net. Turbo Pulse dismounts and gets the clear. And now they're advancing on to offense. One player here in front of Mist. Rapid will get all of it and clears it to Beast Mode in the corner. Atomic will cover him up so he won't get the cherry pick, and now he'll look for the challenge on Memory, but Memory already airborne, gets there for through the 1, and now Turbo Pulsa countering 2 players in the corner, gets it all the way back into the orange, and he'll look to pressure, see if he can create a pass.
Ooh, Memory and Rapid. I got worried there. I wasn't sure if they were trying to pinch or if they just didn't see each other. Either way, fortunate that that ball skipped all the way to the blue side.
Memory, the soft touch, Turbo Pulse onto the backboard. Rapid thinks about moving up. Ball loses all of its velocity, and now a shot from Mist, blocked by Beast. Off to the corner, and Atomic in on the counter. Beast Mode tries to play it and keep it in the corner again. Turbo Pulse with 1 touch to put it towards the backboard, and a second to get it above the goal, but very high. We're gonna need at least 2 more touches before we can get this shot on target. Mist gets bumped out of the way by Rapid. Memory now to advance down. There's Beast Mode on the bump rather, and Rapid in the backfield now gets the clear. Atomic up, pushes it back into the midfield. Beast Mode to follow and just hold on to it. Mist trying to challenge him here, dead center of the pitch.
Ooh, and Atomic got pushed into the goal. He's so lucky. Memory's too far away to follow it up quickly. That was a good chance for KC Pioneers, but Turbo might get him on the counter. It drops right in front of his face, and it's an easy one for him.
Now Flub in the midfield, a bit of a double commit, and Beast Mode kind of Goomba stomps it back onto the ground. Turbo Pulse sees the ball right in front of him in the 4-time. Will score the first goal of our grand finals.
Yeah, no, Beast Mode's not even really doing anything wrong. I mean, he's just going for a challenge to try and stall the ball in the midfield, and you can't help how your car falls sometimes, and just kicked it straight down. And unfortunately, it went right to where Turbo was.
A little past halftime, Envy with a lead. Missed an Atomic double commit into the midfield and get the clear into the corner of the Pioneers. Turbo Pulse into the middle. Now in front of the box, Beast Mode over 1. Mist has the read, and he'll push it to the corner. Can he connect with Rapid? Center of the pitch. Excuse me, connect with Atomic. Atomic pushes into the corner. Now Rapid over 1, and Turbo Pulse off the ceiling. He's got the reset, but won't have any way to use it. His Memory pushes it all the way to the side. Mist now, following this, countered by Beast Mode. Back to the midfield. Atomic just cranks 1 from the midfield, and Rapid's got it covered up. Off to the corner again. The defense for the Pioneers holding on.
Nice speed for Memory there to get up and challenge. And also, good communication. It's very easy to let that transition get too far ahead of where your team is really ready to be. So nice job to put the hitch in the step. 2 players off the top of the goal, and Mist doesn't even have to make a save. Beast Mode, I think, was playing the block.
Pioneers, few excellent looks at the net, and nothing meaningful to show for it. Turbo now towards the goal, Mist to cover him up as well, and off that corner, Rapid is trying to cover up the shooting lanes, and Beast Mode has space to clear. Only a 1-goal game, though. 45 seconds left. Kansas just needs any goal to tie it up, send us to overtime. Mist now a long ways. Onto the wall, Beast Mode back up to Rapid. Cross midfield, Atomic to the corner, and Turbo Pulsive following behind. Turbo gets cleared over the top. Memory into this corner, up against Mist, pinches back out. There's Rapid shot blocked by Atomic. Beast Mode now, all to himself. Pushes the ball all the way to the other blue corner. Demolition. And a clear, sends it back to the orange. 10 seconds left for the Pioneers to tie this game. Mist covers up one challenge. The ball is in the Pioneers box, and they're spending every touch just trying to get it back to midfield. 1 second left. Ball's got to stay in the air now. As Beast Mode and Rapid both try. Rapid gets it onto the backboard, and Mist will just try to take control. Back outfield. There's a bump on the 1, and it'll touch. Team Envy score 1 goal, and it's good enough for the win.
Real nice control there from Envy at the end. Don't get too fancy. You don't have to do much. And they do an excellent job picking out about where the play is about to head, opening the space with the demo, and making sure that they can secure the game with a 1-goal lead. So well done, Team Envy. It was a tough game, but Turbo sitting there at 410 score, just over double, or just about double, I should say. Number 2, and he really didn't even have to do too much. Just scored the free goal that got dropped in front of him, and then made a couple of saves, and otherwise he was just kind of hanging out. It was a very textbook game from both teams. Nothing too special one way or the other. And when the only goal is just an odd happenstance, what are you going to do?
It was a clean game generally, as these teams very evenly matched. Pioneers definitely going to be playing safe Rocket League. Their goal playing in a grand finals of this caliber for the first time will be not making mistakes. Just play as cleanly as possible. Don't get too aggressive. Let's make sure we're always rotating. And that leads to safe, timid play where the only goals that go in are the ones that kind of seep through the cracks. Turbo Pulsa, a player that's been here many times, is going to be much more comfortable maintaining that rotation, but also going for the clever things that show up, the opportunities that arise in front of him that are a little bit more unconventional. So to me, I feel like Envy has an edge in this matchup just because of experience, but the desk for all predicted Pioneers, the vote was super close. I mean, this is a super close match.
Yeah, definitely a very close game for both teams, and it's going to take some real work from Kansas City Pioneers, I think, to break down Envy today, because Envy, especially defensively, has played against perhaps some of the strongest offenses that they've had over in North America here today to get to this point. So when Envy's playing defensively or is looking as locked in as they are, it's really going to take some inspired Rocket League to get that ball through the goal line, because it's tough to beat anyone who can play defensively, and Turbo himself has been on some of the most defensive teams that we've ever seen in Dignitas and Galeforce before.
I mean, he is one of the most cleanly defensive-minded players in all of Rocket League. And the fact that he has been playing so strong, we heard them talk about this on the desk, Envy versus G2. There was a 4-2 affair ended in Game 6. Turbo looking excellent. Every member of the Envy roster looking excellent. And oftentimes it appears that you're having to carry Turbo or something, right? He's like on the bottom of the scoreboard. When Turbo's on the top of the scoreboard, I am terrified for any team he's competing against here. So yeah. Pioneers definitely have their hands full. We'll see how things go as Game 2 gets underway. Just making sure that the server is all situated for those players before we continue the series.
And, you know, I'm actually looking for Beast Mode to step up big here. I mean, I know Rapid and Memory have been playing incredibly well all day, but I think one of the biggest things in that KC Pioneers versus SSG matchup was how well Beast Mode was challenging the ball. And if he can start getting his hands on a lot of those big blocks in some tough situations, whenever they're on defense, to stop Envy from getting in good positions, I think Kansas City Pioneers is going to have a much better game. So I'm looking for Beast Mode to step up big here.
Well, let's get into game number 2. Pioneers going to start off with a banger. No, denied by Atomic. The follow from Rapid, though, will go in. And hey, there's what they could not do in game number 1. A goal for the Pioneers.
And this is also the other part of the game that was going very well for them in SSG. Another kickoff goal for today. And Turbo Pulsa caught pushing too far forward, trying to follow up the kickoff, and just skipped over his head. And Memory might have missed, but came right back down for Rapid.
4:51 on the clock.
Barely 10 seconds in. Back pass. Beast Mode gets it through 2. Mystic gets off to the corner. Now Turbo versus Memory. Turbo will win. And gets a long clear on target. Needs to be covered up. Beast Mode gets up and in the way. Now back down to Mist. Pinches out into the midfield. Atomic pushes it towards the goal. Mist looking for goalies. Trying to clear away for maybe Turbo to get a rebound. Beast Mode looking for Rapid. Beaten by Turbo. Mist picks up control, then loses it immediately off the wall. We'll see Memory push it towards the net. Atomic's got the save. The ball's back at midfield.
Free ball as well. What do Envy do with it?
Pass down, looks for the pinch between Turbo and Mist. Into the corner. Now in front of the Pioneers, net high in the ceiling. Beast Mode picks this one up and on the ground, up against Mist. Gets it past one. Kenna gets covered back up. Rapid's there, and Turbo out of the net will play it behind the front 2 offenders. Atomic and Mist on top of each other here. Atomic struggling to touch the ball, but kind of works in his advantage as he baits in one player and then finally gets control and just in time. Atomic onto the backboard. Is anyone here? Here's Mist for the shot. Excellent team play. What a little deflection of a pass.
Excellent team play. Yes, good tip from Atomic, but the thing that really beats Kansas City Pioneers is Memory. As he's rotating into the goal, that back wheel clipped the lip of the goal and sent him spiraling into the back of the goal, and he couldn't drive up and try and come off the ceiling of the net to make that save. So
Beast Mode gets another. Pushes it off to the corner. We're tied up at 1 apiece as the ball is back in the Pioneers box. Beast Mode and Rapid now tag team. This one across midfield. Rapid keeps it high in the air. Looks for the double tap. Drops straight down. Nobody's home. Memory up to try and take the shot. Here's Beast Mode with a follow-up, and Turbo Pulse has got it covered up. The shot just too slow. Turbo Pulse able to reach it just in time. Memory now back into the box once more. Pioneers pressuring and trying to get that lead back. So the ball will bounce off every surface. Get back to midfield. Beast Mode's got to make a diving save on the retreat.
And it's those types of plays that are going to be critical. Stopping Envy on transition. Beast Mode was so good on that in the previous series, and Atomic actually, I think, just gives the ball right back.
Turbo pulls off the wall. Rapid into the center of the field. Beast Mode and Rapid trying to work together, but Atomic breaks him up. Now keeping the ball on the wall up against Memory. It's Turbo Pulse a long ways down the field.
Turbo was looking
pushes
for
it back.
Atomic there.
Oh, here's Turbo off the ceiling again. Fakes out one. Picks up the boost. Memory versus Mist. Mist gets it through him. Now against 2. It pinches around. Turbos comes from the other corner and gets the lead for Envy on the pressure.
Well, that worked out, didn't it? I mean, Mist with a nice little 360 on the delay. Turbo's off getting a demo on the opposite end of the field. And again, Mist able to just work that ball out of the corner. Really, Envy not really doing anything too special there. It's just, let's see what happens, and combine that with a demo. All of a sudden, there's a pretty big gap there that Memory can't close.
Envy has the lead. After the Pioneers struck first, it's been 2 goals for the boys in blue. Turbo coming off the wall. Will miss the touch. Missed in the corner's got to play it. Atomic will play it off the ceiling out to Turbo. Keeps his ball high. He's got half his tank onto the backboard. Memory will get it away. Beast Mode with the follow-up back into the blue field. It's Memory in the corner. Pinches it toward the goal. Turbo pulls a rotating in, gets it back out and away from danger. Here's the follow-up counterattack. Memory and Rapid now back on the other side of the field. Try to put the pressure on, but the Envy defense plays it to their own corners, and now Memory and Rapid doubled up here, dual threat on this ball. They get 2 goalies to bite. Beast Mode takes the shot and ties the game.
And when you get the ball moving quickly across the field horizontally with strong touches, it's all about who has better control. And Atomic and Turbo Pulsa, not sure if they ran into each other on the back wall. Might have to take another look at it. But either way, strong touch from Rapid. It was a race to get up to it. Neither of Envy could get there. Turbo tried to recover, but a placement too good. And KCP going to tie things up.
Rapid, or Beast Mode rather, rocking that global goal explosion for tournament winnings. The new tournament system. So Mist will move this one across midfield. Beast Mode to take it to the ground. Gets demolished, but ball ends up in his corner. Now Mist to just take a shot. Memory. Right position, right time. Gets the block. Turbo looks for a dunk on Beast Mode. Not going to happen. Rapid's up for this one. Looks to drop it, but Atomic gets underneath. Intercepts the ball. Pushes it back into the orange. And Envy wants to finish it in regulation. Final minute of game 2.
And Rapid being a very big asset. Atomic! Oh! He had to react so quick because Turbo didn't catch that ball cleanly in the corner. Almost a disaster there for Envy. Steps it down for Memory. Top left and kept out.
Goalie's up.
He got it again. Atomic, you man. Memory can't get it. What a set of events.
That was insane. That goal was absolutely Knights to lose, and they lost it. Can you believe the cover up on the defense? Atomic and Mist keep this game tied up in the final moments. And now Atomic on the far side. Memory through 2. Can he make it worth? Can he eliminate everything we just saw? No, Mist has the long clear. 8 seconds left. Tied up at 2 apiece. Are we going to overtime? Turbo pulls onto the backboard. Atomic coming up from the one side and Mist from the other. 2 seconds left. Atomic's got the net wide open and scores the buzzer beater. The game is over. 2-0 Envy.
Crushing. Rapid goes so quick up the field. He's like, beast mode is about to boom this ball. Mistimes it, falls in front, and a disaster of game 2.
Did you see? The ball bounced on the goal line. That is the closest buzzer beater I've ever seen. For it to bounce there and then go all the way in and the clock to strike 0 after the bounce. That's incredible. Envy 3-2 in game number 2 after a brilliant defensive stand against a threatening Pioneers offense. They've got the lead in the series. They're up 2-0.
And you know, Wave, you're sitting there hyping it up, and I'm just sitting here like trying to like think about how do you rally back from that, because that's such an irritating loss. It's like nothing went wrong. Like Atomic makes those 2 6 saves and Mist finds a clear out into the corner, and that happens. You miss at this level a routine clear, and you just lose the game, and now you're down 2-0 in the grand finals, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, no,
it's brutal.
Envy, and you know, Envy's sitting there gloating like, welcome to this level of competition. How do you like it? You enjoying this? Didn't think so. This is our house. We win this.
Battle back.
As we go into game 3, Pioneers got to dig deep. Shake off that pressure. Yeah, there's only 2. It is a best of 7. You've got room, but you cannot afford a third loss. You have to win this game too. No way you're reverse sweeping Envy in a best of 7. Memory versus Turbo now into the corner. Atomic and Mist both there. Memory and Rapid have a chance to get a lead here. Can they put it in? No, a miss. He was out of boost. Couldn't reach it. And Beast Mode's going to try and keep the pressure on, but the damage already done. Mist now on the counterattack by himself. He's got enough boost to work with. Looks for the dunk off the backboard. No follow-up from the rest of his team. They were both back in their half, so only 1 shot on that drive.
Rapid trying to get a little creative there as well for how to break that ball past that midfield line. And a generous donation for Mist. Atomic trying to keep the pressure up well high, and Memory will have some slight space to work with, but this ball still firmly squared away here in this Kansas City Pioneers corner.
Atomic somehow stays behind that ball, but Rapid will handle him, and then also Turbo. Mist keeps it into the box, but that should be the last shooter. Atomic now just trying to keep the ball in the orange, as slowly but surely Pioneers pushing away the pressure and now looking for a counterattack themselves. Nearly dribbles it past Turbo on a perfect rotation. The ball's going to drop dangerous. Beast Mode's looking at it. He'll take to the air up against Atomic, but the ball will bounce straight down. Turbo's got it clear, and Envy will thwart Pioneer offense.
That was a great move from Turbo as well. He has to lift that ball strong up the field in case there's KCP members waiting for that ball as it comes into the middle. And you saw what he did after it. He immediately put pressure on Memory as if he was going to demo him to force Memory to jump early to see if he makes a mistake. And it's things like that that don't ever register on a stat sheet, but it makes you a valuable player when you're able to force people to react to what you're doing.
Atomic's card control right now is insane, and he might get a double tap. Rapid gets 1 block, misses up, and there's the rest of the read. It still just bounces down, sends it low, doesn't let the backboard player touch it at all, and that's Envy with the lead.
And that is why Mist is so good. There is actually not a lot of room to work with here. I think he actually might have been trying to tip that off of Atomic's spoiler into the goal, but either way, gets the nice bounce shot. 2 members of the Pioneers in the net right there. Small gap, drills it.
A brilliant shot from Mist, created by amazing pressure from Atomic, as he had such clean, small, micro-level car control to weave it around the defenders and get it onto the backboard. Now Atomic looking for more control. It's back into the box once more. Envy's pressure continues. Pioneers, after losing an absolutely demoralizing game have been suffocated in their net. So far, only 2 shots in this game. Though to be fair, they've only allowed 3. But it hasn't felt like that. It's felt like so much more from Envy. Here comes Atomic once more.
Cool.
This Memory gets it to midfield. Rapid plays at the wall. Missed. Get it past Memory. Now here's Beast Mode. Shot is wide. The second shot also wide. Beast Mode, but not the best shooting, despite the defense being caught out. Now Beast, we'll see Turbo send it to the goal. Beast Mode plays it off the woodwork and back out of his corner. But the pace of play sort of slow here from the Pioneers in game 3.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't really have to speed up too quick. Again, I mean, Rocket League is a game where one goal can happen at any time. And sure, Beast Mode might have missed that shot, but it looks like poor shooting because he had to hit it off the wall first. But that was actually the right play because nobody on Envy thought that shot was coming. Now, the follow-up, we can debate whether he should have hit it or not. But Kansas City Pioneers, I don't think they need to be in any rush here. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself and too antsy with just under 90 seconds on the clock. That's a lot of time to try and score 1 goal.
Yeah. You definitely do not want to get ahead of yourselves, don't want to get panicky. But it is a best of 7, but here comes Rapid. Can he get the reset? No, taken away from him by a missed. Memory sends it to the net. That's far side. Oh, let's go. Tie game for the Pioneers. They're right back in it.
There you go. I mean, Rapid might have flubbed the flip reset, but that demo puts the smoke screen on it, so Mist doesn't exactly know where the ball is, so he can't jump and try and make a block. And by the time he notices that it's about to get fired on net, it's too late. Tried to cut back to the goal line, couldn't make it, and Memory ties him up.
It's so genuinely important for them to win this game 3. Again, best of 7. You do not want to have to win 4 straight. Such a daunting task for literally any team in Rocket League. Definitely not for your first grand final appearance in a regional. We're high above it. Memory lofts it. Mist is up for it already. Excellent read and a clear. That's just as good. Rapid with the counter. Turbo falling back. Actually gets a soft touch to drop it into the corner. Tried to get it to himself. Now Atomic versus Rapid in the corner once more. 33 seconds left. We're tied up in game 3. Here comes Atomic. Pressure on at midfield. Mist behind him. To the air. We'll see Memory get the touch. Beast Mode's going to look for a dribble once more. Underneath 1. To the goal. Look for the dribble. Set up for Rapid. And it's in. 13 seconds left and the Pioneers have the lead.
What an air dribble and what a follow-up. Beast Mode. How about that flip to get that ball into the middle? Atomic, I mean, he tried his best to stay with it, but when it's just executed that perfectly, there's only so much you can do. And more impressive that Rapid was able to follow that play all the way through and turn it into the top right corner. What a late game takeaway.
It was a good one, but there's only a 1-goal difference. Turbo into the midfield, 50 boost here for Mist, but they're keeping the ball on the side, not giving any of those shooters any lanes, and they'll end the game. Pioneers win a must-win game here in game 3. They stay in it.
Huge game for the Kansas City Pioneers. They get 1. Had to work for it, of course, but turned in 2 real nice goals. And you only wonder what happens in game 4. Envy didn't play too bad here, just a couple of nice shots from Kansas City Pioneers. And one thing you got to say, Rapid is a big asset to their ability to try and stop Envy as they go for those big clears up field. Like this goal probably should have found its way into the back. But again, Envy on defense, able to make it work, get the lead, but that smoke screen, just what can you do about it? You don't know what's happening next. And Atomic tries so hard. There's 3 people right there. I mean, the gap to score is about the ball width wide. and Rapid just nailed it.
It was a brilliant shot set up by Beast Mode. And I was going to say, if they lost that game, I needed to see Beast Mode come back alive. I needed to see the mode activated. I felt like we still were seeing Acorn mode. I wanted to see more Beast Mode. And that was a Beast Mode level pass. Let's see more of it from the Pioneers here. But Envy, they're not gonna just sit down. They realize that, hey, Pioneers coming to play. They get that win. We're not gonna get the sweep. Got to kick it to the next gear to get the win here. Mist now off to the side. Memory across the field. There was some analysis in there somewhere. Atomic, yeah. So we're pushing across midfield. Here's Rapid. Lots of space. Mist not gonna be able to touch it. Turbo Pulse and Atomic kind of on top of each other, but Turbo will take it cleanly. They'll avoid the double commit. Now Atomic off the ceiling and using Turbo Pulse. They somehow get it around and still a shot comes through from Rapid. Excellent save from Mist. Turbo will cover up Memory's follow-up. And now Mist going to try and beat Beast Mode, but no, loses that challenge. Atomic back out to Mist, back over to the other side of the field. Playing nice confusion ball here. Not quite sure where it's going to be, but now a 1v3. Turbo Pulse just crashes in. Got to leave space for the players to spawn in behind you. Does his job well. Envy, though, we're getting a little bit pressured here in the beginning of Game 4. Pioneer starting to light it up.
Yeah, that double demo put a lot of pressure on Turbo, and he read the play perfectly. Understood how that was going to come off the sidewall with that delicate catch from Beast Mode. Able to shut down Rapid, and now they're in a goal-scoring chance, and Memory will just stall Turbo Pulse on the goal line.
Beast Mode tries to keep this ball high. Now Mist. Out to midfield, into the midfield for Atomic, sends the shot, and it's in. A nice infield pass gives Envy the lead in Game 4.
Felt this one might be happening when Memory tried to jump at it and just really didn't have a clean line to the ball. Tried to flip back to it, ended up passing it right back to Mist. And then all Mist had to do was get that ball out into the middle. And Rapid knew he was in trouble, tried to cover up the angle as much as he could, but great placement to the far post. Takes it away from the defenders, and Envy up one early.
3:18 on the clock. Envy looking for match point. Mist looks out for Atomic, now into Turbo, and sends it long ways. Is it in? Now Beast Mode will be there in time. There's nobody
Atomic,
in the backfield.
what a read.
Atomic, excellent touches. Atomic has been on another level these past few games.
Him and Rapid both, I feel like, have been reading the play very well, especially when it's coming to these long clears that get challenged in the air. Both Rapid and Atomic, great speed and aerial disruption in that regard from preventing the opposition from doing what they want.
Rapid onto the wall, gets a second touch. Atomic had already jumped for the read. The second touch threw him off, had to ground himself. Now Rapid looking to set up Beast Mode in the midfield. Gets it into the box. Beast Mode not quite able to capture, and Memory will come in from the back line. The third man going to score the goal and tie the game.
What an aggressive play for Memory. I mean, this one looks a little dicey to me, but he chooses to face towards the play, and it takes a very favorable roll straight onto his nose. Drills it top right.
Tied up. Pioneers looking to tie the series. It's Memory to the side. Turbo Pulse and net going to get harassed. Not able to come out for the ball. Now looking for it as Rapid kept it on the ground. Turbo Pulse pre-jumped it. Was able to adjust, now back down. Mist and Atomic get the ball to midfield. Beast Mode, pass one. Mist a little bit loose and needs Turbo to come in and cover for him. Now through the air, just enough boost to stretch it for Mist. Sends it to the other side. It's just wide of the goal. Atomic now looking for a follow-up. He's got lots of boost to reach this double tap and put it in. 2-1 Atomic.
Man, just when you think Envy blew it, Mist couldn't score one. Atomic, perfect catch and follow through. This is a tight angle. Memory's got him locked down at the near post. Again, the shooting from Envy, Atomic just sneaking that one over the bumper of Memory. What a shot.
He had the full tank of boost and he said, to heck with it. Let's use the whole thing. My teammates can rotate back. They're good at wave dashing. Turbo Pulse into the midfield. Beast Mode to stop it. Does Envy take the lead back here? 1:35 left on the clock for Pioneers to tie the game. Missed out to the edge. Atomic's there, into the corner. Turbo Pulse up in the midfield. Back into the orange, pinches it off the ground, looks for goalies, doesn't find anything, and Atomic and Mist now on the retreat as the Pioneers have picked up control. Push it to the blue. Beast Mode. Lofted. Rapid rotating out. Half turns on Memory. They kind of get tangled up on top of each other. Leaves nobody really in the back. Beast Mode will rotate in on the third man. And finds a nice clear, but there's Mist back. Memory over the top of one. Turbo pulls it in. Off the wall. Now Atomic to the edge. Memory through two.
Mist has to dodge a demo, and it got saved by Beast Mode.
I think Beast Mode got bumped into the save?
Well,
that was
Beast
incredible.
Mode bumped Mist, and the recoil pushed him back into the ball.
That is wild. Replacing the goalie. Never what you want to do. With 30 seconds left, Envy got the 1-goal lead. It'll put them on match point if it holds. Mist now up against Beast Mode. Back into the midfield. Memory's trying to adjust, but the ball's outpaced him a bit. Now Turbo into the corner, and Rapid will try to pick up control of this. He's got a full tank. Flicks one. Grounds himself. Can't jump before Atomic's got it. Now Beast Mode. Back to the corner. Rapid's up for it. Beast Mode out of boost. He's going to need Memory's help. Mist's got him beat. 8 seconds left. It's into the backfield. Can Beast take this one the whole way? No, he doesn't even exist anymore. Atomic now in the corner. Time's up. Put it on the ground. Envy here on match point.
Oh, man. And now that's 2 games in the series. The first one back in game 2, where just a missed clear and a 0-second go-ahead goal, game winner. And now this one where KC Pioneers do it right. They bump the goalie. It's an open net. The guy doesn't get demoed. You get pushed right back into the ball and make the save. And oh my goodness, talk
So
about
close.
unlucky.
I mean, but it's also like it's the play where it's the difference, one of the minute differences between bumping and demoing, right? In the goal, I think you want the demolition just because you don't have that recoil bounce happening. You drive straight through the car. You don't end up where the goalie would have been. It's not at the equal and opposite reaction, the transfer, the physics of the game. So, man, it's such an unfortunate situation for them there, but you want to see him go, like maybe run away with it here. So far, it's been 1-goal games at every side of the pitch. And Envy now 1 away from taking another regional.
And again, it's a 1-goal game because Atomic drills a perfect double tap through a couple different defenders. I mean, Envy is having to work real hard for this. KC Pioneers are playing a great series of Rocket League. It's just a little bit of unluckiness on the KC Pioneers combined with some phenomenal shooting from Envy has led them to this point, which is tournament point.
Looking to win their first regional in North America. Just add another title to Turbo Pulse's pile. Mist waits his time against Beast Mode. Beast Mode looking for the blocks the whole time and finds the block eventually. What a way to hound out that touch. Now Turbo Pulse on with Atomic. Get it through 2. Follow this off the wall. Atomic goes to the slow play pass. Memory looks for a bump on 1. Rapid takes his time and a hold on to ball control. Goes for second touch against Mist and it works. And now Atomic. Mist trying to hold down Memory in the goal once more. Ooh. Mist being such a nuisance. Turbo nearly gets the double tap, but Memory is able to disengage from the harassment and get the save.
Turbo with a real nice follow through, but Memory staying with the play, and Atomic, I think, got clipped off the ball, and Envy really starting to push Kansas City Pioneers back into their own half, doing a real nice job challenging. Finally, they have to give it up. This is all about how well Rapid can control this ball. Doesn't really get any distance, though, in the double commit. Rapid's going to be in a 1-on-2, and thankfully, Turbo does not get a bump.
There's Turbo looking for the double tap. Got broken up on the backboard. Now Mist cranks it to Atomic. Looking for the outfield pass onto the backboard. It's going to need some help as Turbo pulls it there. He is a little bit, but completely stalled out. And I think out of boost. Now they come off the wall. Out to Mist again. The shot. Excellent little one to get it around the defender. That's 1-0 Envy.
Such an awkward play to handle for Rapid. I mean, he misses the bounce. Beast Mode is thinking, okay, I need to be ready for it to kick out, but since Rapid doesn't get the touch there, it allows Turbo to get back behind the ball and kick it out of Beast Mode's range. And again, just inside of 2 minutes, a lead for Envy.
3:18 on the clock. Pioneers have come back so many times. Nice drop pass covered up by Turbo. What a read. And now Mist thinks about it, takes to the air, passes to nobody. Beastman and Rapid on the side. We'll pick this up, get it past 1. Beastman, that works.
Beastman is Beast Mode's alter ego.
That's right. Here comes a shot. Turbo Pulse actually takes the bad shot for him. And Memory, who has been struggling with accuracy this series a bit, puts it a bit high again. Now Turbo trying to loft it to a teammate, covered up by 2 defenders, which means Atomic should have a bit of an open net to shoot at. As Turbo Pulse actually turns this back around on the pass from Mist. Now Atomic in the corner, and the rest of Pioneers just so cattywampus here. As it pinches out, Turbo's gonna have this ball for free. Goes to the pass across the Mist, tries to get 2 players to go with him. And here's the shot from Atomic, off the post and out. Memory's got the clear. They had completely dismantled the defense, but the shot was too wide.
It looks like Kansas City Pioneers starting to panic as well. The communication on defense starting to break down because they're getting frustrated. They just want the clear, and they're starting to jump over each other and not making the right touches. Need to be careful here not to let that get out of hand.
Turbo on his backboard. Past halftime in what could be the final game of the regional.
Yep.
Memory And Rapid go for the slow plays, and it's saved by Mist. You could not afford the crossbar bounce. You had to be perfect. Here's the follow-up. That one's good. Beast Mode will finally tie the game.
And that is a big goal from Beast Mode, because if Rapid didn't score that off of that excellent dribble and the communication from Memory saying, all right, you got it, and that got cleared away, oh, who knows what would have happened. Great follow-through from Beast Mode on the second cycle through to make sure it got there.
Oh, they're looking for the kickoff goal again. Missed. He's seen it before. Wasn't going to let it happen this time. And it's off to the edge. They'll look to take the midfield boost, maybe look for a pass here off the wall. Gets the soft touch to put it past one player. Beast Mode up, will take it to the ceiling. He's not getting challenged by anybody. Drops it on to Rapid Hood, tries to give it back up to Beast Mode. It'll go to Memory instead, towards the goal. Beast Mode to get a block. Memory now, can he find the shot? Going up against one player. Mist got himself a savior medal and takes to the air on the counterattack. Here's Atomic out across the Turbo Pulse. A Mist getting covered up by defenders. Turbo with the dribble on one, looks for the bumps on two. Rapid puts it to the sky. Atomic's airborne fast and off the crossbar and out. Turbo Pulse is not going to find a follow up here. Envy not able to take the lead back.
Yeah, Turbo just didn't have the boost to get all the way around back into the open net, and Rapid forced to approach that ball, Atomic forced to approach that shot at such high speed, couldn't really adjust at the final moment. Turbo bumped off the bar, will not get it.
He was out of boost, he couldn't adjust. Now Mist, Mist misses the ball. Turbo's now got a full tank, but he's got three players bearing down on him. He'll get it past one. Now over the top of two. It's all up to Beast Mode in the back. Rapid actually adjusts and flies with them on the ground to pinch it off to the corner. 40 seconds remaining, and we're tied up here at Chiefs.
And Beast Mode really working a little bit of challenge magic there. Now Atomic having to do the same, but it was Memory needing to do some work there on the sidewall. And I think this is a much needed slowdown here for Kansas City Pioneers. If they have to, there's nothing wrong with taking this one to overtime to make sure you're all on the same page.
And drop it in. They'd love to take the lead in regulation, though. Rapid past one. Dangerous bounce, and Mist has the clear. Atomic on the follow-up. Beast Mode taking his time here. The ball is dangerous. Gets bumped off, and Mist sends the shot off the post, off the other. Atomic back into the box. No follow-up shot for Envy. Time has expired. Can they get the full clear down the other side? Look at a fortunate bounce. No, it takes it down into the ground. Overtime in Game 5.
And you knew that one was scary. That ball was rolling around that corner in such an awkward manner, and it's a kickoff, and Atomic is stalled out. Mist will be forced to kick it into the corner. Kansas City Pioneers escape, but only just to make OT.
Turbo into the corner. Looking to win the tournament. One goal separates Envy from the title of regional champions. It's Mist. Comes off. Pops over one, follows it up, gets challenged on the second touch, and his bounces back down to the ground. Here's Turbo Pulse. The shot is wide of the net. Beast Mode and Memory both covered up. Rapid on a flip, two will be loose. Here's Atomic trying to win it all. Sets it in front of the box. Mist will take the shot. No, sends it to the corner once more. And the defense completely amok, but Beast Mode out of that corner, off the ceiling. Gets it back into the blue. Pioneers looking for some semblance of offensive presence as they're having to fall right back onto defense.
And Turbo with a real nice challenge there to get this ball back into that Pioneer side. And look at them. They're just trying to make sure they take their time and earn possession.
Atomic now. There's a fortunate bounce, but the rest of his team back on defense. And this one's open. Turbo gets back in time to save it. Keeps us playing here in Game 5. Beast Mode back across the box, and Turbo with a clear. Rapid's going to try and trap it in the blue. This is the opportunity for the Pioneers. Memory past one. Atomic with an excellent touch, but is Beast Mode able to push it back into the blue quickly? He only gets one touch to stall it. Doesn't actually get it forward. It's the second touch, though. Atomic wasn't able to take it away from him. Now Rapid back into the back wall. Turbo pulses up on this. Memory keeps it glued to the woodwork. Beast Mode drops it down. Atomic plays it to an empty corner. Memory rotating in, gets a touch enough to stall it, but now it's past Rapid as well. Atomic demolished some needed space. Memory and Rapid now they use that space to pile themselves up on the midfield line, and now Mist and Turbo Pulse might have a free opportunity.
Yeah, just give that ball away. Make sure you're ready. And a very generous donation from Envy Memory. Oh my goodness! Just stuffs it into the goal.
What a play. You know, he struggled with accuracy, but this is the only one he needed. Got the dunk on him. See you later. We're going to Game 6 as the Kansas City take their second game of the series.
And when you got 9 boosts in the tank, Forget about trying to get all the way on top of it. Just make sure you can stay with the ball, tilt back, and hope for the best. And Mist put it right back into him. Huge stuff from Memory to force game 6.
And that is such a welcome sight for the Pioneers, right? They've had 2 games, one in particular that was like, you're kidding. That's how we lose the game. To get a goal like that, to bring them back into it, to put this series genuinely now within reach. There's only 2 games away from winning this thing. They got to win 1 more to get that decisive game 7. And yeah, I think the Pioneers, that goal can breathe some serious life into this roster.
And you felt like it was going to happen again there as well with Rapid not able to score that dribble. Yeah. But thankfully, Beast Mode put it back in, and you get that huge follow-up. Memory with a massive dunk, and you're right. It feels like it had to happen. You felt like they deserved at least 1 more game. Kansas City Pioneers going to have to earn it, though, if they want to take down Envy.
Well, we'll go to Neo Tokyo. Envy still a match point. Hounding some goalies and not able to get there in time as Atomic Rapid scores the first goal.
Well, just off the kickoff, everyone's spreading out. Turbo doesn't get the best touch, so Mist knows he's going to have to play defense here. But look at Beast Mode, understands that Rapid has a free touch here. Just get in the way, make it a tough play to make. And all Rapid has to do is make sure he hits it with some pace into a decent spot and see what happens.
Mist on the following kickoff. Out of his corner, trying to take it away from Beast Mode. Turbo Pulsa plays it back to the corner, and Rapid now onto the backboard. Ooh. Atomic, excellent clear out to Turbo, catches them all down, but Memory gets it in just in time, comes up from under Turbo to put the ball above the goal. Now Mist gives it back to Beast Mode, looks for Rapid, and Turbo Pulsa will intercept that pass. Memory gets 1 touch, gets 2 touches to keep the ball in the blue corner, and the first 30 seconds have been all about this 1 corner.
Turbo and Mist gonna gently walk past each other on their own half as stolen away. Rapid gives it back to Turbo, and this is so awkward for Envy here.
Good cover up from Rapid, or from Mist rather. Atomic now looking to try and take control. Mist off the backboard, gets beaten. Beast Mode drops it down, but the ball not going to go into the goal. No one's going to be crashing the net just yet. Now Atomic, 2 players off to the side. They've got the net wide open in front of them. The rest of the defense, I mean, we saw Beast Mode up in the enemy territory, and the other 2 players here on the side wall is a free goal.
Memory got bumped, yeah, Beast Mode and Memory collided as they were heading towards that midfield line, and I think Beast Mode just took Memory offline on the challenge. So again, another crazy happenstance. Nets the goal for Envy.
They've tied it up. Can they take the lead back? 1-1 was how we went to overtime in the last game. We saw the Pioneers emerge with control.
Ooh, got a little heavy there. Beast Mode, I think, was trying to score that one himself, but hit the ball a little too hard. Memory with a chance. Help from Rapid, denied by Mist. What a save.
What a save indeed. A dual threat like that. You see the one player's falling behind the ball. Of course you read him. You don't read the player he's going to pass to on his nose. But Mist does. Clairvoyant player here. We're tied up, 3:16 on the clock. Envy still looking to win the tournament with a win in this game. Turbo puts it back into the box. Beast Mode's touch not the best. Memory gets a small one, but it's right back on Turbo's hood. He gets it behind 2 players, and Rapid will put it up now on the wall. Just try to carry it away from that disaster of a situation. Mist gonna miss in the midfield. Now Atomic gets it back up to him on the wall. Turbo pulls it following on the other side of the field, hoping the clear comes his way, but Beast Mode puts it back in Atomic's direction, and now Turbo pulls it up against Memory. Memory with an excellent clear. We'll get it back to midfield.
And you know, you got to respect Kansas City Pioneers sticking to the game plan every time on defense. If they've had time, they've taken it. And look, Memory trying to do the same thing here, but now it turns into trouble. Maybe trusting Rapid to come across and make the save. Atomic had a chance, just couldn't squeeze it under the crossbar.
The pass needed to bounce. If it hadn't needed to bounce, that was the lead for Envy. Rapid now onto the goal line. Atomic's got the stop. Here's a follow-up. No, Beast Mode gets called off by Memory, and he takes it to the corner. They'll need Rapid to make the final shot, but will he even get to touch it? No, Mist dribbles it over his hood. And Turbo Pulsa tries to challenge Beast Mode. Now pass 2, ball high, Turbo Pulsa. Rotating the net, Atomic spawns in the near corner. Not able to block anything. Mist is up as the last player with any semblance of control for Envy. And lots of space given by the Pioneers. What could have been the go-ahead goal will slip away.
Wow. What a carry and challenge from Atomic. Again, just stopping Kansas City Pioneers from ever having the opportunity to really box Envy in. You got to give a lot of credit to the transition game for Envy.
Turbo? Turbo not going to be able to put that shot on target. on what was an empty net. Mist gets demolished on the follow-up as well, so leaves Atomic alone back here. Turbo gets one demolition as he moves in. Beast mode plays it slow. Minute and a half left.
Missed. That was so smart. Little shimmy shake, make it look like you're passing it out. Shot on target denied by Rapid, but it froze that KCP defense in the midfield, and then he just went right through him.
Oh my goodness, Turbo nearly connects with Atomic now. Missed up and into the corner. Couldn't get it past Memory, but Atomic will pick it up. It's out to Beast Mode's hood, and he gets a nice long clear. Doesn't have enough boost to follow this up, but Mist will get it away. Now Rapid looks for the backflip onto the wall. He's got enough boost to follow this if he wants, but he already sees Turbo airborne. Atomic's challenge puts it into the orange corner. Turbo keeps it one high. Two players confused on the backboard. Goal is wide open right now for the Pioneers. But they find the clears, get it all the way back down. 44 seconds left, tied up again. Might go to overtime, 2 games in a row. Atomic down. Beast mode to the backboard, looks for some goalies, but Turbo and Atomic keep this so high. Mist won't be there immediately for a follow-up. It's going to be all up to Turbo Pulsa. And he wasn't able to touch it. Mist finally comes in from the back. He's out of boost on the way in. Now Turbo. 18 seconds left. Envy trying to avoid a second overtime, just wanting to end the game right here, right now, and take that trophy. Rapid off the stealing, has other ideas. Turbo with a counter, just a bit high of the goal. Atomic trying to stall it as Memory connects with Rapid. He's got beast mode in the midfield. Ball is on the ground as the clock expires. No, they get it up just in time. Mist now with the clear. Is anybody home to make the shot happen? Mist to the backboard. Memory with the long clear, and Turbo up to kill it. No, he puts it back towards the orange and will finally die. Overtime in game 6.
Yeah, that's a little example. Kansas City Pioneers may be trying to bite off a little too much there in regulation, but they get themselves into another overtime. They've had some pretty good success with these today so far. Can they find one more and go to the final 5 minutes? Oh, close off the bar. Follow up is Memory, and yes, let's see another one.
How about it? We're going to game 7 for the finals here, and Atomic just barely misses that. And Memory does not miss this time, putting it through 14 seconds, and it's been a low-scoring series of Chiefs, but it's been exciting nonetheless. Pioneers stave off 2 match points and get themselves one. The next 5 minutes will crown the champion.
A rightful win here in Game 7. Absolutely had to earn it. They gave a goal away, they earned a goal back, and they broke them down in overtime in only 14 seconds. Not a lot of overtime today for Kansas City Pioneers. They've played a lot of overtimes, but spent very little time in them.
I've been very fast. Very quick overtimes, but here's the thing, Chiefs. We're going to Game 7. We're going to Champions Field.
Yep, here it comes.
And who's on the field but the 4-time? I'm telling you, this is good. If Pioneers can win it here, man, have they earned this championship. Because you are going to see Turbo Pulsa in his final form in his home field, and they know it. Pioneers going to have to play the best Rocket League of their lives right now.
And what an opportunity for the Kansas City Pioneers as well. I mean, from a team that barely squeaked into day 2 back in Regional 1, and then making some huge waves in Regional 2 by making the bracket in the semifinals, to make it even further now into Game 7 in an overtime against one of the greatest players of all time. Huge improvement from them.
Oh, man. Turbo Pulsa has his name in 4 places on this stadium. The only player ever to do it. Here he is playing here again. Turbo Pulsa looking for a pass across, beast mode, off to the edge. And he has turned on the mode multiple times this series. Turbo up to Atomic, now onto the backboard. Crazy speed on that ball. Gives it a very rapid bounce. Back out again. Beast Mode's got to cover up this shot, and does so. Atomic alone in his back half, but also alone with the ball. Here comes the rest of the Pioneers.
See all of it coming together. Beast Mode with that big block on defense. Rapid, the continuation, that disruption on transition. Ooh. And a race to the ball. It's Memory who wins it out.
Memory going to look for a pass down. It's into the box, and nobody is there to stop it, but no one's there to take the shot either, so it will just bounce. And now back into the box again. Atomic this time is there. All 3 defenders out of the goal, though. Can they find a shot? Pioneers not going to have anybody immediately to attack, and now Memory a little bit loose in the midfield. Rapid, excellent clears out of the corner. Pioneers have had strong touches, and in many of the 1v1 challenges, we've seen them winning. I feel like I've seen them winning the midfield game more than I've seen Envy taking it out, with the exception of maybe Atomic.
Yeah, I feel like it's split pretty evenly, and Memory doesn't even have to make the save. That one off the post. Turbo trying to do it himself will need help, but it pinches out to safety, and Kansas City Pioneers get out of the jam.
That was a very close one. The shot bouncing off the post, they'll take it after how much woodwork they've hit in this series. There's some dangerous bounces back in front. Memory's there, but Turbo Pulse has got him covered up all the way down the field. Can he find this second touch over Memory? He keeps it glued to the wall. Missed up for it on top of Turbo. Atomic immediately turns, knows he can't take a shot here. He's got to play defense. Gets one stop and now chasing this one down. He was out of boost to fully adjust. Now Mist just trying to put the pressure on. Memory pass 2. Now pass Atomic as well. Mist out of the backfield, keeps it high. Atomic, an excellent extension as it drops nearly in. Rapid's got the save. Turbo pulls it out back in front of the box, and Memory's got a nice long clear. Everybody from Envy having to retreat quickly. Do they find the touch? Nobody's there for Pioneers. Atomic was the one that got demolished. It wasn't the Pioneers' demolition. That was an excellent counterattack and the prime time to take the lead here in Game 7. We're still scoreless, though.
Yeah, Memory was just a little too far back, was grabbing boost, and Turbo, again, just trying to muscle it through. Mist drops it into the middle. Beast Mode will come diving across and get it to safety. And Envy spent a significant portion of this Game 7 on offense, but unable to generate a quality goal-scoring chance.
Oh, Turbo got it over one player, but lost control off the bounce. Now Rapid versus Mist. Putting it high. Mist completely out of boost. He'll steal the corner. Now Atomic with control in the midfield for Turbo. Looking for the infield pass that I think has worked a single time in this entire 7-game series. Memory getting bumped off the ball, bit of space. Turbo Pulse takes advantage of it, uses the wall, and now there's Atomic moving in to try and read Beast Mode's touch. Turbo Pulse is hounding him to make the touch quickly. Now Atomic to Mist, covered up by Memory. Great read on the speed there. Now Turbo Pulse back out to Mist on the side. He's going to follow it himself as Mist rotates out. Gets the pass across. Atomic's there and covered up at the point of contact by Rapid. Counterattack from Memory going to be turned away by Mist. What a game.
Huge read from Rapid on defense, and that touch as well. Oh, it's so easy to kick that back into the top of the box, but he got it off the spoiler into the corner. Big defensive sequence from Rapid. Look at him force Atomic off the ball to give Beast Mode and Memory time to get set. And finally, a chance to breathe for Kansas City Pioneers, but do they get on offense, or do we go to another overtime?
Mist puts it up. 44 seconds left in the deciding game of the tournament. Missed to follow this one. Beaten by Rapid. Turbo pulses into the air. Off the ceiling. He's going to lose control. Needs Atomic's help here. The touch from Memory is wide of the goal. Alleviates a bit of pressure. But now 30 seconds left. Atomic's going to try and reach this one. Nearly finds it. Actually, I think he did get a touch onto it. And then the second touch came through. Pioneers keep it high. Rapid gets dunked by Turbo. Beast Mode will lose control. Atomic down to the wall. He's out of boost. Needs a teammate. It's Turbo to the corner. 10 seconds remaining. Atomic back over to Mist. Outfield passes high. Gonna need some help. Memory pinches it off the backboard and away. Now back down into the corner. Mist is there. And the clock has expired. Can he finish it? On the buzzer beater. Onto the backboard. Turbo pulses up for it. It's gonna need more help again. Off to the corner. Atomic keeps it high. Is Mist anywhere to be seen? There he is! It's once again on the buzzer beater! Envy will take it in 7.
Atomic, what command here? Gets the bounce, the instant follow through. Rapid knew it. He goes, oh, you've got to be kidding me. He dug that out and missed. Turns it into the far left side. Oh, what a heartbreaker again for Kansas City Pioneers, but what a play from Envy. Wow.
Oh, my heart can't take this. That was insane. What a series. Turbo Pulse is somehow on top of the board, but despite not scoring or assisting that final goal, 5 shots, 1 save, got the MVP. Achieves. What do we always say?
Surprise? No.
What do we always say? Do not take Turbo to Champions Field. Don't do it. You'll never win. Oh my goodness. That was bonkers. That was so cool. What a way to end this regional.
What a fantastic series. Kansas City Pioneers, I mean, you had a good run, and to be honest, I think you deserved overtime there, but what can you do when Atomic makes a beautifully controlled play like that out of the corner? And Mist, who has been so locked in for this Envy roster, all regional, delivers the biggest goal of their regional event, and they get the big win.
Oh, man. And props to the Pioneers. A tournament well played. I'm sure we'll see them up here again playing for those finals once more in the future. But for now, let's head it back to Leaf and the boys to wrap up the day.
Thanks, Wave. Yeah, what a way to end it. I think is just I think they said it best there. That it was almost as close as it could get without going into an overtime. KCP James got so close to bringing that one back against Envy.
That was insane. That was absolutely insane of a series. Like Atomic, not one, but 2 0-second plays. How does this happen? That game too was the difference maker. Like Atomic, incredible saves, and then turns it into a goal later on. And you think by that point, the Pioneers are just done. There is no way they can come back, but they battle. And that is what you want to see from a young team that doesn't have these experiences in a grand finals. They were down 3-1. They were down 2-0 when they should have won that game, yet they battled and they got to game 7 overtime. Sure, they lost it, but this is such a good experience for these guys that they're going to take this and just elevate their game to the next level the next time we see them.
Yeah, the Pioneers, that was a special series. Every single game, just a 1-goal game. That was how close it was. And that was, you know, you really cannot ask for more in a grand final.
Yeah, I think overall for KCP, I just want to focus on them for a second here, just because that was a run that I think they have to walk away, James, being happy with. I mean, this is such an incredible result. A lot of teams, or a lot of people even, expected them like, okay, this is just a minor bubble for them. You know, eventually KCP will chill out. They're going to back down to the middle where we see so many teams end up. But they've consistently gotten to this point to bring it in a grand finals against Team Envy right to game number 7. Again, as I said, I think they have to be happy.
Oh, certainly. This was a fantastic result. It's always going to sting, especially losing game 7, a 0-second goal. You know that right now it stings. It definitely stings. But in a few days, the Pioneers are going to look back at this and be very happy with this result. They proved that it is not a fluke. They are consistently getting to this point, and it's not just a beast mode show or a memory show or a rapid show. They are all making plays when they need to. This is a well-rounded Rocket League team, and I expect that the Pioneers are going to be a staple of North American Rocket League moving forward in this year.
Well, now that you guys got your breaths back after that intense match, let's take a look at the bracket and just kind of go over the day, everything we've seen today. Gibbs, there was a lot of good Rocket League today, but ultimately only one person can win, and it was Team Envy.
Man, oh man. And also these two teams that made grand finals, most people predicted them to lose in that first round, like in that quarterfinal. Rogue obviously sweeping Pioneers on the top 16 day, but they make it. And the Team Envy playing a red hot team in NRG, but they make it to this finals. Team Envy, they won 1 grid throughout this season. They probably wanted a couple more victories under their belt. They'll take Regional 3 and they'll take the points lead as well.
James, I feel like, again, just looking at this bracket, it was at the start kind of what we expected, maybe except for NRG there, but then it all fell apart afterwards as well.
I mean, I was not expecting the NRG result. I thought NRG was going to bring it. And honestly, the Space Station Pioneers series was another big surprise. So, you know, this was a very interesting day. I think if you're a North American Rocket League fan, then you're excited. The Pioneers coming in, they're mixing things up, and it was a blast.
Well, while we still have the energy waiting on the line right now is Mist from Envy to talk about their victory. Mist, right off the bat, I got to say congratulations on the regional number 3 win.
Thank you. It's crazy.
You sound super. You're always so chill, man. Is this the level you keep all the time?
I mean, I was just yelling when we scored, but yeah, usually I have to keep it like this.
That's fair enough.
My one question is that 0-second goal goes in. Did you break anything? Because like if that's me, I'm jumping up. My desk is probably flipping at that point.
I think I just like dropped my controller and started like screaming. I kind of forgot already, but yeah, that was a gist.
So I mean, you guys had a very, very tough run. This was NRG first round, G2 second round. The Pioneers playing the best we've ever seen them play third round. You know, did you guys going into this, Mist? What was your mentality? You guys already had a very difficult draw with NRG.
We also know they were good because they beat Space Station, obviously. So we didn't go in there like underestimating them. So we just try to treat them like anyone else would.
Yeah, I just want to walk through those matches you had today, just to talk to basically the overall picture of NA right now. This whole top 8 was difficult, like James just said. For NRG, obviously you guys got the sweep there. Did that same play style, everything carry through to G2? Or did you have to go into the G2 match saying we have to change everything up because this is a different team?
G2 plays really fast, and we definitely try to play faster against them than NRG, because NRG gave us a lot of space and some time. But against G2, like, they're always just in your face, so we adjusted to that, yeah.
And then I assume that's the same thing for KCP. I feel like those guys are really fast. Was the game plan the same?
Yeah, we said that too. Like, they're just gonna try and play really fast.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you outpaced them barely. It was close, but you guys got that. You got that final goal just when you needed it to finish it off. Congratulations! If you want to take any time right now, just to shout out anybody, I'm gonna give the space to you. You earned it.
I mean, shout out to my teammates. Obviously, Tommy played really well. Turbo was obviously holding it down. I think we all just clicked today, and it was really nice.
It was really nice. You gave us a good show. Again, one more time, congratulations on the regional win. You guys have the major to look forward to. Good luck, and it's time to relax. Thanks for giving us some time, Mist.
Thank you.
There it is, Mist from Envy. So I was saying, Gibbs, he's just always chill. You could hear a little tinge of it in his voice there at the end, though.
Yeah, but most impressive, he still has a voice. Like, I would not have a voice at that point. I'd been screaming so much. Like, my parents or whoever that he lives with probably would have thought he died or something. I don't know, but that's insane. 0 seconds, game 7. You can't get better than that. Great to see.
No, absolutely incredible. And, I was just talking about that major. So let's take a look at the points here. Let's take a look at how everything ended up by the end of these 3 regionals for North America before going into this final major here, Gibbs.
Yeah, Team Envy leading the pack now with Energy and Space Station right behind them, all with 1 regional win. That's why they have that 1 point at the end there. But when you look at this list, the top 6, it feels like there's a big gap now. Like, KC Pioneers have elevated their game. They're in there. They're 4th place right now, looking good. But them and the PEEPS have been those challengers for the top 4 of North America. And KC, obviously, they did everything they needed to do to be in this conversation. Now it comes down to, I think, from G2 and then Alpine, right? Like, who is that next team to start fighting for these World Championship spots? Alpine and Rogue would probably be your 2 front runners, but you never know, because if someone has a good major, double the points there, they could just skyrocket up this leaderboard.
James, looking at this list right now, does it feel like it's a little different than maybe what you had envisioned it before we started this new season?
I'm certainly surprised by, the same teams that Gibbs mentioned, the Pioneers and the PEEPS. The fact that they're above G2 in the points right now. G2, one of those teams that you expect to always be at the top. So it's a little bit of what you expect, plus with those new surprises. But I think that's what makes this new format so incredible, is that it gives these teams who, maybe would have been on the outside looking in with previous formats, now have that avenue to come in and really establish themselves and show what they can do.
Well, that North American major is going to be on October 18th, a couple weeks away here. So you got some time, all the teams have time to just sit back, get some practice in, and get ready to face off against all these other teams. And if you want to see some majors before that, of course, the other regions are jumping into their action starting this week. The OCE major is starting on Friday, October 9th at 5 Pacific time. Do not miss that. And if you can't wait that long, CRL is going to be kicking off Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So much Rocket League. It's not done just because we're done these regionals. It's not going to stop for the rest of the year. That's really the end of the story. There's Rocket League all the time, forever. Get used to it. It's an amazing life to be living right now. But now that we are done these regionals, I just want to get some final words from you guys. James, I'm going to start with you now that we're done the regionals.
CRL's starting up soon, so make sure you guys check that out and go over and say hi on the broadcast. I'll be there.
Gibbs.
3 tournaments down. We just saw an insane grand final. We still have 9 more of these to go, with 3 of those being majors. So it's only going to get better from here.
In all honesty, I think most of the Rocket League does the talking, that I can't do it any more justice than what you guys just saw. So I'm going to let everyone go, jump online and start playing. It's great now with all these new friends we have joining us. So I said, thank you so much for joining us on all these broadcasts. We'll see you again for more action, again, starting with the CRL on Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific time. But on behalf of James, Gibbs, myself, all the production, making everything happening, and of course, Onyx, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.
running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the